This newest solar installation represents the future of jobs, a vision for Los Angeles that's truly sustainable, and a city that's powered by Angelenos. We're striving for 100% renewable energy in the future, mainly from energies that are coming from solar, power, and hydro.
Today we recognize and applaud the wonderful energy savings achieved through construction of this 285 kilowatt solar system at the Trade Tech parking structure. Your achievement will help LADWP efforts to reduce electrical demand and lower the strain on the grid, greatly contributing to the future sustainability of our city. This is the first one that I felt really embodies what we're trying to do in the city of Los Angeles, where we're really helping each other make a better city.
They redefined pop music as we know it, creating a dedicated fan phenomenon that still exists almost 30 years later. And now fans of the Backstreet Boys can get up close and personal with a one-of-a-kind ultimate fan experience. Rasha Goel takes us to the Grammy Museum's latest exhibit.
Music lover or not, this is one exhibit you won't want to miss. The Backstreet Boys experience at the LA Live Grammy Museum takes you through their journey on and off stage along with some key memorabilia.
It's basically all things Backstreet Boys. There are original objects provided by the group, and then there's a ton of really cool interactive components here that it makes for a great fan experience.
What's unique about this exhibition is the interactive experience.
All right, Backstreet Boys fans, this is your chance to send them your personal message. This right here is the confession booth. You can record your message here, which will then be sent to them. And hey, if you're in the mood for taking some pictures and maybe grabbing that selfie, well, guess what? Hop on right over here.
We have this really cool hologram, and what this hologram is, it allows guests to actually either take a selfie with the Backstreet Boys, or they can sing with the Backstreet Boys, and then that sort of video is it's captured and then sent back to the guests, so then you could post it on social media, share it with your friends and family, just let people know you got to hang out with the Backstreet Boys.
And talk about commitment to fans. The boys were fully involved and hands-on when it came to this exhibit. They contributed some very personal items, things that you can only get a glimpse of here.
What we wanted to do is create an environment, an immersive environment to give back to the fans, and this was something, that was a message that they wanted to hit on just right out the gate. They really wanted to put a personal spin on this. So there's one section in this exhibition that features wedding albums and baptism photos. I mean, we have AJ's onesie from that he wore when he came back from the hospital the day he was born. So really cool stuff here. There's a lot to see. There's a lot of stuff here for everyone.
And some fun facts about the Backstreet Boys. They are the best-selling boy band with 130 million records worldwide. Their 2019 album DNA debuted at #1 more than 2 decades after the band was formed. And the album's lead single, Don't Go Breaking My Heart, was nominated for Pop Duo and Group Performance at this year's Grammy Awards. From clothing and costuming to this wall of pictures with actual fans and moments from across the world, there is plenty to enjoy.
Whether you're a Backstreet Boys fan or a music and baseball fan, that's great, but then there's also an educational component too. So there's this really cool sort of dynamic that we've created here where it's educational but entertaining at the same time.
So come on down and check out the Backstreet Boys experience. It's your chance to sing or send a message to them while experiencing this boy band phenomenon.
The exhibit runs until September 2nd. More info at GrammyMuseum.org. Well, from pop to hip-hop, another photo exhibit highlights the musical artists and the photographers who not only helped shape hip-hop culture as we know it today, but also impacted politics, culture, and social movements around the world.
It's hard to believe, but hip-hop is now 40 years old. It's actually middle-aged, but it is still as vibrant as ever, and this exhibit captures that. For example, Salt and Peppa when they first started out, or how about Tupac or Snoop Dogg before they became legendary mega artists.
I refer to this as like the Mona Lisa of hip-hop. The photographer talks about how he wanted to portray Biggie as a king.
Notorious B.I.G., Cardi B, the one and only Beyonce, and Jay-Z. The exhibit, Contact High, A Visual History of Hip-Hop, takes us down memory lane in the vast and varied history of hip-hop, but it also includes its newest and greatest current artists.
You have like Kanye's first photo shoot, Wu-Tang's first cover shoot.
But Vicky Toback, curator of the exhibit Contact High and author of a book by the same name, makes it clear that this visual show is as much about the photographers who captured hip-hop history as it is about the artist who created its music.
A lot of times, the photographers weren't professionally trained per se, but they were part of the culture. And so when hip-hop started, in the Bronx in the 70s, they were right there. Hip-hop wasn't on the radio yet. You had to go to parks, roller rinks, local DJ spaces to even hear it. And it was just this, music of everyday people.
LA, by the way, has its own historic corner in the exhibit.
You can see in the photos this moment, right, where LA kind of comes into its own. It looked different. It had like the white tees, the Dickies, the car culture, the tattoo culture, the lowrider culture. Like that was very much an LA signature. Rest in peace, Nipsey.
Pictures like that of the late Nipsey Hussle capture that LA moment, and there are so many LA moments.
I love when you can see the neighborhoods and really the places that made LA hip-hop.
Altogether, more than 100 historic photos capturing iconic hip-hop artists. Not bad for a musical tradition few thought would last. But last it has, influencing many other types of music.
Hip-hop always just portrayed itself as being raw and real and speaking truth to power. People connect to that. Fast forward now to it being a dominant, global phenomenon.
The exhibit at the Annenberg Space for Photography stays open until August 18th of this year, and it's free. The South LA community got together to rededicate a beloved neighborhood park. From carnival games, dunk tank, face painting, and lucha libre wrestlers. It was fun for the entire family.
Let's give a big round of applause for South Park 2.0. Amen.
Today, we are unveiling a new and improved South Park.
I don't know if everybody realizes, but this year is 120 years this park has been in existence. Right. That is a long time. This is one of the first parks in the city of Los Angeles.
The LA Times call it the Monte Carlo of Los Angeles, minus the wicked jingle of the coin.
I live right here in the neighborhood, so I've been aware of this park since the late 50s.
Our parents used to bring us here when we were kids. I haven't seen it look this good in years.
Our generation isn't the generation that just holds things together. We're the generation that are going to create. We're going to rehabilitate. This will be one of the examples of what can happen when a community comes together with a vision.
My message to the community is these weren't dollars that Kern Price or Eric Garcetti had. These are your tax dollars, and because we're spending your tax dollars in your community, now it's your responsibility. Keep it clean, keep it safe, and use it. A park loves to be loved.
Investment is not just in the grounds and in the grass and in the trees. It's an investment in the people who live in this community.
Put your best foot forward. Every individual, put your best foot forward.
I'm just praying and hoping that the upkeep stay up and that we all come together as one to do whatever we need to do to benefit the neighborhood.
We must really love one another. We must love our communities and do everything we can to keep it safe and clean.
There was even more family fun at the city's Earth Day celebration as folks learned about conservation and even brought home some trees.
think in our home, for example, the importance of recycling, the importance of making sure we can conserve water to make sure that our planet could survive for generations to come.
Recycling the most basic of things, papers, cans, at home, that's something that everyone can do. Ensuring that nothing gets thrown on the street that will contaminate not just our water, but it'll blight our public spaces. We all want things to look clean and beautiful.
I conserve water and I reuse and recycle items. And to help the earth, I conserve water and take short showers.
I recycle whenever I can, conserve water.
Earth Day should actually be every day.
Councilmember Paul Koretz gets a special honor. A new Green Deal is announced by the mayor, and the city's first two-way bike lanes are coming to downtown LA. All this in City Beat. As Earth Day celebrations and education continue in Los Angeles, Councilmember Paul Koretz was honored for his 30-plus years of forward-thinking environmental policy and action. His contributions are almost too many to list, as Councilmember Mike Bonnet pointed out at a recent surprise ceremony in City Council.
Mr. Koretz, would you please come up and join us?
I really appreciate this. I don't know what to say. This means a lot to me. It's something I care so much about. Save our planet and save our species, save our wildlife, and keep LA and the rest of the world as it should be. So thank you so much.
Congratulations.
And along those lines, Mayor Eric Garcetti unveiled LA's Green New Deal, a plan designed to greatly expand Los Angeles' strong commitment to renewable energy, resulting in a cleaner, safer Los Angeles for decades to come. As use of bicycle transportation continues to grow, Councilmember Jose Huizar unveiled the city's first two-way bike lane in downtown LA. The improvement is designed in part to allow residents easier access to downtown's historic core. Los Feliz celebrates a brand new playground thanks to the Department of Rec and Parks and Councilmember David Rue.
All right, we're going to get started because I honestly do not want to take these 3-year-olds on. 3, 2, 1,
I really want to thank everyone for joining us today for the opening of this very new playground. This is what a park is supposed to be. An open space for all, and of course, especially for our young children. What do you think?
There was a call from the community in Los Feliz. They needed a playground, and this is like the newest and greatest addition to Griffith Park.
We're so happy to be celebrating this amazing event, this incredible playground, and we definitely look forward to welcoming more spaces like this in the Los Feliz community.
Playgrounds are the very first introduction of our kids to the parks. Our goal is when we get the kids coming into the park through the playground, then we're able to introduce them to the other really magical pieces of the park system. I always like the saying that we need more green time and less screen time.
This means so much to me because when I was growing up as a child, we lived in a 2-bedroom, 700 square foot apartment, and we had no front yard or backyard, and it was parks, it was public parks, in particular Griffith Park, where I came to play.
Get on the Do Good bus and do some good. A citywide open firehouse celebration kicks off, and get ready to move to the beat as Summer of Salsa returns. All this and things to do. If you've been wanting to get involved in your community but haven't been sure where to start, then just hop on the Do Good bus. You'll meet like-minded folks for a day of games, fun, and a volunteer opportunity at a mystery location. Try out the Do Good Bus on Saturday, May 11th from 8:15 a.m. The latest pack of do-gooders board the bus at Echo Park Lake on 751 Echo Park Avenue. For more details, check out their listing on eventbrite.com. You're invited to bring the entire family for the LAFD Fire Service Day 2019. A citywide open firehouse celebration. Get to know your local fire crews in this 2019 LAFD Fire Service Day, happening Saturday, May 11th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. To locate your nearest fire station, visit lafd.org/station/station-results. La Plaza de Cultura y Artes invites you to Summer of Salsa, a free concert series held at this historic open-air venue. Gracing the stage on May 10th will be Ricardo Lembo and Maquina Loca. Summer of Salsa featuring Ricardo Lembo and Maquina Loca takes place Friday, May 10th, beginning at 6 p.m. For more info, visit lapca.org. And that's a look at some things to do. That's it for this edition. I'm Yana Kay. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more of LA This Week.
Hi, I'm Kat Packer with the Department of Cannabis Regulation. I'm here to share with you a few basic rules regarding cannabis in the city of Los Angeles. Although California legalized cannabis in 2016, not every cannabis activity is lawful, and even when following the law, it's just as important to stay responsible. You must be at least 21 years old to legally consume adult-use cannabis. It is illegal to use, smoke, eat, or vape cannabis in public places. It is illegal to drive while impaired. All cannabis products must be stored in the trunk of a car and be inaccessible to drivers and passengers. If you're going to purchase cannabis in the city of Los Angeles, please do so from a licensed retail store. If you need help locating legal businesses, we provide a list and map of our locally authorized retail stores on our website. We also have a bunch of other great information on our website: health and safety information, information about commercial licensing, and how to file a complaint about cannabis-related activity. For more information about what's legal and how to stay responsible, please visit cannabis.lacity.org. And remember, stay responsible, LA.
Committee of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2019-2020. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the committee, joined by my colleague, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Blumenfield and Mr. Bonin are on their way into the meeting right now, or momentarily. And I think Mr. Price is as well. So I think we're going to have everybody here momentarily. In the meantime, I thought that I would, because we have quite a few members of the public signed up to speak, we will be taking public comment first in this meeting, and as we always do in the Budget and Finance Committee, each person will have 1 minute to speak. The public comment for this meeting, as it is a special committee meeting, will be limited to the subject of the special meeting, which is the 2019-2020 budget. So we won't be taking broad general comment on other issues. And Mr. Blumenfield is here. We have a quorum. So members, what we will do is at the conclusion of public comment, we'll take up consideration of your list of budget impact and special study reports back, and determine whether or not the definitions and descriptions contained in that list reflect what it was that we had intended. So we'll take that up right after public comment. So I'd ask that you have a look at it, you and your staffs now, so that we're ready to go then. Following public comment and approval of the report back list, we'll proceed with a presentation by the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates. We were scheduled to hear from our civilian labor partners following that, as we do every year. I know that the coalition has indicated that they will not be coming today because they're engaged in other things right now that they didn't want to come, so that's fine. I don't know whether we'll have other labor participation yet or not, so we'll determine that as we go. Following that, we'll be proceeding to our departments, beginning with the Department of Cultural Affairs, Emergency Management Department, Department of Animal Services, the Clerk's Office, DUN, El Pueblo, Convention and Tourism, and the Office of Public Accountability and Ratepayer Advocate. Then we'll bring up the CAO to talk about our list of special categories: GCP, Reserve Fund, Unappropriated Balance, MICLA, the CIEP, the TRAN, and Exhibit H of the budget. Following that, we'll be hearing from LACERS and Fire and Police Pensions, and so as you can see, we have a very full day. So with that, we'll begin with public comment. I'm going to call up a number of names, so I'd ask that you be ready to come on up and speak for your minute. We'll be starting with Paola Flores, followed by Diana Mendoza and Jeffrey Mausner, followed by Reverend Oliver Bowie and Catherine Lasky. Good morning.
Good morning, I'm Paola Flores. This is Gabriel. I'm the Environmental Education Coordinator for the Clean and Green program of the Los Angeles Conservation Corps. Clean and Green Corps members clean up city streets and support council offices with the direction of our partners at the mayor's office and in each of the city's 15 council districts. The LACC is very grateful for the 30 years of support we have received that helps us provide our Corps members with their first job and gives us the opportunity to introduce youth to public and community service as a viable career pathway. We want to acknowledge and thank you for heeding our call to add an additional crew of Corps members to the 3 that are already implemented as you closed out last year's budget development process. We have recently received funding to financially support that crew, and we look forward to putting youth on the field, cleaning streets, clearing alleys, and supporting public events throughout the city. We're proud to be a part of this administration's commitment to youth, specifically those whose path has taken them on a different route towards finishing high school. These youth need a financial and educational chance to ensure they're ready for their chosen field of work as well as the realities of the world. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. And just for the record, I want to note that we have all members present, and we've taken one public speaker, so we'll go on to the next. Let me call a few more names. Diana Mendoza, Jeffrey Mausner, Reverend Oliver Bowie, Catherine Lasky, and Judge David Wesley. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Diana Mendoza, and I run PETA's Let's Fix LA program. LA has a homeless animal crisis, and the only solution is spaying and neutering. Council passed a wonderful mandatory spay-neuter law in 2012, but since then it's largely been ignored. We need canvassers in the field enforcing this law, not only to issue tickets and citations, but to also give residents the information they need to comply with the law. We also encourage you to make a contribution to the Animal Sterilization Fund, again, which is a vital resource for low-income residents. Please also approve any requested animal control officer positions. The current shortage leaves animals to suffer and endangers public safety, like the afternoon that I was charged by an aggressive dog running at large in Echo Park, only to find out someone had called that morning about the same dog running in Echo Park Lake Park. But they didn't have enough animal control officers to respond until 11 p.m. that night, and unfortunately those are not isolated incidents. So please give Animal Services the resources it needs to provide much needed services to residents, keep animals safe, and help bring down the number of dogs and cats living on the streets and in shelters. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Jeffrey Mausner, Neighborhood Council Budget Advocate, Region 3. Two things regarding animal services. First, the Animal Services Department is requesting an additional $498,000 for the Animal Sterilization Fund over what is in the mayor's proposed budget. Failure to provide this amount will result in 4,790 less spay-neuters. What does that mean? It means tens of thousands of additional unwanted animals in the streets of Los Angeles and the city shelters over the next few years, many more animals killed in car accidents, and at the shelters, that will cost the city many times more than that amount. The city is going to lose shelter volunteers unless additional animal care technicians are funded. This is in the Budget Advocate's white paper, pages 26 to 29.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Lasky. I've been a volunteer at LA Animal Services for 2 years, and I'm speaking in reference to the 6 ACT positions, replacing them now that their positions have been designated as full-time volunteer liaisons as of last year. I was a volunteer before we had a designated volunteer liaison, and since then I have seen such a change. The experience without having a volunteer liaison is extremely desolate. You have no idea where to go. And since then, we have seen so much organization and a way for volunteers not only to have advocacy, but direct their attention in the corners of the shelter where they're needed most. We have an army of volunteers at our fingertips at these shelters if we only use them to our best ability. Without them, we lose volunteers. And the turnover rate, I can only imagine what it is. Please fund our volunteer liaisons and the ACTs that need to replace them. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am retired Judge David Wesley. I want to thank you for giving me a moment to speak with you this morning. In 1992, the Los Angeles juvenile facilities in Los Angeles delinquency were filled to capacity, and we were looking for ways to keep minors out of the system. We called that diversion and early intervention program Teen Court. I am the director of Los Angeles Teen Court in 43 high schools. I've been doing that for 26 years. Minors diverted out of the system are judged and sentenced by a jury of their peers. Our recidivism rate is less than any other program at 8%. About 12 years later, even as we saw a decline in juvenile arrests, we began to see a startling increase in hate crimes and bullying on our high school campuses and in our communities. This was the impetus to start another program called SHADE, Stop Hate and Delinquency by Empowering Students, a partnership with the Museum of Tolerance. Our partnership has enabled us to educate many of our teen court jurors about the value of tolerance and active, not passive, involvement in the community. After 5 days of training, those minors hear hate crimes. We couldn't be more timely. Just in January 31st, there was an article in the Times that hate crimes in Los Angeles are at a 10-year high.
Thank you, Judge.
I thank you for letting me speak with you. I want to introduce Yanady and Roxy from the program. They have a few words to say about what Pesa is doing in this program.
Good morning. My name is Yanedi Barrios, and I am the case coordinator for Pesa. As part of my duties, I coordinate our City of Angels presentations at schools throughout the city of Los Angeles. The City of Angels presentation is designed to teach our youth to be tolerant of others different than themselves. Utilizing a PowerPoint presentation, we interactively present a book that emphasizes the theme, "We are all different, but the same." Throughout the story, 11 youth from different parts of LA describe how they are bullied. From Andrew, who has 2 dads, and Alexandra, who is asked if her parents sell flowers on the corner, to Aisha, who is portrayed as scary because of her headscarf, and Josh, who is made fun of for not having a permanent home. These youth are able to overcome their differences due to their shared love of soccer and forming a unified team. The presentation is followed by an open discussion about bullying. How does one define bullying? How did the story make you feel? How did you relate to any of these characters? Have you witnessed a similar situation? What do you think should be done to prevent these situations from occurring? Although studies have shown that only 28% of K-12 students have been bullied, we can all attest to the contrary. Perhaps this low number relates back to how we define bullying and if victims feel comfortable enough to report incidents.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Roxanne Deacon. I'm the Director of Youth Services for Pesa. Myself, along with other Pesa representatives, assist teen court student participants in first learning about genocidal events. Oftentimes, they're ones that they're not familiar with, and then presenting it to an audience of their peers or community members. From the Armenian, Cambodian, and Guatemalan genocide to the Holocaust, our activities actively engage in critical expression afterwards. For example, what comes to mind when you think of ethnic cleansing? Draw that out. What about when we talk about the word survivor? When students throughout the city of LA we surveyed, 93% of them affirmed that because of this event they learned more about genocide, and over 90% of them felt that programs like this benefit the community. Our annual report, which we'll make available to you, will further demonstrate the success of both these programs that Unity and I discussed, and we would appreciate your support, and thank you in advance for your time.
All right, thank you. I'm going to call up a few more names. And by the way, this microphone at the podium is adjustable. So when you speak, if you could adjust it so that it's in front of your mouth, it's not the best microphone in the world. It has some popping and some other things. So if it's pointed right at your mouth, you get better response from it. Okay, I'd like to call up Mindy Garland, Trina Traylor, Jeremiah Gordon, Rob Kwan, Charla, Charla, no last name. We'll start with those. Oh, and then Eric Previn. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mindy Garland, and I'm representing the Los Angeles Black Worker Center. We are here to urge the Budget and Finance Committee to allocate additional funding for the Civil and Human Rights Ordinance. The CEO office reported that $3 million is the amount needed to establish this commission, and we know that this budget allocation matches the scale of the problem. Discrimination remains a persistent problem. Although Black people make up less than 10% of the population in LA, 50% of Black people here are unemployed or underemployed. Black people are less likely to get callbacks compared to their white counterparts. Black people are underrepresented in professional jobs and have lower rates in manager and supervisory positions. In order for us to make Los Angeles a sanctuary city for all, we must tackle discrimination by allocating additional funds to establish the Civil and Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Trina Traylor, and I represent the Los Angeles Black Worker Center. We urge the Budget and Finance Committee to allocate additional funding for the Civil and Human Rights Commission. Los Angeles is the most diverse city, and this ordinance will cover a range of discrimination protection. We support the $3 million budget because this budget will cover 25 positions, including commissioners, investigators, and city attorneys. The budget includes funding for community outreach and education to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jeremiah Gordon, and I'm representing the Los Angeles Black Worker Center. We urge the Budget and Finance Committee to allocate additional funding for the Civil and Human Rights Commission. Allocating a $3 million budget is an investment that matches the scale of the problem. Discrimination remains a persistent problem. Black people are less likely to get called in for interviews, less likely to receive callbacks compared to their white counterparts. Latin American immigrants and Caribbean immigrants earn lower hourly wages rates than non-immigrants. Black workers with a high school or less education experience unemployment at almost double the rate as white workers at the same education rate. Black workers are underrepresented in professional jobs and have lower rates in manager and supervisor positions. Again, I urge you to allocate additional funding for the Civil and Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Everything we do here today is futile unless we have an honest conversation about LAPD, LA Fire Department pensions and end the drop retirement program. This program was designed to sunset, and despite claims of waste and fraud, City Council extended the program. Voters were told this would be cost neutral, but every study indicates that it is not and has never been cost neutral. That's voodoo economics. This program pays for itself, just like the Bush and Trump tax cuts all paid for themselves. We've paid out over $1.7 billion in extra pension payments since 2002. City Hall ignored the problem until the LA Times blew the whistle. We deserve to see the CAO's 2016 memo warning about this. Drop is built on a lie. Officers checking into it do not have real intentions of retiring. Look at LAPD Chief Moore. He entered Drop 6 years ago, collected $1.27 million from Drop before returning to serve as chief, and now he's looking at up to 9 more years as chief. Drop makes it impossible for us to truly account for our pension liabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Charlotte Fales. I work for LA Animal Services. I have worked for LA Animal Services since 1998 and a volunteer liaison off and on since 2005. Off and on is because sometimes we do not have staffing. A few years ago, we ran out of staffing, and I had to be put back into the shelter. The thing about this is that before I was put back into the shelter, I was running a crew of 177 volunteers. That's people to do laundry, clean cages, and etc. And when I was put back into the kennel, that number went down to 51 volunteers. So you can do the math on how important we really are. And the live safe people, who's going to write all of those things trying to get us to no kill? We really need both of us covered, and it is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Previn, 1 second. I want to call a few more names. I'd like to call up Wendy Butts, Cynthia Anderson Barker, Lydia Ponce, Carolina Goodman, and Laura Muraida. Good morning.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and Anderson Barker's an attorney, so maybe she could answer why I appear tiny, the size of hashtag Blumenfield's nose, but the rest of the public appear.
That has nothing to do with the budget.
The budget is, what is the cost to have the public appear reasonable? And also, could we also get paper meeting agendas? I know Mr. Choi and Holly Wolcott have decided.
Sorry, you've got to stay on topic.
What is
this
the
is
cost?
not your time to talk about how we run the meetings. This is your time to talk about the budget.
Wow,
stay on
that is
topic
really
or you're
inappropriate.
done.
There's 60 seconds on this thing. I ask about what is the cost to provide paper meeting agendas, which you have not been doing. That was the prior practice. So I think that's totally reasonable. I also think that the budget advocates have a great idea about a city manager, but it should come from within the mayor's enormous staff. A leader who is charged with accountability, who will allow the constant finger pointing between departments and staff and council, who then peek in to see if their little thing has been taken care of, but then the thing that rolls over year never gets handled in these things. I'm at Eric Previn, ERICPREVEN, at Twitter.
That's not,
so
has
you can
nothing
follow
to do with
along.
the budget.
And sir, closed session meetings should be in compliance with
Thank
the
you.
Brown
That
Act.
has nothing to do with the budget. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Previn. Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and I apologize. I'm Reverend Oliver E. Bowie from Holman United Methodist Church, and I'm here as I have great concerns about the budget. As I continue to see, you continue to invest in the Los Angeles Police Department. Now, I'm pro-police and pro-safety, but I believe that we need to rethink how we invest our money or where we invest our money. As an African-American male, let me tell you, I don't feel any more safe here, although you continue to throw money at LAPD. How about those individuals who are returning back home? Are we looking at how we can invest in rehabilitating them, providing jobs, providing a way that they become productive citizens? Also, I'm concerned about the urban oil drilling, how we need to invest in how can we do a better job in that area as Stand LA as we continue to fight for environmental justice. I've walked by a homeless gentleman that's right across the street here at City Hall. Are we really engaging those individuals who are greatly impacted by these decisions in this budget? And how can we do a better job of engaging everyone to be a part of this process? I hope that we rethink what we're doing and that we look truly to build a better LA.
Thank you, Reverend. Thank you. All right. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Wendy Butts, CEO of the LA Conservation Corps. I'm here with Corps member, Clean and Green Corps member Vanessa. Our partnership with the City of LA through our Clean and Green program is one of the shining achievements of our third of a century history. Thank you for understanding the financial challenges of continuing to provide this valuable public service to the city's youth and constituents throughout LA, and for finding the additional $250,000 to support a total of 4 crews of Corps members to deliver the services that City of LA residents need to thrive here. We are grateful that our funding has been normalized in the city's annual budget and are requesting that the $250,000 that was added at the end of last year's budget cycle be added to the original $751,000 for a normalized total of $1 million in the fiscal year 1920 budget and beyond. We are eager to meet the many requests that come to us from city council offices with 4 crews instead of 3, and are sure that this additional investment will ensure faster response time to requests and an overall higher level of service delivery moving forward. Thank you for believing in the Corps and our Corps members.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Good morning.
Good morning, Lydia Ponce, Venice, American Indian Movement. I stand before you this morning to have you remember that in 2007, our national security threat was climate change, and now that we're at climate crisis, instead of putting more money into funding cops and sheriffs, we need to actually talk about the civil unrest that's going to happen in our city and our communities when there is a shortage of food and water. The CEMD calls for neighbor to neighbor, block by block, taking care of each other and being better relatives. It really doesn't say that, but I'm going to try to get that in there. And it does call for indigenous representation. Instead of putting more money in the authorities with badges and guns, let's talk about the real shortage that's about to happen: water and food for everyone. The CEMD allows for these real conversations when frontline communities offer that truth, their lives, the nosebleeds, the cancer, all the challenges within getting children to school every day with these medical things that happened, not to other well-funded nonprofit organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Cynthia Anderson-Barker. I'm an attorney with the National Lawyers Guild. I mean, we're here to talk about budget needs. You've heard from the community. I think the council has a duty to look at the LAPD drop program. There have been over $1.7 billion in extra pension payments since 2002. Every other major city has dropped the drop program. We could take money from those programs and fund the community needs, like the LA Justice Fund, which serves the immigrant community that had no money allocated in the current budget. So the Police Protective League and the union have spent $6 million influencing our elected officials in this current cycle. We need to stop answering to the league and answer to the community. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd like to call up a few more speakers. Carolina Goodman, Laura Muraida, Eric Roman, Mateo Nagasi, Ethan Sensor, and Dan G. Good morning.
Good morning. Carolina Goodman with the League of Women Voters. The DROP program is a misuse of public funds and must be eliminated. It was a way to retain veteran police officers. However, there's never been a problem with retaining firefighters, and LAFD never should have been included in this program. Nearly half of the officers in the program subsequently took injury leaves, averaging about 10 months, but hundreds took more than a year, not exactly maintaining the stability and continuity that the DROP program was meant to provide, and no workers' comp fraud was found. San Diego and San Francisco abandoned this program, and it's time that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Laura Murayda. I'm with SCOPE, a community-based organization in South LA, and we're also part of the LEAP LA Coalition. And so I'm here today to urge the Budget and Finance Committee to fully fund the new Office of Climate Emergency Mobilization, beginning with community-wide assemblies, because this is critical in ensuring that frontline communities and those on the front lines of also our climate crisis, but also our crisis of economic inequality, are informing our climate solutions. We appreciate the leadership of the Energy, Climate Change, and Environmental Justice Committee, several committee members who are here today, and we're encouraged to see funding in the mayor's proposed budget as well as in the Green New Deal. However, we want to stress that this is really just a starting place for the funding that's needed to take on the climate crisis, and that we really need to see funding for community assemblies starting. And we hope that the $700,000 that has been allocated is a starting place for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. Eric Roman, representing Physicians for Social Responsibility and the LEAP LA Coalition. Picking up where my colleague left off. Yeah, we're encouraged by what's already in the budget for the establishment of the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office and for community assemblies. And we want to strongly encourage the city, given the severity of the crisis and given the importance of investment now to avoid extremely costly calamities later, to also establish a climate emergency mobilization and just transition fund. Our vision is that the city's implementation of the climate emergency mobilization work should be informed by frontline communities. And as my colleague mentioned, we're encouraging community assemblies to draw from communities what are priority projects. And we want to establish a fund now that can then fund those projects. So when we go out to communities, we can say, we want to know what you think needs to be done, and we can deliver with funding that's already available. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Mateo. I'm a resident of downtown, and I would just want to call on the entire city council to drop the drop program or resign. We really do not need to be paying police officers and the fire department. The fire department has way more applicants than they could ever fill the positions. They do not need to be getting free tax dollars of money. Okay, and police as well. It's been ramped with corruption. You're making civil servants. You're turning civil servants into millionaires. This money can be used to combat homelessness, to provide housing. So I urge you to either drop the program or resign. The mayor is giving this money away. The chief stole $1.27 million that he should have forfeited. But with the mayor and the city council finagled the program so that the mayor can walk away. The chief can walk away a millionaire. So again, drop the drop program, all of you, or resign.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm going to call up a few more speakers. Ethan Sensor, Dan G., Hector Hueso, Nashsi Utovek, Adam Smith, and Arnold Sachs, please. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. My name is Ethan. I'm with the Sunrise Movement. Let's talk about what a Green New Deal, a true Green New Deal, means, what an unprecedented climate mobilization would look like. World War II was a real mobilization. Between 1939 and 1945, the federal budget increased from just under $9 billion to over $95 billion. That's a real mobilization. The fact is, we can talk and talk about how our city is setting goals for reducing our carbon emissions. We can pay lip service to environmental justice and a just transition in speech after speech. But unless we start backing up our words with a budget that actually allows a real mobilization to occur, we will get nothing done. We have 11 years, and every year we are wasting away our carbon budget. Every delay will cost my generation far more than anything we're spending now. I'm asking for additional funding to be added for the CEMD. It's far from what we actually need for a mobilization, but it's a start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members.
Good morning.
Daniel Gus. Several years ago, Mr. Wesson asked me to provide a detailed report on all the places that Animal Services is not getting revenue, millions of dollars of revenue. And it was provided to Mr. Galperin, who instead of auditing what Mr. Wesson asked me to show, audited everything except the report. This report addresses where there are intact unlicensed animals, meaning big revenue and big expenses. Revenue you're not getting, expenses you are getting. It talks about how when Mr. Wesson had to pay late fees on his dog licenses, Mr. Englander was not charged late fees on his. Since when are fees optional? Moreover, you're underwriting Best Friends, which makes more than $50 million a year. Well, where is the money that they collect on block licenses given to the city? Where is Best Friends writing the big check to the city each year? It's not that Animal Services doesn't need the money. It's that they are not squeezing the revenue that I have shown you where it's able to get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, before you begin, I'm sorry. Hold this time. I just want to call up the rest of the names, please. You're Mr. Wesso?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So following Mr. Wesso will be Nashsi Utovek. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced that. Adam Smith, Arnold Sachs, Laura Gracia, and Roman Young. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you. My name is Hector Wesso with Jobs to Move America. We're a national organization that advocates for good jobs policies with municipalities, transit agencies, and bus and train manufacturers. Today we're standing with our longtime coalition allies, the LA Black Workers Center, regarding the proposed funding levels for the Commission on Civil and Human Rights. San Francisco, a city with a workforce a quarter of the size of Los Angeles, funds its Civil and Human Rights Commission at nearly 5 times the amount of what Los Angeles is proposing. We encourage this committee to please increase the funding for LA's Commission on Civil and Human Rights, and instead of looking for ways to fund criminalization and incarceration, we encourage that the budget adequately resource this commission and some of the climate solutions that others have proposed today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Adam Smith. I'm an organizer with White People for Black Lives. And I think in general, I brought it up last week that, we just keep giving too much money to the Los Angeles Police Department. I know a lot of council members consider themselves being pro-police, but I think it's worth noting that being pro-police isn't synonymous with being necessarily pro-community safety. And to continue programs like DROP that sucks money, council members should be prioritizing for programs that work toward the true community safety. We see how the DROP program is continually used to steal money from our city by problematic officers. In January, then commander of the Force Investigation Unit, Jeff Nolte, totaled his LAPD car, walked away from the scene of his accident, right to his house where he started collecting drop money. This has to stop, and you all have the power to stop it.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Udovac, and I'm a volunteer at the San Pedro Harbor Shelter. So we made a big trek up here from the harbor. I'm concerned about the funding for the shelter liaisons at the city shelters because being a volunteer myself, I know how important it is because the liaisons work with the public, they work with the school children, they do so much for the animals. The staff is already overworked and short-staffed, so without the liaisons, the shelters would be in a lot of trouble. So that is what I'm stating, and I believe highly in funding for the volunteer liaisons. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I apologize, there was a little typo on my list. Sorry about mangling your name. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about the Climate Emergency Mobilization Department and how it requires accountability that prioritizes frontline communities of color and those most impacted by environmental racism. This can be addressed through a commission, the Climate Emergency Mobilization Commission, that's upheld by frontline communities, indigenous folks, and other folks that we've talked about in previous meetings. We need to ensure that the climate solutions are not false, but they allow for a just transition that uplift the frontline communities that are most impacted by pollution and climate impacts. And echoing many of our colleagues here, that funding can come from the funding for the commission can come by dropping the drop program. It's costly and unnecessary, and that can be funneled to frontline communities that require leadership and representation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, are you Laura?
I am Laura.
Okay,
Gracias.
thank
you.
Okay, so my last two speakers are Arnold, Sachs, and Roman Young. Good morning. Doesn't matter. You're there. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Roman Young. I'm a business owner here in Los Angeles, and I'm here on behalf of the West LA shelter. I'm a volunteer at the shelter and have witnessed firsthand how important it is to have a volunteer liaison. I've seen how much work there is in the shelters and how overworked they are, and how much volunteers like me need to be there as a support system for them. So I'm here to advocate for additional funding for 6 ACT people in the shelters and to keep the volunteer liaison positions, in addition to additional funding for spaying and neutering. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, I have had one more speaker sign up, and then that'll be it for public comment. So we have Arnold, Sachs, and then Annabelle. Right
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. Good morning, Arnold Ross Sachs. It's too bad that I guess nobody really was listening to the meeting on Thursday when you had the 37-year employee who retired. Imagine 37 years of budget hearings. So let's just look at the last 7 or 10 years, and you can look around the city and see how well off the city is doing. There is low-income housing sprouting on every sidewalk in the city of LA. Who says there's no money for low-income housing? Walk around and look. And we're looking for a spending plan on that marijuana excise tax. Have you come up with that? People are talking about more money, more money. Where are the brains behind spending that money that's going to pour in like a downpour? Street vending is legal, you know? So what do you do about a brick and mortar shop? Anything can be addressed, even mail. It all depends on who opens the letters. And Mr. Kokorian, I was standing. You should have stood.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've had somebody else sign up, but that's going to be it after Annabelle and Cindy Savitt. That will be the conclusion of public comment. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Annabelle. I'm a volunteer at Harbor Shelter. The small expenditure on one liaison per shelter would be a huge benefit to volunteers, staff, and the dogs. One obvious reason is free labor. During staff shortages, volunteers help staff tremendously. Also, volunteers are a critical part of the shelter environment because they provide exercise and stimulation while dogs wait to be adopted. Before dogs were euthanized quicker, but now dogs can spend months and even a year or longer at a shelter. More behavioral problems are developing as a result of longer confinement. A liaison is needed to train volunteers. It's critical for volunteers to learn safe dog handling so injuries are avoided. Also, volunteers know the dogs and can help adopters in finding a dog, increasing adoptions. Without a volunteer liaison, recruitment was low and there was no direction or program. With a volunteer liaison, I have noticed more structure, a huge increase in volunteers, and as a result, the dogs are taken out of their kennels on a regular basis. This will definitely increase adoptions. As a result, increase at each shelter then we can move forward with other projects to increase adoptions, PACWAS, community awareness, outreach, networking, and exploring ideas to improve adoptions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Cindy Savitt. I'm a volunteer at Harbor Animal Shelter, and I'm speaking in favor of funding
Can you
for
pull the microphone down, please?
Oh, excuse
And can you start your time over? Thank you.
Start over? Okay, my name's Cindy Savitt. I'm a volunteer at Harbor Animal Shelter. I'm speaking in favor of funding for the volunteer liaisons. Since the city implemented the no-kill policy, the dogs have been staying longer and longer with attendant behavioral issues, and so it's imperative that we have volunteers that are properly trained and are supervised by a qualified staff person. Since we got our volunteer liaison last year, there's been a huge improvement in the quality of training, supervision, communication, and just it's much, much safer for the volunteers and the dogs. This is a quality of life issue for the dogs in the city's care, and it's also a huge safety issue for the volunteers who are the ones actually taking the dogs out every day for exercise and socialization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for coming down and participating in today's hearing. Appreciate your involvement. Members, that brings us next to the approval of the memo relating to reports back. So you have it, each of you has it before you. Are there any comments, additions, changes? Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, just one, I guess, clarification. Item number 506.
And again, which department? Since
I'm sorry, this is Department of Planning. And it reads, report on funding positions for South Valley case processing and major projects to address the backlog, including the Warner Center projects. I just wanted to clarify, it's not just about the two requested positions to resolve all of this different casework. It was also about the option of potentially a Warner Center specific caseworker that could be funded out of the Warner Center specific plan, which would be a separate option than the other ones which are funded out of the overall case management. So just to make sure it includes the option of a Warner Center specific position.
And since I joined in that, just to further clarify, that it includes that specific position, but it is also a broad, encompassing report to deal with the entire South Valley.
For the whole South Valley, of which the department requested some positions for the whole South Valley. We definitely want to report back on that. But Warner Center not just included in that, but also as potentially a separate one because it has separate funding.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple changes under information technology. Budget impact 599, specifically discuss efforts to digitize personnel records, as well as all other specific programs that could be positively impacted. And under number 603, special study, that should be a budget impact study.
I'm sorry, which one was that? The second one?
603, just changing special study to a budget impact.
Okay. Yes, great. Mr. Press, you're good? Okay. Mr. Bonin?
I'm okay.
Okay. So with those recommended changes, if there's no other comments, if there's no objection, and I see none, so the list as amended will be approved. Thank you, members. That brings us next to the presentation by the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates. So I'd like to ask the budget advocates to come on forward to the front table. And for those in the audience who are watching at home, the city's neighborhood councils are elected boards of stakeholders in neighborhoods, from neighborhoods throughout the city. And those neighborhood councils select budget advocates who spend a great deal of time throughout the year reviewing the budget, interviewing key personnel in the city and meeting with them, and assessing departmental budgets as well. And every year, since I've been budget chair, the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates have come before us to present a report, and they also produce a thorough white paper that summarizes those that degree of work that they've done throughout the year. So with that, I want to welcome all of you and thank you for the work that you've done.
Thank you very much for your kind words. I'm Liz Amsden. I'm the co-chair, one of the co-chairs of the Budget Advocates. Jay Handel, the other co-chair, got stuck in an airport this morning. I think he's on his way, but haven't seen him yet. I will start by speaking what he was wanting to talk about, is that the Budget Advocates are about the city's budget, but also about the services the city's budget provides its stakeholders and whose interests we were elected, like you, to represent. Because we are from the neighborhood councils, we may get a little more face time with the individuals, and that's what we are tasked to bring to the table. We take this task seriously. We are committed. We do this work in service to our fellow Angelenos to provide a benefit to them and to the city. We work hard, hours and hours, not paid. We are all volunteers with jobs and other commitments. Interviewing departments, as you've said, writing reports, attending meetings, meeting with the mayor, and coming here today. For this, we appreciate your time and willingness to listen, and we request that, as in the past, you and the CAO and CLA take serious consideration of our suggestions. And because no one spoke to it this morning, please consider using your authority to increase the emphasis on emergency services and fund a stronger, more strategic approach, as requested in the white paper and various CIS in recent years. Based on the fires and stuff and the potential civil unrest that was mentioned this morning, this is really important. We have Jack Humphreyville to talk about the structural deficit. Jamie will talk about the redlining paper that she wrote. KJ will talk about the white paper and the reports. And I'll go over to Jack now.
Thank you.
Good morning. Do you happen to have the handout that I gave you?
This?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Each of us has it.
Just want to make sure you're well informed. Mr. Koretz, I would like to thank you very much. While we don't agree necessarily on that much, but I think SB 50 and the 4 a.m. deal, thumbs up. Thank you very much. I'd like to talk a little bit about the structural deficit. Since Eric Garcetti became mayor, revenues of the city are up by about $2 billion, or 44%. And yet, from my perspective, we're still running a significant structural deficit when you really do full accounting. This last year, revenues were up $340 million, 5.5%. That compared to about $100 million that were in the previous four-year outlook. This year, the four-year outlook has a positive budget gap or a surplus for the next 4 years totaling $92 million. And that's something that's very nice. However, when you start looking into the raises that are not included in this, whether it's for the civilian raises starting in 2022, I think that takes into account the $80 million or so in the compensation adjustments that were in the we're in the CAO's book. I think that's about a 2% raise. We haven't seen anything on that yet, but that's just back of the envelope types of numbers. So it includes civilian raises of about $40 million starting for the year 2022. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure where the police raises are. There were some that were mentioned in the compensation adjustments, but I assume that there'd be raises for the following 3 years. Not this year, but for the following years, and then also firefighter raises. Overall, the total raises are going to be about $630 million, tapping out at about $270 million in 2024. And as a result of that, of all these various unaccounted for raises, we're going to be talking about a string of budget deficits that over the next 4 years are going to be over $500 million, including $221 million whole in 2024. In addition to which, I think the city is also underfunding a number of key initiatives that it needs to be focusing on. One is the infrastructure, and if you look at Mr. Engelner's and Mr. Buscaino's report on street services, I think the number was $250 million a year. If you that doesn't include monies for sidewalks or parks or street lighting or our urban forest. The reserves. I know our reserves are in much better shape, but if you read the CAO's memo back in 2013, he recommended 15%. The Government Officers Finance Association recommends 10%, and that used to be in the CAO's report until it was removed this year. If it's 10%, that means we need to, in order to get it up to the proper levels of $725 million in 2024, that's about $50 million a year that you ought to be stuffing away into the actual reserves. And finally, we have pensions. And the pensions are based on a faulty assumption of you're going to make 7.25%. People like Warren Buffett, Wilshire Associates, Cambridge Associates think 6% is a pretty decent number. And if you look at the actuarial reports, they give us a shortfall of $15 billion at 6.25% for the city's two pension funds. To make up for that difference between $15 billion and the stated number of $9 billion would cost at least $500 million a year. And as a result, we're looking at deficits in structural deficits of about $1 billion a year over the next 4 years on an average. And we aren't funding these today, but they're going to have to be funded by our children. These pensions are going to have to be paid. These streets are going to have to be fixed. The raises are going to have to be done. And I think it's incumbent upon the Budget Committee to start addressing this structural deficit in a meaningful manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
So I know that some of you may, actually all of you should have received the paper that I wrote for the Budget Advocates entitled The Legacy of Redlining in Los Angeles, Disinvestment, Injustice, and Inefficiency, Finding a Path Forward in 2019 and Beyond. If you're in the audience, you can also find it on our website at ncbala.com and read it on your own time. I know that not all of the stakeholders in Los Angeles might have seen it yet. But just to summarize why this sort of came into existence and why we need it. Why we needed to write this. I've already noticed that some council files have passed that sort of addressed some of the issues that are discussed in this, including 190416, 180311, and also the one on April 30th that I think was posted on Councilmember Bonin's social media about the special fee on development. So I'd like to start off thanking you for voting on those items. But the Budget Advocates decided that we wanted to take a look at some of the systemic issues that LA is facing that dominate the conversation about who can be in Los Angeles, affordable housing, homelessness, and various other systemic issues that we're facing. And we wanted to simplify a constructive discussion on redlining and how that's affected us long term. Millennials are the largest, most diverse, most educated generation in American history, but they're also being unjustly affected by some of these crises that are facing Los Angeles, including the student loan crisis, again going back to affordable housing, low wages, weak job markets. And we also wanted to bring attention to the creation of opportunity zones and try and highlight ways that perhaps City Council, that you all can bring that to the forefront so that the public is aware that this is what's happening, and perhaps coordinate town halls with congressional representatives and try and create and build awareness about this just so that people are informed. The student loan crisis specifically is something that we're not talking about when it comes to displacement. A lot of students, so nationwide the average payment is $280 a month for student loans, and that's going to be a lot higher for various different people who have much higher loans. In the paper I discuss about how structural racism has an effect on how much student loan debt people have, on the student loan delinquency, how weak job markets also affect how much people have in student loans and whether they're able to pay those loans off. And what we're not talking about is that displacement is also caused by the next generation not being able to move back into the neighborhoods where they grew up. It's also caused by the fact that academic salaries, for example, if you go and get higher education, PhD, if you get a law degree, in some cases, actually the NIH guidelines for the first few years of a PhD program for your salary as a postdoc will actually qualify you for HUD in most major cities. And that's actually going to really affect the pipeline of people who can represent us in the field of research. So, for example, if you want research on health outcomes for Black, Latino, and Arab American communities, if you don't have people who can take out that kind of student loan debt, pay it off, and go in to do that research, that data is not going to exist, and you're not going to be able to help people enough. And those people are also going to end up in a cycle of debt that keeps them down, and again, causes them not to be able to go back into their neighborhoods, causes them not to be able to afford housing. And it's going to affect us really significantly in ways that we might not even realize down the road. I also want to touch on some of the topics that have been brought up by folks in public comment. They're also touched upon here, especially with regards to the DROP program and other the excess benefit plans. I know that in the paper I discussed just a few ways that we can repair some of the inefficiencies that are caused by those and place the funding in other places. For example, we could create innovative programs to help people who have salaries that qualify them for HUD in a city job in positions that are struggling to recruit people and retain employees, and eventually provide assistance through, for example, a program that would give people a $280 a month payment or salary credit to be able to pay their student loan payments that every month. And that could potentially help people who are in a city job that doesn't allow them to have a living wage to be able to make ends meet. Some of the other things I discussed in this paper include environmental justice and how we can start rectifying some of the situations that have caused the immense amounts of traffic pollution that are proven to actually affect academic outcomes in the neighborhoods that have the highest traffic pollution. So I invite you to read the paper if you have not already, and again in the public if you have not, please visit our website to do that. But I hope that it provides information that will help. ncbala.com.
Thank you.
All right, I guess it's my turn. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm KJ Clark, and I'm a budget rep with the City of Los Angeles, and I am a budget advocate with the City of Los Angeles and a budget rep for Empowerment Council West. So I just wanted to say that. I'm kind of just going to wrap up where we started. Budget advocates are responsible to encourage policies and services that benefit the people in the neighborhoods of Los Angeles. We're not entrenched in departmental fiefdoms. Our mandate is to recommend areas where improvements are needed. We are specifically concerned about cuts that were made during the 2008 economic meltdown in personnel, in the ITA and other departments, which continue to cause bottlenecks for still other departments' functionality and their efficient provision of services. This must be addressed and corrected for the health and future of the City of Los Angeles. The City of Los Angeles hiring time is about 230 some odd days, where compared to like a San Francisco, I think they're at about 45 days. So that's like a huge gap in terms of hiring. The budget advocates, we as budget advocates have the power to recommend, but not to implement. And as you pursue the reports in the white paper and the supplementary reports like Jamie's paper, try to see the elements that are honest, requests to truly improve services in the communities that make up our city, and what concerns and transcends departments. I picked up just about 5 or 6 things that I found in terms of where we made recommendations that seem to recur through multiple departments of the city. And those things obviously start with hiring staffing for departmental efficiencies, analysis of key performance indicators by department, risk management, particularly with regard to city liability, internal audits of costs, IT systems. There's a whole thing with that, but IT systems and transparency and neighborhood council interfacing. That becomes a significant part to ensure that the stakeholders, residents, business owners all feel like they're being heard at the city level. We asked the question what problems would best be addressed by a city manager, a non-political hire with the required experience to manage a big city, oversee departments, including sweeping out the siloization that impedes their effective operation, coordinating long-term solutions to current problems, and proactively ensure decisions are made to best serve the city's needs. A city manager would provide departments, stakeholders, creditors, and financial markets with the assurance that the city would continue to run smoothly in the event of investigations for possible ethical and or fiduciary violations by our elected officials and staff. These are obligations that the city administrative officer cannot do. for which the controller, as an elected official, should not be responsible for, and it's our belief that a city manager would be hired to make decisions based on the long-term well-being of the city and not to promote re-election, enhance numbers for political ends, or serve short-term goals. And it's our recommendation as budget advocates that that's the greatest need of the city of Los Angeles, and we ask you to consider filling such a position. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
KJ. The city obviously needs to spend money now, and that will save money later. And your dilemma has always been to reconcile revenue with the demands of multiple departments and other interest groups. As Jack has said, the city must underwrite its own infrastructure for the present as well as the future and for the Olympics. Infrastructure investment will generate good jobs for Angelenos, and the trickle-down effect should drive the economy more effectively than some ways the city has used to attract manufacturing and other businesses in the past, such as tax concessions and code waivers. Stakeholders deserve better than what they've lived with since 2008. And that's not just services, it's about social and economic justice, ensuring that the children of South Central and Boyle Heights can breathe clean air and have the opportunities that kids in other communities have. The mayor's new sustainability initiatives are improvement on his initial plan, but still needs to accelerate the transitioning from oil dependency to local resilience for the good of the city and the world. We need to make sure what we what we need to do is focus on transitioning from exporting raw materials and importing finished goods to making stuff here. We need to reiterate, we must move away from shipping goods back and forth across the Pacific and flying food and knickknacks from Europe and South America to reduce our carbon footprint. Some of this will cost money, a lot of money. A budget should be a guideline for, as the mayor puts it, the art of the possible, a map for the changes needed for Los Angeles to thrive in the 21st century. We need efficiencies. We need to invest in a workable public transit system so it'll be easier to take train, bus, and metro than a car. Making it cost more when the routes are not available for the times people need them unfairly punishes the working poor. We need a leaner, meaner structure, and we need income flows that do not unfairly penalize the poorest members of society. The ideas in our revenue paper, which I hope you've all read, all 45 of them, are just a start, and some of them may not be appropriate under consideration. But from any meaningful debate, innovative solutions are sure to arise, and so we strongly recommend the city put together a committee with the broadest possible base to get the widest array of ideas and the greatest variety of perspectives. And now we would like to entertain any questions you guys might have.
Thank you very much. And let me say first how much of what you said I completely agree with, and particularly the discussions about the underfunding of some of our support departments, personnel and ITA. I don't know if you were listening when they came up, but it was, I think, obvious to everyone on this panel that this is a priority need because it affects so many other areas as well. It's not just those departments, it's all the departments that they serve. And so we did ask for reports back as to each of them about restoring them fully to pre-recession levels and what that would take. It's going to take a lot. And I think you're correct that one of the big challenges we have, I mean, for example, Jack has frequently recommended, and many have recommended, more investments in infrastructure. Completely agree with that. But at the same time, when you have longer-term deficit challenges that arise out of longer-term obligations, saving and building a reserve is important as well. And so this is a constant balancing act that we have to face. But at some point, particularly with the support departments, we need to get about the business of rebuilding them to where they were, at least. And this seems to me like the time to begin that process. All of you touched on really substantive issues, and more than I think we can fully respond to right now. But I do want to ask that the papers that have been submitted, the white paper, the redlining recommendations, the revenue recommendations, be considered with reports back. Some of these are obviously longer-term issues that are not necessarily budget impact issues for this budget, but more structural issues and even policy issues that don't direct. So I would ask that we get a report back responsive to what the budget advocates have submitted, delineating the budget impact recommendations that they've made and the longer term issues that they've made, so that we get a budget impact report on the budget related issues, special study report back on all other issues. So I'd like to ask that we have that. And then just finally, before I open it to my colleagues, I don't know how to say this properly, but I want to applaud you all, the Neighborhood Council budget advocates in general, but the four of you as you've presented today, because this Neighborhood Council budget advocates process has grown remarkably. In the 8 years that I've been budget chair, or this is my 8th budget, it's a much more polished, professional, in-depth, broad viewpoint approach that you've taken than we had years ago. And I think it's as a result, your work is accordingly significantly more valuable, I think, to us, and not just to us, by the way, but to the broader city family, to all of our stakeholders, because part of this is decisions that we'll make, but part of it is things that we have to decide as a city and as a society as well, what we're most interested in. And as you reflect every corner of this city and all of its stakeholders, I think it's really valuable to have some of the conversations about some issues that, often we don't get into the public dialogue. So for that, I thank you. Members, questions? Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, first, a comment. I haven't always agreed with some of your recommendations. This year, I think you're remarkably on target, and Animal Services is a brilliant set of recommendations. Personnel and IT, I think, plug up just about everything else we do in this city. And even though there are specific policy things that I usually consider a higher priority, I think we've reached the point where we have to say our number one priority is changing personnel and IT because it interferes with all our other priorities. It's not really my number one priority. My number one priority is sustainability and climate change, but really even dealing with that, we have to be able to hire people, and it is such a slow process. And I'd like to ask that personnel, if they have not done so already, review some of the reasons why other cities like San Francisco are more successful and more timely, and see whether there are steps that we can take that we haven't contemplated thus far to make all of our personnel processes more timely. We've taken a lot of good steps, but I think many are prevented by our underfunding, and we really have to change that in this budget. I even agree with what you recommended on reserves. And I've said this in a few budget years, that I came from a city that added about 5% to their reserves every year. So they have well over 100% of a budget year in reserve. People say, well, we're a bigger city. We're 100 times as large. But from my point of view, you just do whatever you do in a city that's 100 times smaller, 100 times, and you're there. There's nothing that stops us from saying, all right, this year we're going to start with a 3% increase in our reserves, and that's the first thing we put into our budget and build from there. So I like the fact that we've added. We've got to keep adding. If we actually have a dramatic recession, we're not necessarily expecting it to be like the last time, but if we actually had a crash, what we have set aside now will be helpful, but it won't really get us through. We won't be in quite as bad shape as we were, but we'll still be in pretty terrible shape. So I think in the long term, I'd like to see in my remaining 3.5 years that we add more dramatically to the reserves in our ensuing years. The one thing I have a question about is the city manager concept. I look at it and I say, well, the CAO may not be doing some of the things you recommend, but it's not clear to me what would prevent the CAO from doing the things that you think a city manager is necessary for.
May I address that very quickly? Basically, although our city manager is a wonderful man, there's a conflict of interest inherent in having somebody paid by the city and elected and responsible to you guys also be in charge of a lot of these aspects. Yeah.
I think one of the major differences is that in order to get things done, I think you need a chief operating officer or a city manager or somebody that can, take names and kick ass and make sure that things get done. The CAO, the CLA, both of whom I think do an excellent job, are not in the position where they can tell street services to do whatever it is. I think Eric's office could, or the mayor's office could use somebody, whether it's a city manager, which is a separate form of government to a certain extent, or somebody, with good operating experience, administrative experience, lots of years under the belt, could come out there and make a big difference in terms of accountability, getting things done, as opposed to making it, it gets very difficult otherwise, or the current system that we have. Things just don't get done.
So could you clarify the difference between the two positions and why the city manager, you think, has more ability to do that? And obviously, currently we have a CAO with every possible level of experience. So I think someone with experience would not.
I think Rich Llewellyn has a lot of experience. I think he's doing a good job. I think Miguel Santana did a great job. I think they're very competent people, and they have very competent staffs. But they're not the people that can go in there and say, hey, street services, I want you to fix up your computer system, or hey, street services, you're overstaffed here or you're understaffed here. How do you go out there and fix, let's say, the street cleaning stuff? The city is a $10 billion enterprise. And I don't think the mayor's office, for example, has the wherewithal, the experience to go out there and run a 30,000 person operation. People just aren't experienced. They're political appointees. But they're political appointees. They're not experienced in running large operations. And the city of Los Angeles is a large, complex organization. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
It answers that. I'm not sure that I'm convinced by it, but it's an interesting idea, but I need to know more to see what makes it compelling that a CAO couldn't do any of the things that you're suggesting. So I will continue to mull it over, and maybe perhaps we'll ask for a special study on that. But I look at the things you're saying a CAO could do, and I don't see what would prevent them from being able to do the things that you would have a city manager do.
The CAO can recommend. They can't go out there and kick somebody in the butt.
So can I ask one clarification on that? And I'm sorry, I just sort of was trying to skim over to see if it's already contained in the white paper, and I wasn't able to find it. But city managers are very common in small cities that have part-time mayors and part-time city councils. Did you find a model anywhere in the country with a full-time mayor, a full-time council, a population, say, greater than 1 million or 2, where there was a city manager in addition to the rest of the governance structure?
We didn't go that far. You'll see Santa Monica, I think, has Rick Cole as a city manager.
Yeah, a lot of tiny little cities that are smaller than my district have that. People. But I'm talking about, major cities in the United States.
I think you saw something in New York City similar to having a chief operating officer when you had Bloomberg as mayor. I think he hired a couple, I forget what the guys' names were, but he hired a couple of people that were very, experienced executives that had a lot of administrative possibilities. And Bloomberg said, go get them.
Well, and Bloomberg himself obviously had a fair amount of experience in that regard, too.
Well, yeah, he's a computer jock and a trading jock. He's not an administrative type. I mean.
All right, members, other questions for Mr. Price?
First of all, let me thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this presentation. Very important, very thoughtful, and I just appreciate the time, effort, and energy that you put into it. It certainly was a interesting resource for me as I was reviewing all of the budget requests and suggestions. Being new on the committee, I found it an interesting primer, in fact. And so, again, thank you for your ideas, for your suggestions. I thought the recommendations that you made, for the most part, were thoughtful, very sensible, and as I said, I look forward to following up with them. I support the chair and his request for report backs to be more specific. And let me just thank you as volunteers who really just put in time and effort, because you are either subject matter experts or experts, at least, in wanting to be involved and committed to the community and willing to put in some time. And so I just appreciate your efforts along those lines as well. In terms of the city manager possibility, I'm not quite sure it's going to fit in this situation. Like Mr. Koretz, I served in a situation where we had a city manager for about 10 years. It was a smaller city, different situation. So I think our current structure is certainly workable. And, contrary to popular belief, the CAO can kick ass and has done so on occasion, as well as our administrative officer as well. So, again, thank you for your efforts. Thank you for continuing to look over our shoulders and walk shoulder to shoulder with us, because it is a collaborative effort. We don't have the magic answers, and certainly don't have all the answers. And so I just appreciate your input, your activism, and your concern for making sure that our city is the best it can be. Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Great. First off, I want to echo my colleagues in terms of our gratitude for the work that you've done. It is remarkable, the amount, as volunteers, the amount of work and in-depth, the in-depth nature of the work that you've done and how you really drilled down at the budget is amazing. You should be commended for that. And I also want to comment that not just you four, but I see folks in the audience budget advocates who have been here every single hearing. Joanne Vanek Garb from West Hills, Brian Allen from Granada Hills. You guys have been here the entire time, and it looks like you're planning on being here the whole time. And Jeffrey Mauser from my district, who's not only been here for most of these hearings, but comes up and testifies on particular issues. So it is, this isn't just a one and done thing. You guys are being part of the process and have been part of the process, and that's wonderful. I also appreciate your attention to the back of the house issues, getting the city, and I've been a big advocate of that in terms of our ITA and our GSD, and making sure the back of the house is strong so that we have that foundation to grow on. I also appreciated the EMD stuff. You wanted funding for long-term community preparedness efforts, which is something that I've been championing as a key issue ever since I was elected, that we need to be prepared for that next disaster that is coming. Also, when you mentioned the Department of Finance, you echoed concerns about the cannabis cash, I think, is an issue that we can tackle and that you touched on. You talked about the Department of Disability, wanted sufficient staffing for the self-evaluation and transition plans. That's a detail I wouldn't have expected you to pick up, but it is really important. And the street services, increasing the tree management and maintenance to get a comprehensive reduction plan in terms of liability reduction, really important. So you've delved down into a lot of the issues, and as you saw in the CAO report, a lot of them are being addressed, and some of them we need to look at. The manager issue that everybody's talking about, my own feelings, concern about it is, how do you deal with the conflict between a manager and a mayor, or a council for that matter? I mean, theoretically, it's an appointed position. The mayor at any time could appoint somebody to have that role, and does in his own staff, to basically take numbers and manage our departments, because we do know that the biggest part of the city, besides making these decisions on structure, is oversight, and we always need more oversight, and that generally comes from the executive branch. But it comes from having a strong mayoral system, and we could change our system, but that's currently what we've got, and we could house that in the mayor. So I guess as a question, I would put, how would you deal with the conflict if we were to hire a very strong city manager, and there would be a conflict between what the mayor wants to do and what the manager wants to do?
Something to look at. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. So anyway, appreciate all the work that you've done. You wanted to?
Yeah, I would say that there's going to be conflicts no matter what you're doing, and I think that the ultimate goal is to make sure policies get implemented. And I just look at we look at Ron Galpern's report on street services a couple of years ago, where they didn't have a management information system, where 58% of the hours are being utilized, which it probably should be 80-85 according to his report. But it's somebody that's overlooking this, and that's their job. It's not the Board of Public Works. It's not which is I mean they're decent people, but they're not pros. I mean none of them have had any real administrative or managerial experience. And you want somebody who can go out there and sort of say, hey guys, you're not doing your job, and be really manage them. And I don't think people in the mayor's office have that capability. Simple as that.
Yeah. Although there's nothing to stop the mayor's office from having those folks on staff, and I mean I would argue that a lot of those folks are on staff, but
I don't think they are on. I think the mayor's office is a highly political area. I mean, there's some very good people in there, but everything I've seen is you don't see a lot of people who have a lot of seasoned experience, from my perspective, in managing an enterprise with 30,000 people and $10 billion in revenues, and 50, 60, probably $100 billion in assets.
We are a nation unto ourselves, and that is certainly true. And I guess the only other comment I would add in, your report raises it, and it was talked about by Mr. Kretz, the tension between the reserves and the investment. Because we could have a $500 million reserve tomorrow. I mean, add in another $500 million a year to cover what you're saying is a structural deficit, but that would come at a cost. It would come at the cost of investments in the city that also grow our economy. And that's always been the tension, is that I'm a big believer in reserves and a big believer in fiscal prudence. But I also, like all of you have expressed in the report, know that certain investments in infrastructure and in people, they actually grow our economy. They make us stronger. And so when you have an extra dollar, you have to, that utilization of that dollar, is it better utilized in a reserve fund, or is it better utilized in a way that will actually grow our economy and grow our budget, so that the next year's revenues will actually be larger? And that is a tension, and you've identified it, and there's no right answer to it. But even in your own report, it's a tension, because obviously if we did everything in your report, we'd either wouldn't have enough money to do any of it, or we'd do it all and not be able to do the deficit side of it. So it's the balancing act that we do and that we appreciate that you're part of.
Thank you. Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll echo what my colleague said and thank all of you for the work you've done on this. I've been going through it, and there's some really great suggestions in here. I think there's a lot of stuff where we're on the same page. I think the stuff that you've recommended that's in the budget, reinvestment in alley repair, for instance. There's been a push on this committee to do the pools year-round, from those granular neighborhood things up to the big level. I think there's a lot of synchronicity between what you've pushed for and some of the things we're doing. And then, there's differences as well. But you all take this very, very seriously, and it's very clear that you put a lot of work into it. So I want to ask about a few things and ask some serious questions and sort of take your work product seriously. First of all, I'm intrigued by the mention of a second white paper you're going to be doing about revenues and efficiencies and recommended cuts. When is that going to come out?
Revenues should have been distributed. If not, I will email it to you. I printed it but forgot to pack it
Can
this
you
morning.
pull the mic a little closer?
Okay. I printed it out to bring. It should have been emailed to all of you.
Oh, okay.
I will re-email it to you guys specifically when I get home this morning.
Okay, and that recommends budget cuts as well?
There's basically it's a paper addressing where monies could be found. It's more a request to form a committee to address this in depth. There are 45 ideas that would be a start for discussion.
Okay.
There's certainly ways to increase efficiencies, but there's also things that are better investments. So. Okay.
All right. Thank you. I look forward to taking a look at that. Going through here, I'll join the chorus and ask a question about the city manager proposal. I get where you're going about having some sort of ruthless efficiency people, and I understand where your sentiment is coming from, but one person's political interference in good management is often someone else's bringing common sense to a bad action by an out-of-touch bureaucracy. So from the sort of ruthless management perspective, you sort of empower and take away the politics of a general manager. I get from my neighborhood councils constantly requests to intervene and stop or overrule general managers or city departments, for instance, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. I've heard over the past year a lot from at least 2 of my neighborhood councils asking me to try to stop their team. So how do you make the distinction between what is us being political and what is us actually advocating for what you and our constituents want?
Jack, do you want to take that?
Well, I would say that the neighborhood councils probably cause more, per dollar of revenue, cause more problems per dollar of revenue than any other department in the entire city, and that's not probably by a little. I would differentiate between what I would call, let's say, soft departments, let's say like the Department of Neighborhood Council, versus, let's say, where the real money is in Department of Transportation, Public Works, and the various departments, their Department of Transportation. I think those are the big money departments. You have, I think, when you get into a lot of the other departments that, don't have significant revenues, I differentiate from those. Those are.
So, all right, I'll use a different example. When my predecessor was in office, DWP wanted to do a big transmission line project down Centinela and Bundy in my district. My neighborhood councils intervened, and Bill and I did a whole bunch of stuff to slow them down and got them to do an alternative route. I've got Bureau of Engineering and Sanitation that, left to their own devices, would have, in instituting the dual force main project in my district, had a lot more traffic and parking impacts on a lot of my neighborhoods. But neighborhood councils, elected officials, neighborhoods intervened and sort of took a lot of that decision making away from exclusively the non-political professional managers and brought more of a neighborhood perspective into it. So with the sort of city manager approach you're talking about, don't you lose a lot of that?
My feeling is that there are 2 parts of this, and part of government is balancing. I think that things, as the examples you gave, are the long-term impact in a community versus the short-term solutions. And also a lot of decisions up until this current time have been made based on fiscal issues as opposed to quality of life issues. And I think that the city, the country, the world is redefining what people want. I mean, do we want a quality of life for our children, or do we want the cheapest way to get things done? And I think we're seeing this in Washington, we're seeing this here, we're seeing this in, the corporations versus the people. We are the people. The governments are elected to respond to our needs. At the moment, we see a lot of governments responding to corporate benefit and not necessarily to the individuals. And I think that it will always be a balancing act. But I think that the need for a city manager has to do with just the efficient running of the city and, as has been mentioned, proper oversight and transparency, which tends to get diffused at times. Jack, do you have? Okay.
I just want to, if I had to summarize three words to use for the position paper that kind of tie into what you're asking, inefficiency is injustice. And so if you had, the point of a good manager, like truly a good manager, is to be able to convey what those efficiency decisions will do as far as creating a sort of just system. And I mean, what Liz mentioned about corporate interests, that's completely incompatible with the justice aspect of it. But I think, when you have a finite taxpayer funds, you create a sort of tragedy of the commons, where if you have this inefficiency and you're putting too much into one place and not enough into another, then that's going to cause a lot more damage down the line. And so I think, a good city manager would be able to really convey that and explain that and help guide a more efficient path forward.
I get that. It's just a lot of times what gets characterized as inefficiency is actually democracy, or looking out for neighborhood impacts. The most efficient way of doing the Venice Dual Force Main project would have meant that people in Lower Playa del Rey didn't have any place to park and didn't have a way in and out of their places. The most efficient way to do the DWP Scattergood project would have been one that would have, inconvenienced a whole bunch of people. It depends on whose efficiency you're talking about. So it's a balancing act, but I appreciate the dialogue.
Yeah, no, and I think, again, it's like how can we have the good conversation and make sure that it goes the way it needs to go so that people are happy and get what they need.
One thing is the city manager, the chief operating officer, is not God. They're not doing the thing. So, when Bill had to put up with all the, the outrage from Mar Vista and those various communities with regards to, I think it's called the Olympic line or something like that. That's a policy decision. I mean, you're talking $100 million or something along those lines versus the actual implementation of that. And then in that decision, we also had DWP, which is a whole nother ballgame.
Yeah, I know you've got plenty of thoughts on DWP, Jack. I want to move to Department of Cannabis Regulation. You guys made some great recommendations there. You were silent on what's one of the central questions about the cannabis regulation, particularly as regards the budget, which is a certain investment in the social equity component. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
So that happened to be my committee. So in that conversation, Kat Packer, I think, is great, and I think her intentions in terms of the social justice component for that department, and it being not the initial rollout, if you will, but being an ongoing concept, is something that she made fairly clear. But where the problem lies in our sort of addressing that, it actually fell back to the position is not manned. And so, until her staff is kind of what she needs it to be, that wasn't even a conversation that we could sort of put out on the timeline a few years down the road. I mean, she has ideas, but I don't think in this year's white paper anyway, it was appropriate to sort of roll it out because, again, there's no person that has that position, even though it's an intended position in her department.
So do you folks have a position on the department's request for the additional, I think it was 1.5 or 2.5 million for the social equity program in this year's budget?
What do you mean, do we have a response?
That was one of the department requests.
Well, in the conversation that we had, the idea would be that the allocation would be one for and interface with different neighborhoods. And so, again, it kind of gets back to what does that social component, that social justice component need to look like down the road. And I mean, we talked about it's a tricky situation until the federal government legalizes marijuana, because there's compliance issues that like the city and state can do as a green state versus what falls out of compliance with the federal government. But the things that were discussed were along the lines of employment. Employment is an ongoing thing. And what cannabis does allow is actually training to fields that are specific to cannabis, and making sure that the same neighborhoods that were impacted, let's say in the 80s, become like where we sort of start those education programs and processes, so that people can actually not just grow, but there's maintenance. If you have a grow house that's warehoused, there's electrical needs, there's, depending on whether it's hydroponics or whatever the case may be, there's work to be done. And sort of making sure that we can get employment in that space is something that came up in conversation. So I think well-defined plan is not there yet, but having the idea that, the education component, making sure people can be employed, it was a robust conversation.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question about homelessness. There's in your white paper, at least the executive summary, which I've looked at, I'm still thumbing through the full report. There's a number of things that touch on homelessness under HSID, under planning, under city attorney's office. There weren't any specific recommendations for LASA in particular. Was that any particular reason why you didn't touch on LASA?
I'm not. I don't remember offhand if LASA, there was a report on LASA this year. I mean, sometimes we do skip. It basically, I looked at it because I was on the committee for sanitation, and of course it impacts there. But it's also a holistic thing, and I think that to a certain extent, the county also is very involved in the homelessness thing, because they're the ones providing the services. I know that there's been a lot of whoop-de-doo, shall we say, about HHH and temporary housing, and I'm seeing housing going in downtown, which is great. But the Northeast, where I live and Jamie lives, we're not seeing any temporary housing, and we have huge populations living along the Arroyo and under freeway passes and stuff like that. And certainly we need the housing, be it containers, be it buildings. I've just recommended to Councilmember Huizar's office that they look at there's a building north of York, just west of the 110 freeway, that a real estate person, friend of mine, suggested they look at. This is an ongoing problem that we need to face in this city, and it's serious. I think the mayor's office has a person overseeing the multiple people, but we need to address it, and we need to actively continue.
Yeah, I think I don't pretend to be an expert on this homeless stuff. I have two things, though. One is we've had a number of discussions about how expensive these things are. 500,000, 600,000. You look at what's going on at the VA. I think that was 600,000. I'm an investor in deals where we're doing them for basically $50,000, $75,000 a bed. You look at what AHF is doing. I think Michael's doing it in Hollywood at 100, and he's doing the stuff downtown at 60 or 70. So I think there's a big concern from our point of view. Again, not having all the knowledge that we should, is at the expense of doing permanent supportive housing, and this bridge housing is just out of control. Maybe my chief operating officer and city manager could do a better job. I don't know. Maybe. But it just seems there's just runaway costs there that just don't make any sense.
So speaking of runaway costs on homelessness, you folks were, at least for some of the positions, supportive of additional requests for the HOPE teams and the Clean Streets teams. For encampment cleanups, the city's doing, I think, north of $30 million a year. Do you see that as a worthy investment?
I think it is a very worthy investment and as a transition until we get more people off the streets. At the moment, we see a lot of conflict between the rights of the homeless and the rights of the people using the streets for businesses and stuff like that. And the more we can do to take care of the needs of the homeless, be it washrooms, be it making sure that we clean up after them, and also the Hope teams, I believe, are also helping with transitioning people.
So I'm curious what you think we should be getting for that $30 million out of the cleanups. What should be our objective?
Our objective should not be to remove people. Our objective should be transition people to housing, temporary housing and services, but we don't have the temporary housing and services in place yet. So I think that it's a multi-pronged approach needs to be taken, and we need to sort of start moving forward on the temporary housing.
And since I just happened to have the opportunity to sit here today, something that I brought up at 2 neighborhood councils that I report to was the idea of services being introduced at eviction court. Eviction court is where actually families begin the fall to homelessness.
Yep.
There is not a current program in place actually to sort of introduce services at that time. And so that's something that I have recommended to CD 8 and 10. They had reps present that day. And so since I have the opportunity to sit here, I just want to say that again.
Interesting. That might be more county than city, but maybe it is city. It probably came too late for you folks to evaluate, but Mr. Koretz has a proposal that a lot of activists have been talking about to help prevent eviction through a right to counsel. Any perspective on that?
Well, I think San Francisco passed the voters, if I'm not mistaken, basically passed an ordinance or whatever you want to call it, a measure authorizing, I think, $10 million a year, maybe more, for renters representatives. So they're not going to get beaten up in court by corporate or landlord lawyers. I thought that was a pretty decent.
Yeah, it's cheaper in the long run to keep people in their homes than it is to put them on the street and provide the services and clean up after them. It's just common sense.
You're welcome, Mr. Koretz. And my final question is, although I think Jack is still reeling from Mr. Koretz's opening comments where he talked about how in sync the two of you were. You probably didn't expect that when you came in.
I said the same thing.
Just a final question. On page 19 of your executive summary, you've got a section on police department. Then you have a section on the Los Angeles Police Protective League. Did you mean to be calling out the league? Or are you just testing to see if we're reading this?
Actually, I believe that Jay, who was the person behind that, was not able to meet with the police in the past couple of years. I think this year he may have got somebody right at the end, but he has contacts within the protective lead, and of course they're always willing to talk to him. So.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, anything else? Did you all have a chance to see the CAO's memo in response to your recommendations that just came out last week?
Sorry, I wasn't aware, and I will be looking for it when I get home.
Thank you. In anticipation of what they knew I would ask for, unbeknownst to me, the CAO has already produced a report responding to the recommendations, and not necessarily in great depth because there are a lot of recommendations, but it is kind of a roadmap of where we might go for further information, further reports back. So I would ask that you have a look at it, and then if there's additional response that you may have to how the CAO's office has broken that down, if you could report that back to us, we'd appreciate hearing your thoughts about what they've analyzed.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you all very much for your good work. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kratz.
Well, I don't think it'll turn out to be practical. I would like a special study report back on the concept of a city manager. I would prioritize it as close to the bottom of our reports, because I don't think it'll be implemented, in a expeditious fashion, even if we did decide it was a good idea. But I think it's at least worth looking at looking at that idea a little more closely. So I would ask, in this case, the CLA to come back with that report once all our other special studies have been done.
Can I maybe broaden that a little bit? One is not only city manager, but maybe some office in the mayor's, or some people in the mayor's office to be, the chief operating officer, or the ruthless, what did you call him? The ruthless manager. The second thing is I think at the same time you might want to take a look at the Board of Public Works, that, how that fits into that equation. I mean, that's chewing up $25 million a year, including all the overheads and stuff like that. So that's maybe a possible source. Thank you.
I think we will direct such, and again, that would be prioritized behind all these other studies, so later in the year.
And I think that a lot of what we do is put out the ideas that may take 2, 3, 6, 10 years to trickle through, but I hope that what we say will bear fruit down the line.
Thank you. Sorry, one other question that just occurred to me, because Mr. Humphrey, because we have pensions coming in later in the day, you may or may not be here. You often talk about this Warren Buffett statistic and, a significantly lower assumed rate of return. And I know from what I've looked at with the National Association of State Retirement Administrators, there's only about 15% of all public pensions throughout the country have an assumed rate of return below 7%. So the suggestion that we're some sort of an outlier with some crazy assumption rate seems very inconsistent with the nationwide practice of pension administrators. And so if there's a model that you have of a similar city or a similar pension system that has a 6.25% assumed rate of return, could you let us know what that would be?
I'll give you one right now.
Okay.
Pension Guarantee Benefit Corporation is probably about 4%.
Is that a public pension fund?
It's the U.S. federal government, and they guarantee all the they guarantee private pensions as well as multi-employer pensions that are in deep trouble. I would also say that, if you look at what the accountants...
But wait, I'm sorry. That's a guarantee fund. That's the belt that goes with the suspenders. That isn't the actual pension fund that has to make actuarial assumptions to make prudent decisions about what they pay out.
They do have cash, and they have to make actuarial assumptions, either for the monies that they have or for the monies that these various multi-employers are the big problems right about now. The multi-employers plan, so they're using lower discount rates, just like the accountants, the public accountant or accountants for publicly held companies have to use.
Okay, I'm looking for something among the 15% of pension funds around the country that have that maybe would be comparable to our situation. But I will ask that question. I promise you, I will ask that question as well to the pension funds as well.
I would also say that if you read a lot of literature of the pension people, pensions are probably one of the major problems, plaguing government institutions, whether it goes from New Jersey or Connecticut. Fortunately, we're not there. And we at the city are in much better shape because we funded our OPEBs.
And prepay our health care.
That's the OPEB, well. Absolutely. Yeah. We may be a little short on those, but we've done thank you, Keith Comrie.
Yeah. All right. Anything else, members? Great. Thank you all very much again. Appreciate your detailed, thorough work. And you all do this as volunteers. And I think that's the part that I didn't say at the beginning, which I should have. Everybody who is a board member of a neighborhood council, everybody who's a budget advocate for a neighborhood council, everybody who serves on a committee for a neighborhood council, every one of these people are volunteers who commit hundreds of hours of their time to the public's good. And we're very grateful to you for doing that. Thank you very much. Okay, so members, that will bring us to the point of our first department. So I'm going to invite up the Department of Cultural Affairs to lead us off. Ms. Brazil, welcome. And thank you for your flexibility. Sorry that we couldn't quite make it to you on Friday. Appreciate your being willing to reschedule for today. I also appreciate your thoughtful budget letter. Thank you very much, and feel free to go ahead and open up.
Thank you so much. Is this mic on? Good morning.
It is, but pull it close and
How's
speak
this?
right into it. Thank you.
Great, great. Well, thank you, Chairman Krikorian. I want to start off by thanking the entire Budget and Finance Committee, and as well as the mayor and his budget team, our city administrative officer and their team. This is a comprehensive and very thoughtful budget for the department. With me at the table is Assistant General Manager Daniel Tarika and our General Administrative Support Service Director, Ms. Alma Gibson. Behind me are the rest of DCA's senior team that I'd like to acknowledge. Mr. Will Caperton y Montoya is our Director of Marketing and Development and Design Strategy. Felicia Filer, our Director of Public Art. Leslie Thomas, our Community Arts Division Director, and Ben Johnson, our Performing Arts Program Director. It is an extraordinary time to be leading the Department of Cultural Affairs. As a human-centered, progressive, local arts agency, the department is fueled by dedicated public servants who fervently believe that arts, culture, and creativity are a central and foundational component of a healthy and civil society. It is a barometer of equity and a pillar of our 21st century economy. And as evidenced by the department's steady growth over the past 5 years, it is clear you, our mayor, and our CIO agree that creativity fuels Los Angeles. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 1920 budget builds on this set of values and positions the department to meet increased service delivery needs citywide. It also aligns with our strategic plan and represents the progress we've made internally with the city family, with our communications efforts, and externally with our marketing, branding efforts to amplify the strong public will and demonstrated high return on arts and culture in Los Angeles. And in fact, the department is in the midst of an $80 million capital improvement program. This will ensure that our city's cultural infrastructure is safe, is accessible, and functional. And some of these projects include the restoration and renovation of several of the city's theaters, including Vision Theater, Warner Grand, and Madrid Theater, Frank Lloyd Wright's Residence A, and a 3-year restoration project of the Watts Towers. In addition, the department is also managing the largest public art program in the country with the expansion and modernization of LAX. It's the largest public works program in the state of California, if not in the country, and with our 1% obligation, it means that that is the largest public art program in the country at the moment. We also have a dozen of other public facilities, from police stations to concrete pumping stations, which all carry that percent for art obligation. The confluence of rebuilding staff levels over the past several years with reinforcing existing programs and launching new programs has illustrated some interesting new challenges for the department, which I would say previously hindered the optimization of DCA. But this budget reflects support for DCA's personnel management infrastructure, both within the department as well as with personnel liaison services. And this will help us with recruitment, retention, hiring, and onboarding. And the budget also provides resources for DCA to conduct an important classification study to ensure that our people are working within their classifications, as well as their classifications are working for them as well at the proper rate. And so this will help us with ensuring examining recruitment all satisfy the unique needs of the Department of Cultural Affairs for all of our classifications. And finally, I'll just note that the budget recommends additional resources for the Fund for Revenue Fluctuation to offset in the event of an economic downturn, as well as a fees study to determine new admission fees for our historic sites, Watts Towers, Hollyhock House, and rentals of our municipal theaters. So in closing, I'll say that this is a good budget for the department. It's another important building block to meet our city's insatiable appetite for culture, and that concludes my remarks. I'm pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Price, can you start us off?
Thank you, Mr. President. Danielle, thank you and your staff for attention to the arts, and you certainly recognize that the arts is not just important for the aesthetic beauty, but it's also a tool for economic development. And so we just appreciate your understanding and appreciation of those roles. I see you have a new Promise Zone Arts and Social Justice Artists in Residence program.
Indeed.
Can you tell us a little bit about that, how it's going to work, who's involved, and is it going to include an opportunity for some social mapping that we've been talking about, some cultural mapping?
As a matter of fact, it is, Councilman. I have to say I'm very, very pleased with the approach that we're taking for the South LA Promise Zone Arts Initiative. We'll be commissioning 6 artists to conduct 12-week residencies at social justice organizations in South LA, conducting a comprehensive, inclusive cultural asset map that will be very much a people-driven process where the community gets to identify what are the cultural markers, the spaces, who are the cultural treasures of a community, and it's really a comprehensive cultural community building program to help build, number one, the cultural infrastructure of South LA, and also identify what are the true needs and how does the city respond to the needs of the community.
And so which organizations are going to be included, or is there an RFP going out? Or
the South LA Promise Zone is structured with Slate Z, and so we have several organizations that are part of the collective impact strategy of Slate Z. Some of those artists have direct working relationships with those organizations, and then some of them will be new as well.
Can you give me a list or a
Absolutely.
Breakdown of where those organizations are?
So we have community.
I don't need it now, but if you can just give it to me in writing.
I'm very excited to share this with you, but we're happy to send this to you.
Okay. Thank you much. The issue of murals is something that's very exciting and important, especially in my area. Can you tell me something about what's currently available in the city's mural fund, and do all council districts utilize the fund?
Absolutely, and I'm going to pass that on to Daniel Tarica, who will tell you a little bit about kind of where we're at with the funding that we received a few years ago for murals in Los Angeles. And in addition to that, many council offices use either council civic funds and or arts development fees that we're able to identify. But Daniel, do you want to kind of respond on the overall numbers of the program?
Sure. At this time, so in fiscal year 13-14, the department received $750,000 in funds towards a mural program in which $450,000 of it was set aside for DCA citywide mural projects, and then $300,000 was split between all 15 council districts for specific mural projects. So DCA has been in the process of spending the funds from the DCA side on conserving murals, and from the council side, we have 12 council offices that have available 12 council offices that have available balances, 2 council offices that still have the full $20,000 remaining, and 3 council offices with 0 balances.
Okay.
And I will just note that we did receive position authority last year to hire a full-time mural manager, which is phenomenal. We've been finally able to bring that person on board. They're getting up to speed, so we have great excitement for next year.
Okay. Well, that's certainly a good development. But I'd like to get a report back from the department on how we can better utilize the mural fund, make new funds available for districts that have expended their allocations, especially. And I'd like to get a budget memo on adding additional resources to the mural fund that could be used citywide.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Oh, wait, Mr. Chairman, also.
It's okay, but if I may add on to that report, if you could include in that what resources are necessary for mural maintenance and restoration from graffiti damage and so forth.
Absolutely.
Good. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I've got a lot happening in my district, in the north end and in the western portion, but not a lot happening in the south, particularly along King Boulevard. Of course, we've got USC Expo Park, the exciting developments at the Lucas Museum, the new soccer stadium. But going east of the freeway, there on King, a lot of traffic, but poor lighting, incomplete infrastructure, virtually no visual appeal. Could we create an art corridor in this area? Have we done something like this in other parts of the city?
Other parts of the city have not done that officially. We've seen artists designate areas in parts of the city and kind of take it upon themselves. It's certainly something that we can look at. I think that if we allow ourselves a little bit of time to identify cultural asset mapping, that'll give us a much better sense of how do we build upon the existing creative capital, i.e. the people and the places in the district, and then begin to concentrate areas that you would like to enhance using that map as a guide.
Yeah, well, again, I appreciate the urgency and speed. So he'd be doing something like this. It's in a critical area, of course. It's a real bridge between this area that we're speaking of on King is a bridge between what's happening in Expo Park and what's happening on Central Avenue. And so it's an excellent opportunity to bring these two areas together in ways that we just haven't done before. Art can do that, I think. And so I'd like to get a memo on the cost associated with creating an art corridor between MLK, between FIG and Central, as we've discussed before. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Latino caucus on the council, I'd like to request a budget memo on the cost to fund operations and maintenance of the LA Theater Center. And that's all I have.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonin?
Thank you. You asked both of you, I guess, got into my main question about mural maintenance and restoration. Although that prompts me to ask about Judy Baca's mural. Turns out it was Metro.
That's Caltrans.
No,
it was
a Metro
It's
contractor.
Caltrans.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We're in conversation with Caltrans to see what we can do to engage in a partnership, potentially around making sure that there's much easier access for graffiti abatement on some of the, especially on Caltrans property. Because that also affects the underpasses.
Is there anything we need to be doing to make sure an incident like that doesn't happen elsewhere?
I think that the Department of Cultural Affairs registers the murals. We definitely rely on the public to inform cultural affairs and/or beautification in the event of any tagging or of any mural being painted over. Artists do have rights at the federal and at the state level, so I think that there's definitely an education campaign that we can make sure that we push out so that property owners understand that there is a process to notify artists, and that once you violate the artist's rights, they can be liable for the violation of those rights.
Okay. You may have noticed in the, I guess it was the New York Times last week, did a story about the Mark de Suervo sculpture on Venice Beach.
Yes.
It was put there as a temporary installation in 1999 or 2000, and L.A. Louver now comes to the city and says, "Hey, give us $2 million." I'm not about to ask my colleagues to take $2 million for the general fund to buy a piece of art for Venice Beach, and I don't have the bandwidth to do the fundraising for purchasing a piece of art on the beach, as beautiful as it is and as much as I appreciate it. What is there any sort of arts or fundraising infrastructure that the city is not well, that is affiliated with or connected to, that does fundraising for stuff like that?
I would say that philanthropy for arts in Los Angeles is at an all-time low. I think that this impacts nonprofit arts organizations, specifically longstanding legacy cultural organizations like LATC, as well as many others like Spark and so forth. For the purchasing or for the fundraising around a public art sculpture, I think that that's even more difficult. We often encourage organizations to contribute and make a donation directly to the City Art Collection. That is actually how the City Art Collection was created, aside from our public art ordinances. So that's also an option.
Okay, thank you. And the final question is, we're seeing with the mural ordinance a lot more murals popping up, which is beautiful, and I love seeing it. There seems to be a new one in my neighborhood, almost every month at least. And the art that we see in our different neighborhoods is different. Our art is indigenous to the community that it comes from, but we still live in a very segregated city. And a great way to get to know the entire city is through food and through art. What opportunities exist, whether it's for school kids or even for adults, to take people from one part of the city to see the arts in other parts of the city?
Well, I will tell you, especially from a youth arts programming perspective, transportation is one of the largest barriers for youth to be able to access cultural amenities. In our budget, we do have, and I was very, very pleased that the mayor's office put in some resources for some planning for ramping up youth arts programming in our city. So it's one of the areas that I'm passionate about and would like to tackle over the next couple of years. With the advent of our public transportation system, that's going to be changing. There's going to be more opportunities to use that system to move youth throughout the city. But they still need to know about it. It still needs to be integrated into both their core curriculum as well as the elective curriculum. So there's quite a lot of opportunity there that I think we can expand.
Yeah, as Metro is redoing its bus system through the Next Gen Bus Study, and we're encouraging the smaller municipal bus operators to do the same, sort of in around the same time and in coordination. I want to make sure we connect you with Metro so that as we're thinking about destinations and lines and services, we're not forgetting about arts institutions or museums or noted murals that might be.
Thank you. Last year we launched the Neighborhood Arts Profile, and it gives us a bird's eye view of arts and cultural services and amenities citywide, really looking at from a youth perspective, how does youth have access to the cultural amenities of their community, as well as how does it link up with public transit lines. We actually shared that with our colleagues over at Metro Art. They absolutely loved it, and they are now using that as a tool to inform how they are thinking about both community outreach and program enhancement along the Metro lines.
Great. I'll follow up on that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. First, to echo my colleagues, Ms. Brazil's been a pleasure working with you, watching the department rise from the slumber that was induced by the recession and to seeing under your leadership doing great things and especially, and you and I have been working closely with the whole team, with a great team on the Canoga Park Cultural Arts Hub and the Madrid Theater. Okay. So started out with that, and then.
Thank you.
Well, actually, I'll move right into that. If you could provide additional detail of how the funding for the Canoga Park Cultural Arts Hub will help activate the Madrid Theater, as well as the new theater that we've just acquired, sort of the Little Madrid at 7242 Owens Mouth.
Absolutely. As of right now, our theaters are managed by third-party fiscal receiver. They open when they get a rental, and they're closed the rest of the time. What my colleague Ben Johnson, our Director of Performing Arts Program, and your office have developed is a really innovative approach to help to support let's say 12 repeat users of the space, arts organizations specifically from the San Fernando Valley, to gain access to both of the theaters and do a series of programming free and reduced cost to access for the community. We have seen an increase in cultural facilities, primarily for-profit cultural facilities in the city. The amenities are state-of-the-art. So it's really difficult for the city venues to compete with such well-supported commercial venues. As a result, the quality of renters that we receive generally are, they have no other options. They may not have the technical experience to be able to go into a theater, but they're doing really extraordinary work on behalf of the community. So this also is, in a sense, of a way to incubate and technical assistance program for 12 resident companies to come in and really be able to produce full-scale productions at both of those theaters.
Great. And as far as the new theater, the Little Madrid, have we talked about what needs to be done in terms of the renovation? Do you know how much it would cost to get that theater up and running?
I think we're currently in the midst of assessing what that is going to cost. I would pivot over to our Director of Administrative General Services, Alma, to give the latest on that.
Alma Miranda Gibson. Yes, actually, we are currently assessing the work with the collaboration and assistance of General Services Department. We have had to find funding to do initial remediation work that's required in order for us to move into the building. And once that's completed, and that's going to be at a cost of approximately $50,000, and thankfully the CAO was able to fund that through our CIEP program. So once that's done, then GSD is going to do a full assessment and determine total cost for making that facility operable and ready to use.
Okay, and I know, that I want to really drill down on that, and that maybe not in this committee at the moment, both through a special study, which will get us the ultimate cost, and that's working back with GSD, DCA, BOE, any other departments, but also as a budget impact study, as this, we're really trying to get this cultural arts hub up and running. If we can at least, as a budget impact study, get us a quicker estimate, because there may be potential to put some funding into this. So it's really similar request, but one is a budget report back and one is a special study. Right. when we drill down deeper. I know you use a lot of data to inform the decisions of how you allocate resources citywide. If you could tell us a little bit about how that works.
Sure. I want to pivot that over to Daniel.
Sure. So with our digital strategists that we have on our team, we have created a system in which we collect data from all of our community art centers and from our grantees, as well as our other programs through public art, to collect the data, use it to help inform our decisions, and to be able to better strategize on how we reach our communities and create better equity and access.
And I would add that while the performance management team that we've built is really engaged in quite innovative strategies. So, for example, we can layer the data that we have through our performance management unit over to the neighborhood youth arts profile, and then also layer in poverty index zones, displacement, pressure maps. So it really gives us a real sense of what is this community grappling with. We can also layer on, let's say, areas, the homeless maps, so we can really pinpoint not just the numbers of the impact that our services have, but the more nuanced view of the population that we're serving. And the reality is that we're really the city's equity and inclusion department. We're serving communities that otherwise do not have access to free and low-cost arts education services through our community youth arts program, through our arts activation program, through our grants program. And so it's about those numbers, but it's really also about understanding what are the pressures of the community that we're moving into that we need to understand, and how can we best serve those. And so we're using data to do all of that.
And I appreciate that, and I think it's important to raise here, because you have all the soft benefits of the work you do, but through the data program, you can so quantitatively show that a little bit more in terms of the hard benefits. The fees on Exhibit H, there's an explanation of the fees for the city's theaters. Could you explain that a little bit more about how that works?
Sure, absolutely. And I'm going to have Daniel tee that up. I will just say that the municipal theaters have been managed, in a sense, by a third-party fiscal agent. And what we're trying to do is bring those theaters back on with part-time city employees as well as full-time staff. In order to do that, we need to reassess the types of rental fee structure that we have to ensure that we can afford it. So I'll pivot over to Daniel for.
Right. So we're looking at the fees, comparing them to comparably sized facilities in the city to determine how to best create the access to our theaters.
Right. And obviously that's to have your eyes wide open, but then to also be sensitive to the fact that a lot of these communities, once you do sort of, I don't want to use the word right size the fees, you don't want to push out critical community theater groups that can't afford that, but you just want to have your eyes wide open, so you see what the fees are, and then you build in the appropriate subsidies, right?
Correct. And that is the balance that we are trying to strike. If we have vacant theaters, they actually contribute to the blight of a community. So we recognize that the activation of a theater is actually going to increase economic activity along any kind of a community or corridor. And so it really is about making sure that we can capture the impact of the increased fees, both in terms of direct and indirect economic benefit to the community.
Great. And I realize we're ways out from 2028 and the Olympics, but are there some big public art projects we should be aware of that you're thinking of in terms of related to the Olympics coming in 2028?
I think that we have an extraordinary opportunity now to ensure that the Olympic agreements with the city absolutely include a mandate for a cultural Olympiad for LA 28 to produce. I think it's absolutely essential that we ensure that as many LA-based artists are included as part of the Olympic Arts Festival for our city. This is a tremendous opportunity to demonstrate to the world that not only can we present world-class art, but that we as a city represent artists that are world-class, and they actually represent the entire world. And so we want to make sure that culturally, Los Angeles is able to once again raise the bar for cultural production and cultural representation for our city.
Right. And one last question. The arts development fee. We have some of it has to be spent in a year, some in 5 years. We've had to go back a couple times to make sure we clear that out so that we don't lose that. Where are we with regard to the making sure that we hit those marks and don't lose out on funding that we already have.
Now, I'm biased. I should tell you this, but I have to say the Department of Cultural Affairs senior team is one of the just most exquisite group of public servants in the city. It's such an honor and a privilege to work with them. Within our public art realm, as I understand it, we are well within our mark of making findings every single year, and I have to commend Felicia Filer for ensuring that her team, with very limited resources, is able to put forward a set of findings each and every year and work with each council office to make sure that projects that are district specific are taken and prioritized. We currently have about 150 active arts development fee projects. That's about 10 per district, with a pretty long range of trying to get those into completion over the next several years. To my knowledge, we are right on track with that, and we look forward to increasing those services in the coming years.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, we've seen an increase in hate crimes in the city. Is there a way that cultural affairs can help work to combat that? And have there been any effort in promoting other cultures in partnership with the Human Relations Commission?
Absolutely. I think that's really what the Department of Cultural Affairs does. I mean, we inspire our city. We create, we're the city's belonging strategy, where we can communicate that everybody in this city belongs. I think that with this budget, this is another important building block. But the question then becomes, are we doing enough for culture? And what does it mean for us to be at scale? This is a very precarious time where the polarizing rhetoric is seeking to divide. And we as a city, as a progressive city, as a global city, are seeking to unite. And this is what we plan and will continue to do as your Department of Cultural Affairs.
And a number of great cultural affairs, cultural events in my district occur annually, like the Persian New Year Festival on Westwood Boulevard. How can we be more proactive in terms of outreach and assisting organizers with cultural events, both financially and operationally?
Our proactive marketing and development and design strategy division, led by Will Kipperton and Montoya, has done an extraordinary job in amplifying our city's cultural offerings well within kind of the realm of our budget. We operate in the second largest media market in the country. It's very difficult to break into that, so we rely on earned media and we rely on social media. We do absolutely leverage with neighborhood councils and with local publications. But I think that this is one of the things that we need to work with local constituents. For example, one innovative idea that our public art team is currently engaged in is we've got the public art triennial scheduled for October, and they've sent around a survey to each of the council offices really identifying who are your cultural champions and how do we bring them and get them involved in the public art triennial, and that will also translate in how do we bring them into larger marketing and development strategies for the department. It's one of the ways in which we can be innovative and grassroots while trying to be citywide.
Yeah, I think part of my question is some of these events are annual and predictable, and they're run by volunteers. And so things can get sidetracked, deadlines can be missed, things can get up and running too slowly. Is there a way that you and your department can be more proactive in making sure that folks are on track for each of these regular events that we know are going to happen, but sometimes don't get enough assistance or enough watch over to make sure they don't wind up stepping on their own toes in a way, because that does happen sometimes.
This is this is, I think, one area when we look at and we take a broad view of where do we want to be as a cultural city in the next 10 years. We should have really supported neighborhood cultural festivals throughout. We should absolutely have a team of technical producers that can help support those organizations, many of whom, as you pointed out, are run by volunteers. And they need some of the basics. So as we build out our performing arts program, this is one of the areas that once we get our festival, our theaters kind of secure, we'll be able to build out and look at how do we relaunch our festival program.
Okay, and one last question. How's Cultural Affairs been in terms of working with schools and increasing arts programming for students?
Sure. We have an extraordinary program now in its 10th year called The Big Read, and that is the signature event that we have that touches school-age children around a particular book and various arts programs. So we serve thousands of students that way. We also serve another couple thousand students through our Visiting Schools program, where schools, neighborhood schools, will come and visit and get their required arts programming through one of our community arts centers. I actually think we can go larger. We know that LAUSD has a student population of about 650,000 students. We also know that if you're a Title I student, you're 5 times less likely to receive access to arts education. This goes directly to your colleague, Councilman Price's point around economic development and workforce development. We think there's real opportunity for us to grow our youth arts programming, and that's why we want to do a comprehensive plan around how we can advance that.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I just have one question, probably doesn't even require a report back, but Cultural Affairs is entirely specially funded, no impact on the general fund. And there's a set aside of the temporary occupancy tax, so our hotel guests are funding Cultural Affairs here. And the theory behind that is that that's directly related to tourism and having more people come to Los Angeles because of our cultural amenities. So in that context, can you talk a little bit about how Cultural Affairs has worked with convention and tourism to promote Los Angeles as a destination based on our public art, performance art, and other things? And specifically, you were talking about sort of the inventory that you've been taking of programming, I think, in response to Mr. Bonin's question.
Sure.
I'm wondering if we have a comprehensive directory, publicly accessible directory of public art that's descriptive, and to what extent convention and tourism is able to utilize that in marketing different neighborhoods throughout Los Angeles.
It's a great question, and I appreciate it. Over the past 5 years, the Department of Cultural Affairs has essentially rebuilt its entire communications infrastructure. And I'm pleased to inform the committee that we have recently increased our information sharing specifically around events and special initiatives directly with visitors and convention. And so we have a very dynamic relationship with Visitors Convention, and one of the ways in which we do this is by making sure that all of the event data that we capture on our website, all of our special initiatives, actually gets directly ported to Visitors and Convention, Los Angeles Tourism Convention Board. So that's a really dynamic way in which we collaborate.
Sure, Mr. Kretz has a follow-up on that.
I'm not sure if your department is the right one or another, but I also wonder if we do a good job of capturing and informing visitors about all of our cultural monuments in the city, and if there's any kind of a listing, and whether we provide that to visitors as well. It's kind of a missed opportunity. There are so many really interesting spots in the city that most people don't know about, and those who would like to look for them, it would be great to have that opportunity.
And just
think
to
it's a great
dovetail on Mr. Kretz's follow-up to my follow-up, similarly, there are many, I think, in many neighborhoods, North Hollywood Historic Core being one of them, where there are regular walking tours to show people the cultural monuments, the historical locations and stuff. Are we doing anything to capture that information as well to be able to market it?
Indeed, and I would say that it's been a great pleasure to work with LATCB on the various programs that they have and initiatives that are specifically geared towards getting tourists kind of out of the kind of off the beaten path and into community. And we've been an essential colleague in helping them to devise that campaign and inform that campaign.
All right. And just to follow on to the Metro point, too. Metro has some incredible public art resources in the stations itself. And I think there's a real opportunity for synergy between your department and Metro in cross-promotion, because Metro has a terrifically well-funded promotional department to try to get increased ridership based on destinations. And so just as some of the things that Mr. Kretz and I have been talking about are destinations for transit riders, similarly, the transit stations themselves are cultural destinations for our tourists as well. So great opportunity for interface there. Just one question about one of the performance metrics that's in the budget, and that is number of individuals served by arts facilities and centers. This has kind of fluctuated fairly wildly over the last few years, from a low just 3 years ago of 283,000 to a high 2 years ago of 546,000, literally 100% increase. And it's projected to be 10% reduced from that high for this budget year and next year as well. So can you talk a little bit about that fluctuation and what that's really measuring, and whether maybe that's not an effective budget metric anymore?
I'm going to have Daniel respond to this directly, but I, from what I understand, the way when we reinitiated our performing arts program, we shifted the way we began. We were counting the attendance and moved that over. So it's taken us a few years to kind of get our sweet spot. I think we're right where we need to be. Do you have anything more to add to that?
I think just to add to that, we've created a more comprehensive structure on how we do it, and a more uniform structure in how we collect the data from our community art centers, which has resulted in a much more streamlined approach, which you see in the change in the numbers.
Right.
Does this capture the change that happened when Rec and Parks took over management of the Greek Theater?
No, because the Greek Theater is not one of DCA's facilities that we.
Okay, so arts facilities is limited to only those that you operate.
Correct. Those that we operate and our art partnered centers, such as McGroarty or Lancashire Arts, those are also an extension of DCA services. So those are included.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Anything else, members? Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your being with us. Did you have anything to add?
It's always a pleasure.
Okay. Thank you. All right, members, with your indulgence, I'm going to go a little bit out of order now and take up animal services next. And then I'm going to do my best to get back to emergency management before we break for lunch, but I want to go in that order, please. Ms. Barnett, welcome, and thank you for your thoughtful budget letter. Feel free to go ahead and open up, and then we'll get right into questions, and we'll start with Mr. Koretz with the questions.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Budget Committee as well as the Mayor and the Mayor's Budget Committee. We have, of course, a few asks. That's my job, and we'll see how we go. I would also like to introduce to my left, Tammy Watson is our Assistant General Manager of Administration, and Catherine Chico is our, I call her our Budget Director, but she's really a Chief Management, help me with the title.
Senior Management Analyst too, but we call her our Budget Director.
Right. And she keeps us on tab. For those of you who recognize her, she was with the Department of Animal Services when I first got here. She left us and had a number of jobs around the city where she gained experience and expertise. And when John Forlan retired, we grabbed her as quickly as we could. So we're very happy to have her back. We do have a question with the Animal Sterilization Fund, but I would just like to say, I think rather than belaboring that right now, we are working on that with the CAO's office, and I think what we're doing is we're looking at the number of vouchers that we issue online on a weekly basis, and the CAO's office is possibly looking at the financial management system payouts. So we're working on that, and maybe we can do a report back on that. One of the main things I really wanted to speak with you about today is the animal license canvassers. We asked for 8, and we were given 4 in the budget. I think it depends on how much emphasis we want to put on revenue from licensing. We have estimated that with what we have, that we can possibly generate. Sorry for rattling the papers. We can possibly generate $1.9 million. That's an estimate. We know that LA County has 18 full-time canvassers and several other staff positions, and they generate $3.2 million. So I think we can make a decision about whether or not we want to sell more licenses. With 8 canvassers, I believe that we can cover the city every 2 years, and that will help a lot with the enforcement, with generating funds for from dog licenses, from enforcement of the spay-neuter ordinance, fewer pets, unwanted births, and fewer animals coming into the city shelters. So we believe that that is a consideration that we would like to ask you to make. We've also asked for a public information director. We have one full-time person who works in public relations for us. He's an entry-level public relations specialist, and at this point, we have put out an RFP with the permission of our commission, looking for a marketing, development, and web-based consultant to help us grow the department, grow our financial resources. It's my belief, I've been here for about 8.5 years now, and the department has never been fully funded. We're running with about 100 fewer employees than we had before 2008, before the recession. I think our team does an incredible job if you consider that we were just a few points away from a 90% average life save rate last year, which would be no kill. We have more work to do with cats, of course, than we do for dogs. We're saving about 94% of our dogs. And we have done this with a skeleton crew of people who work their heart outs with the help of a lot of great volunteers. So we have asked for a public information director. If we bring on a consulting firm, we really need to be able to support them and have them train our staff to be responsive not only to media but to donors. At this point, we do some fundraising, we do some grant making, but if we really want to have donors be responsive, we have to thank them appropriately and quickly and honor them for what they're doing to help us, as well as the volunteers and the people who adopt from us. So we are seeking a public information director so that we can grow the department and take some financial pressure off of the city. Our Animal Welfare Trust Fund does not provide money for staffing, but there are many things that the general fund pays for that we could possibly take over if we had the resources to do so. The other thing I wanted to mention are the volunteer liaisons. I noticed I was surprised to see we had a number of volunteers who came and spoke about that. We have grown our volunteer program substantially because last year you approved a volunteer coordinator, and she has done an amazing job. There's been like a 64%. My goal was a 15% increase in volunteers, but with the help of our volunteer coordinator, she has increased our volunteers 64%. And that's why we have a lot more volunteers needing a lot more direction in the shelters. And we've proposed doing this with targeted local hires. That's a program that we have embraced from the beginning and that we really support. And we believe that if we don't have someone in each shelter training the volunteers, directing them to the different jobs that need to be done, helping maintain safety within the shelters, that will always be sort of playing a catch-up game. And with the number of volunteers we have now, it's been an amazing experience for all the shelters. The staff is so grateful to have the help, and the volunteers would love to have the direction of a volunteer liaison at each shelter. And then I think with that, I'll stop and answer your questions if we can.
Very good. Thank you very much. We'll start with Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the great job that you and your department have done under-resourced for the years that I've been here. I'd like to start seeing that change, not that you do a bad job, but that we'd start to provide more resources. 3 years back, we funded the hiring of a lot of animal control officers, but glitches in the hiring process prevented them from being hired at that time in a timely manner. Your budget letter implies that they've now finally all been hired. I wonder if you could update us on the hiring and deployment of animal control officers.
Absolutely glad to do that, and I'm going to ask Tammy Watson to answer that question.
Thank you. Currently, we have 23 vacant animal control officer positions, but we have been working with the personnel department to fill those vacancies as quickly as possible. This year, so far, we've hired 6 ACOs, 2 in September, 2 in November, and 2 in April. We currently have 7 who are in medical review as we speak, and we'll be interviewing 5 additional candidates next week. So we are trying to get as many hired as possible before the end of the fiscal year. The challenge that we're running into is the time to complete the backgrounds, and then also candidates who successfully pass the background. But we're continuing to work with personnel department to add additional names, advertise for the classification. As a matter of fact, last week we met with the personnel department, and they're going to re-advertise. So we'll see more social media posts regarding the vacancy, and we're advertising with other agencies to gain more candidates for this candidate pool.
Yeah, and if you don't complete that by the end of the fiscal year, can you roll over those positions?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Over the last decade, we've gone from depositing over $1 million of general fund monies in the Animal Sterilization Trust Fund annually to augment donations and dog license surcharge. We've transitioned to depositing less and less each year. Last year, this committee stepped into the breach and provided funding via the unappropriated balance. Your letter includes a request that $850,000 be included this year, which is not entirely funded in the mayor's budget. Can you go through what the current status of the fund is, how the funds we provided were used in the current fiscal year budget, how much the mayor has proposed for this year, and what the impact of the mayor's budget as proposed would do to the fund?
We'll be glad to answer that question, but that is one of the things that we're working on with the CAO's office, because we're looking at the number of vouchers that are distributed each day. You know, the good news and the bad news. With the new technology, you can go online if you live in the city of Los Angeles and you can get spay-neuter vouchers for your dogs or cats and print them out like theater tickets, and they can only be used one time. So that means that we're getting about 38 of those a day. So we're looking at on that end of it, and I believe the CAO's office, I don't want to speak for them, but they're looking at what's in the financial management system. But I'll ask Catherine to add a little bit to that.
And I will say before you do, it's not clear to me whether you're saying you're looking at fully funding it in that process or whether you're trying to find a more efficient way to use the limited funds that the mayor put in. But we want the number of spays and neuters to be at that level. So if we're in any way talking about reducing the spays and neuters done by over 4,000 this year, I would certainly ask for a report back on how to fully fund that line item. So I wonder if you could clarify that question. Which are we talking about? Efficiencies in perhaps not providing them, or are we talking about still trying to find a way to provide that number?
In the department's budget letter, we had requested $850,000. However, that did not take into consideration the $400,000 identified in the budget in Schedule 29. In going through all of our projected expenditures for the current fiscal year and fiscal year 1920, the department has arrived at a number of approximately $497,000 additional funds that we would need to fully fund the animal sterilization fund in fiscal year 1920. In working with the CAO's office, their projections are off, we're off by about $200,000 per year, and it's based upon the methodology that we use. The department uses the methodology of tracking our expenditures of when we receive the actual, vouchers for invoicing, where the CAO uses the FMS when the expenditures are actually paid out of the system. So right now we are working together to come up with a way to better track the numbers that will give us that will both be on the same page. But as of right now, the department is identifying the need for an additional $497,000 to maintain the current level that we're projecting for this fiscal year, which is close to 39,000 surgeries. And that would just increase the fund by to allow for about 3% additional surgeries, which would be about 1,200 additional surgeries in fiscal year 1920.
Well, and we obviously know that any spaying and neutering that isn't done increases our costs exponentially. So I would ask for a report back on how we can fund that request.
And Mr. Kretz, if I could just add on to that, could you also report back on a long-term plan to ensure that we maintain that level of spay and neuter success? Because we have this exact same discussion every single year. Enough already.
Yes.
Let's not have to do this song and dance, and let's think about what is the department's recommendation for the long term, whether through efficiency, cost savings, or special funding, or whatever else, so that we have a fully funded program every single year and we don't have to keep doing this.
Can I add on to that too? We're all on the same page here, just to make sure that it also includes the cost of hiring the staff to manage the online spay-neuter application process, to get us to the pre-recession levels.
Perfect. And obviously, as we get closer to no kill, the only way we're really going to get there and get beyond the base no kill numbers is a robust sterilization plan. A related issue is the effort the city is making to do an environmental impact report covering feral cats, so that in future years we might be able to subsidize the sterilization of enough of them to stem the flow of kittens being born outdoors. What's the status of that EIR? And does the city have a projected timeline for finishing it and asking the court to lift the injunction?
Well, I'm a little bit speaking out of class because I should probably let BOE answer this question since they're managing the project. But we're hopeful that there will be significant work completed, and we'll go back to the public for more input, and that I hope that we're in court before this calendar year is over, so that we can then put a program in place.
Yeah, and obviously that. Well, maybe not so obviously. That's one of the missing elements to getting our cat numbers into the no-kill territory, is that there are so many kittens born outdoors and people bring them in not realizing that they probably should just leave them with the mother that may not be visible at the moment they spot them. But keeping up with all those kittens, I think, is a real handful for the department. And so
you make a very good point, and that's why we had asked for 2 registered vet techs, and I think we were given 1, and that's just because over the course of the years, over the last 4 years, our number of animals put into foster care has increased 70%. So we have a need for an RVT to give support to the people who voluntarily take those kittens home to raise them, because they do need help, they need advice, and sometimes they need to bring the kittens in for a checkup.
And I don't recall whether that was in your budget letter or not, but if we could ask for a budget report back on that item as well. Last year we had a lot of discussion about how to make our call center more viable with animal shelters in terms of fielding the public's calls in a more timely manner. People complained about being placed on hold for as much as an hour. The budget provided for modern equipment, but it was short on staffing. So from looking at your budget, it's not entirely clear to us what's been done to implement those changes and what the status is of those call centers, and if there's additional funding needed to make them operate optimally.
Tammy?
Well, where we are on the project is we have hired the systems analyst to manage the project. We did have some delay in finding the appropriate candidate for those functions. So since then, we have started working with ITA and also Verizon and AT&T to identify. Well, first of all, we're working on increasing the network infrastructure, and so we're increasing the bandwidth in all of our locations. We're working with ITA to replace the network switches, identify all the active telephone numbers at each location, and we're working with a communications engineer to review the surveys that we've done with all of our locations. We will not complete this project this fiscal year, so we will complete it early next fiscal year. But we are on target. We're moving forward with this project so that we can update our telephone systems, and then we can also incorporate the in-contact system so that we can monitor call wait times and the number of calls that we're receiving. We do not have that technology right now. So as far as the wait time, we've worked in conjunction with 311 call center, and they're now taking approximately 1,500 calls per month for us, which has reduced the call volume to our services centers. As I mentioned, we do not have the system to track the wait times yet, but periodically I call in on the 800 number to identify how long it takes to get to a district. And I've noticed that we're under 2 minutes. On some days we're under 1 minute, but that's the only system that I have in place now. But we're continuing to move this project forward. And as far as funding, we have not received all of our invoices from both ITA and our HLP vendor. But I will let Catherine speak on if we need additional funding in the next fiscal year.
IT is still working with our system staff, so we have not received the final estimate for the cost. However, working with the CAO's office, the funds that were approved in the current fiscal year, there will be some identified to be rolled over in next fiscal year so that we could use those when ITA does provide us with the invoice.
So you think the rollover will be enough to handle what you need?
It may or it may not. That won't be determined until we get the final cost estimates from ITA, and they're still working on that.
Do you have a sense of how far it might be off, whether we should put a small amount in the UB to cover it, or whether that's not necessary?
The department was provided $104,000 last fiscal year for the build out of these phone service systems, and so the amount is allocated to be rolled over, and so the amount that the department identifies we can address and roll over that portion for the next fiscal year.
So, not clear whether that's a clear yes that we still think that's enough or not.
That should be enough funding because that was the amount that the department identified last fiscal year, and the amount that it was provided for funding. If estimates did increase, that would be something that we can address through the year-end FSR.
Okay. What I'll do is I'll work with our senior systems analyst just to verify on what she has been. What has been relayed from ITA in regards to if there will be additional expenditures required.
Yeah, if you can get us definitive information while we're still in this budget process, that would be great. Otherwise, we'll address that if there's a shortfall in the FSRs at a later point.
Okay, thank you.
You're asking for 6 more animal care technicians to help sustain the current shelter-based volunteer liaison program, which we've heard great things about while shoring up regular ACT activity. You also have a system-wide volunteer coordinator. How does the coordinator work with the volunteer liaisons, and what ACT duties are suffering because of your current staff level?
Well, right now,
and I'm losing my voice.
Oh, sorry. Did I start too soon?
No, go on.
So the volunteer liaisons are ACTs, so they aren't doing their regular duties, which would be cleaning, feeding, and those sorts of things. They are training the volunteers, and the volunteers help with those things. But in terms of really being able to manage a group of, an increase of, say, 70% in volunteers for this year, I think it was 67%, then, we need someone there to manage them, not only to teach them what to do and to train them, but to keep them safe and to monitor certain safety protocols with those volunteers who are on duty. And so it has made the shelters have to really scramble, and I think we really need those. We're way below what the buildings were projected to need when the buildings were built, and since then we've built the South LA Chesterfield Square shelter, which is our largest one yet. So we're very understaffed, and our people work very hard, and if they could have those 6 positions filled and then still have the ACTs who can be volunteer liaisons, that would give us a lot more efficiency and a lot more safety in the shelters.
Very good. And I'd like to ask that we do a budget report on where to come up with the funding for 6 more animal care technicians to fund the department adequately in that area. I know you're using the targeted local hire program to create a robust dog license canvassing effort. Your letter suggests that an 8-person team could net about $100,000 for the department and the animal sterilization fund, and that seems like a good investment. What's the current status of your license canvassing, and are the 4 positions funded in the proposed budget from targeted local hire?
The 4 positions are funded in the budget from targeted local hire. What we have now are 2 part-time licensed canvassers. Our current licensing program is made up of part-time workers. They have to use their own cars to go out and do the licensing. Needless to say, half-time work and using your own car, as soon as they get another opportunity, they leave us. I think we have had as many as 6 at one time, but they just don't last. Right now we have 2.
So I'd like a budget report back on what it would take to fund all 8 positions and to provide city vehicles for them. Also, you're asking for a public information director, although I've already seen increased information flow and happy to see that from your current staff. Your letter and your comments lay out some of the ways you'd benefit. How's your PR and outreach work being done now, and how would it change with this new position?
Well, this would be a director position over the public relations specialist that we have, and it would just increase our bandwidth significantly. A couple of years ago, we did an RFP looking for a consulting firm similar to the one that we released an RFP for this year. During that first go-round, we had 3 applicants, I believe, and we found that although there were some good applicants, we didn't have the support staff to actually go forward with a project like that. This time, it was quite overwhelming. When we did the bidders conference, we had 40 different companies come to the bidders conference to find out what this was all about. And then after that, not everybody puts in a proposal, but 8 people put in proposals. So I haven't seen any of those. I'm not in this phase of the reviewing the proposals, but it's pretty exciting that there are 8 companies who can do development, marketing, and web development who would like to work with the department and help us. I mean, it's friend making. We make friends with people who find out that we are the place to go. We have the best animals anywhere. We're the people where you can go to get your spay-neuter voucher. You can volunteer, you can foster, you can donate. I mean, this is a way to make friends with the community and involve the community and bring them in to be our helpers. And I think this is a very important position. Without at least 2 people in the department who can work with this consulting firm, it's hard. It will be hard to say to the commission, we really must move forward on this. And I know that there's been interest in us having a new website for quite some time and doing more marketing. I believe that my background before I started being a general manager or a CEO of a private shelter was fundraising. I believe that we can make the money that will make the difference for this department if we're given the chance to do that.
And I'd like to ask, we have a budget report back on that instruction as well. Are there any other things that would make a dramatic difference that, in the interest of not putting too much of a drain on the budget, you haven't asked for? And I know you're not expecting this, but is there anything else that would make an obvious difference to you that hasn't been mentioned, wasn't in your letter, but would make you a more efficient and effective department?
My team is smiling. Catherine, go for it.
I think one of the classifications that was really affected during the recession was our veterinary technicians. And those positions are the ones that are the front line when an animal is brought in, and they provide the initial intake, the examination upon intake, and when they're being adopted. And currently we have 25 vet techs dispersed throughout all of our shelters. And with such a low number, if one calls in sick or they're out on vacation, it requires the scrambling of staff to different locations just to ensure that we have, sufficient staff to intake the animals and outtake upon adoption, which could affect, the number of adoptions if the wait time is, too long, if somebody's waiting to adopt an animal and we don't have the sufficient staff to check the animal out upon adoption. So I think that would be one of the classifications that is really in dire need.
How many positions would make the difference so that it was functioning appropriately?
Well, the pre-recession allocation was 42, and we currently have 25. To be honest, any additional will be helpful, but at least 10 will be very beneficial for the department, for the public, members of the public, and the animals in our care.
Well, if we could have a budget report back on where to find that funding for those positions as well, that would be great. And those are all the questions I have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kretz. And as expected, the chair of the PAW committee covered everything I would have asked, so thank you. I'm gonna pass. And for purposes of planning, members, we're now into the anticipated lunch break. I'm going to let Mr. Sahakian and his team know we're not going to get to you before lunch, so thank you for your patience. Go ahead and enjoy your lunch. Right now, members, we're scheduled to be back from lunch at 1 o'clock, which is in 48 minutes from now. But I hope we'll be able to hold to that pretty closely, but stay tuned. Afternoon departments, and we'll see how we do on that. I'll let you know when we're anticipated to come back from lunch as we move forward. So next, Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brenda, thank you again for your service and that of your team. I recall when you came in, you came and saw us at the district office and had some good conversation, and every time we call, you guys answer the phone. And so, again, we just appreciate your help all the way around, and appreciate your willingness to employ targeted local hire when you can, where you can. It really makes a difference. Our office works with Spray for LA to provide mobile spray and neuter service, vaccines and flea control to households in our district, at our district office, in fact, several times a month. It's a great service. Does the city offer something similar to assist, or is our assistance solely voucher based?
Well, they get paid through the voucher program, or if they're in areas where the zip code is determined to be primarily low income, there are some zip codes that they can go into and take a piece of mail that has an address to prove that they live there. But we pay the contractors. We have is it 4 spay-neuter mobile clinics?
We have 3.
We have 3 mobile clinics, and each of our shelters except North, which is still under construction, has a clinic, and those are all contracts with the department, with the city through the department.
And so what does that mean for the resident that wants a voucher?
It means that if they can get 3 vouchers for 3 dogs, and they can get 3 vouchers for 3 pet cats. So for that, they can either go to one of our shelters, they can go to the admin office, or they can get it online. We've made it easier and easier.
About how many vouchers are provided each year? Any idea?
Well, we're doing about 38 a week now, aren't we, Catherine?
Yes, we recently rolled out an automated vet portal voucher system, and that was on February 20th, and we've been issuing approximately 38 vouchers a day, and those are either free based upon the resident's income or discount vouchers. So approximately 38 a day.
And for income, they just, what are they showing, an address, or they got to bring a bill in, or how do you
They show an address, and because we want to make sure everyone can get their pets spayed or neutered, we do address verification. We let them self-certify for low income.
Okay. Your request letter mentioned the requested funding for a public information director, and I think you talked about that before. Again, is this director going to have a role in creating educational materials, or what's the role going to be exactly?
Well, I think that could certainly be one part of that role. We have we did an educational program at the Chesterfield Square shelter within the last year, and there are some great volunteers there who are interested in expanding it. And we support that, because if we can teach the children in the schools about spay neuter and in ways that are not critical of their own families or what they're learning at home, if we can work with that, then I think we can make Los Angeles the most humane city in the world.
Are educational materials available in multiple languages?
Well, so far we're doing things in English and Spanish, and I think we have to look at expanding as well. Now you're sort of out of my level of expertise. There are some computer programs that I think will translate into multiple languages, and that's something that we'll be looking at if we get to do a new website.
Okay, good. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see a budget impact memo on providing simple response for pet owners with information graphics in multiple languages, including information about pet health and licensing as you're moving forward.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
I did not think it was possible to have any questions after Mr. Koretz, and so I'm doubly speechless after Mr. Koretz and Mr. Price. I'll pass.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you.
that.
No, sorry, can't match it. I have a few questions, although I will say Mr. Koretz covered 95% of what I wanted to cover, so he got it. And just a quick word on the language thing. Definitely coordinate with ITA, because they're doing the same thing with our website, and we have a contract with Google. I think there's a way to leverage that to make it happen. First off, thank you. You're doing great work. We're really moving this department in a very positive direction. We all want to get us to no kill, and the department has really changed over the last decades in terms of what our mission is and how we go about it, and that's to be commended. We'll start out by question, 2 years ago there was a lot of concern about the number of cuts and how that would translate into, then we were talking about 2,500 animals being euthanized. Has the number of healthy animals euthanized gone down this year in conjunction with our goal to be a no-kill city, and where are we on that?
Yes, absolutely. The numbers have gone down. We finished the calendar year of 2018 with an 89.7% life save rate, and that was an increase of 4% over the previous year. So we are getting better and better. Unfortunately, our cats suffer more than our dogs right now. We are able to save almost 94% of our dogs, and we're still in the 70s, 80s for the cats percentiles. And I talk about calendar year 2018 because when I talk about just the first 3 months of 2019, it's a tease, quite honestly, because we're just now going into kitten season. So when I tell you now that as of today or as of the end of March, even our kitten life save rate was up 2% over last year, up to 96.8. That's a song and a prayer, because we haven't hit kitten season yet. So I don't flash those numbers around too much.
Right. Then, of course, we talked extensively about the sterilization fund, was critically important. But just to put a finer point on it, I mean, how many council districts does one shelter cover?
Well, we have 6 shelters and we have 15 council districts. So that's one of the problems. Sometimes when we need to get animal control officers out to help in a district, we may have them off on an emergency in another district. So that's one of our challenges.
And just to give a bigger sense of it, how many people in LA as a percentage actually have pets?
Well, we're estimating that 941,700 households have pets. Now, each of those households could have up to 3 dogs and 3 cats. Most probably don't, but some could.
If you ever figure out the percentage, I bet you that's in the 80%.
Yes, I think it is.
Pretty high. So we talked about the Animal Sterilization Fund. I wanted to add one more thing to that, which is, how many pets won't get spayed or neutered if we don't do this, and what that will actually cost us. So just to add that to the report back that we're getting.
I'd like to put that in the report back to make sure that we're on the same page with the CAO's office on this.
Great. And another sort of addition in the animal licensing canvassing program, Mr. Kress talked about using fleet vehicles. I just want to make sure that we are also looking at not just new fleets, but the used fleets. We dealt with the police fleets and the electric vehicles. There are other options that we want to make sure we're looking at. as far as that goes. And the comms position, I wanted to, which I think is important. How does that interact with the canvassing program? Because both have a similar mission of educating the public. The canvassers are doing more one-to-one, and a comms has the obviously ability to one-to-many. So how does that work together, and is there an interaction in terms of the funding?
Well, the main benefit of having both would be our public information director. They will be able to direct the message that the canvassers will be distributing door to door. And we will have one brand, one theme for the department. They will be the person who facilitate all of our messages, whether it be website, social media, our flyers, our posters, any of our advertisements. And so that way we're making sure that we're delivering the same message with every employee within our department as we communicate with the public.
So they're as much about strategic marketing as they are just a marketer.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we have guidelines now for colors and fonts and everything that in our type of messaging. Some phrases we don't use, some phrases we do use, and it's important to get those out, particularly to the people who are on the ground representing the department in the community.
Right, and as you mentioned, there's a direct link with our donor base, which is unique for this element. I saw you have an administrative clerk just for ACE citations. All the ACE money, I guess, goes to the city attorney. Is that correct?
Correct. We give we're a little bit different than possibly some of the other departments who use ACE citations in that there are certain of our citations, such as unlicensed, unaltered, can become almost fix-it tickets if the person complies within the first 30 to 60 days. The others that have that collect revenue go to the city attorney's office, but we have to do some processing on their behalf.
Do you bill them for that in any way, or is there any way to cost recover?
No. Do you want to add anything?
If I could add,
Or would that be too complicated to even think about?
Currently, the ACE program does provide funding for one admin clerk, and that is the individual that is processing the citations that our officers or the canvassers would be writing up. However, due to the workload and the amount of time, we've calculated that it actually takes 2 full-time equivalents to provide those services, because even after, they process internally the citations, once they hand it off to the city attorneys, they have to kind of close out our documentation. So really it's taking 2 admin clerks, and we're only receiving funding for 1. So we've actually pulled one of our admin clerks from other animal services duties to support the ACE program.
Well, maybe we'll get a report back on funding possibilities to correct that balance, to make sure that the clerks that are doing ACE citations are actually paid by the ACE funding.
Okay.
Kind of makes sense. And then, what's that?
We're adding one.
Because you're adding one more admin clerk.
Yes.
We are. Okay. Last question, and actually this one came to me by my colleague Monica Rodriguez, who shares a similar issue in that both of our districts have had fire in the district or related or very close to it, and had to deal with the horses. And the department recently reinstated the volunteer emergency equine response team. And so the question, I'll do it as a report back, since there's a number of questions, but we'd like to find out from the department to provide more information regarding several things: the current number of volunteers that we have, the application process and training, the funding, coordination with the city departments during emergency evacuations, what resources are allocated for emergency evacuations, and then to bring it home as a budget impact report, what additional resources, if any, does the department need to operate at full capacity regarding these kind of emergency evacuations?
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And if I can just add on, EMD should be part of that report back as well, because that coordination has been an issue that we've had to be working on over many years now. So
yeah, we work directly with them, yes,
Great.
and we do the animal part.
Very good. All right, anything else, members, for animal services? All right, great. Ms. Barnett, thank you very much to you and your team. Appreciate your being here, and thank you for your good work.
Thank you.
All right, members. So a couple of things. It's 12:25. We're about 25 minutes behind schedule. Not too bad. So I think what I'd like to do is ask that we be back here at 10 after 1 to resume with emergency management. And I had mentioned earlier in the day that the coalition, our city's labor partners, were not going to be here. It seems that a few of them have had a change of heart and would like to be heard, so we are going to be hearing them for about 15 minutes or so later in the afternoon as well. So we'll have a little bit more time that we're going to have to make up to accommodate that. So if we can, let's come back here at 10 after 1, ready to begin, and until then, we are in recess.
And recharge the groundwater. The project will reconfigure the current 20 bowls into 10 deeper basins, vastly increasing the stormwater capture capacity.
Every time it rains, we need more capacity to put that rainwater into the ground. But we need to get water into the San Fernando Valley groundwater aquifer, then it can become groundwater supply that our wells will pull out and treat and deliver to all the residents.
The Tujunga spreading grounds sit on a 150-acre site in Sun Valley, at the intersection of Interstate 5 and CA 170, right on top of the San Fernando groundwater aquifer.
We're looking to really turn toward local water resources and not have so much reliance on imported water. And so part of the plan is to be able to produce more local groundwater, but we have to get water into the ground for the future.
By increasing the size of the spreading basins, the project will double the facility's recharge capacity. On a year that LA gets the average amount of rain it usually gets, the spreading ground will collect up to 5 billion gallons of water each year to recharge the groundwater basin annually. This is enough water to sustain approximately 48,000 homes all year. LADWP also invests in smaller-scale, street-level stormwater capture projects that have multiple side benefits.
They minimize local flooding if there is flooding on the streets. They provide the community open space, and they generally beautify the community with native vegetation, open space, and wildlife.
Beautification is also a part of the Tujunga Spreading Grounds Enhancement Project's overall objective. Aside from recharging the aquifer, the renovation will allow for passive recreation on community open space.
In LA this week.
A posthumous honor for the man many consider to be the greatest mayor in Los Angeles history. I'm Gil Reyes at what is currently known as the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. But for how long?
I'm Anna Marcos. Queen Latifah, Cardi B, take your pick. This exhibit is a visual history of hip-hop from its earliest beginnings, and it's now open at the Annenberg Space for Photography. More coming up.
Want to be part of a mosaic with the Backstreet Boys and one that's going to be sent to them? I'm Rasha Goel. Up next, I'll tell you how.
Hey everyone, I'm Yana Kay. Here's what's happening in LA this week. The community came together to take a stand against sexual violence. Local leaders and sexual assault survivors gathered at LA City Hall on Denim Day to raise awareness and let victims know they're not alone.
Every 98 seconds, another person experiences sexual assault.
1 out of every 6 women has been victim of attempted or completed rape in her lifetime.
Denim Day recalls an Italian Supreme Court case when a judge overturned a lower court's conviction of a rapist. The judges ruled that because the victim was wearing tight jeans, she must have helped her attacker remove them, thus implying consent.
There is no excuse.
There is no excuse.
There is no excuse. Never an invitation to rape,
to abuse, assault.
To harass, assault, abuse.
That is our mantra, that is our mandate, that's our commitment.
Denim has become our social justice fabric, and it started right here in Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles. This is the birthplace of this worldwide Denim Day campaign.
When we have a public space to talk about sexual violence and domestic violence, people listen.
This is a movement that was started by women and led by women.
We've seen very powerful men in positions of power who have used their power to harass and assault women and intimidate them. And so we're living in a new era now where women are coming out of the shadows.
1 led to 2, led to 5, led to 10, led to hundreds, and now millions of people who are telling their stories.
My mom is a survivor. My sister is a survivor. I'm a survivor.
I'm a survivor of sexual violence. Is it consensual if his skin can't be found under my fingernails? For 12 years, starting at the age of 3, I was molested by someone in my family. Is it consensual if my no was inaudible, but one day I mustered up the courage to tell him to stop? Is it consensual if my yes was merely 3 letters, coerced? To me, Denim Day means healing. It signifies rebirth from a trauma you never thought you'd live past.
This is not a women's issue, it is a human issue for all of us.
When we give in the world what we need the most, it heals the broken parts in each of us. So give your strength, not your sorrow. Give your heart and never hate. And the discomfort that we feel around this issue is necessary, because it's only in facing these uncomfortable things that we truly can heal from them. Thank you so much for having me.
For more information on how you can help the cause, visit denimdayinfo.org. LA's first and only black mayor is honored for championing what many believe was the most successful Olympics ever. Yes, the games are returning to LA, but a name change may be coming too. Gil Reyes has more.
Will the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum be able to keep its iconic name? What we do know for sure is that the name of the man many consider to be the greatest mayor in Los Angeles history will be etched in these hallowed halls forever.
At the entrance of the LA Memorial Coliseum is the arena's Court of Honor, consisting of 60-plus names and events that have made the stadium great. Now add a new name to this gallery, former LA Mayor Tom Bradley. His daughters are here for the induction and unveiling of this handsome bronze plaque.
Absolutely thrilled. It's about time as far as we're concerned. Daddy's contribution is the reason the modern Olympics exist even today. Right. But it's just fantastic.
Mayor Bradley brought the 84 games to Los Angeles, generating a multi-million-dollar profit largely through advertising that's paying off to this day. And as the plaque reads, he welcomed the world. No one has done so much for so many while serving the city of Los Angeles.
He was a police officer, he was a city council member, and then he was mayor for 20 years. And of course, we know that record will never be broken because now we have term limits.
Coliseum Commission President and Supervisor Janice Hahn was at the ceremony honoring LA's first and only black mayor. So were the 2 men who pushed for his induction, Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas and former city councilman Tom LaBonge.
And I stop and say to Mark, could you get a plaque at the Court of Honor for Tom Bradley? Make it happen, Tom, and we'll get it done.
And they did, but during a controversy over the arena's name. United Airlines has pledged nearly $70 million to renovate the stadium, but only if it is renamed United Airlines Memorial Coliseum. Critics say no way. And now the airline has threatened to pull out. USC manages the stadium.
I'm hopeful that United Airlines and USC will come to a compromise that gives United Airlines the visibility they should have, as well as preserving the legacy for veterans.
How about United Airlines Field at Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum? They're talking about it. We'll know for sure long before the games return to Los Angeles in 2028.
Other inductees to the Court of Honor include LA politician Kenneth Hahn, former president of South Africa Nelson Mandela, and rocker Bruce Springsteen. Getting into college is a monumental step for high school seniors. The LA Dodgers Foundation and a nonprofit celebrated this significant milestone by shining a spotlight on these students' accomplishments.
We're here because we think that signing day should not just be for elite athletes, but for young people like all of you who worked so hard to earn those college acceptances.
All I can say is wow, wow, wow. 600 students, so many colleges, so many backgrounds. This is really tremendous. So today we're hosting 600 kids from local high schools who are all pledging what colleges they're going to be attending in the fall. We partnered with College Spring, an organization really dedicated to equipping students with SAT and ACT prep and ensuring that they have the knowledge that they need in order to go to college and succeed. It's important to celebrate today, regardless of where you're going to school, but just the mere fact that you are going and that you have achieved a significant milestone in your life.
I will be attending UCR this fall.
I'll be attending UC Berkeley in the fall.
And I will be attending UC Santa Barbara this fall.
That I will be attending Dickinson College as a Posse Scholar. I will be attending UC Davis this fall.
What does that mean to you?
It means so much to me because I want to be able to prove to my younger sister, since I am an older sister, that they can do it too and that they have someone there for them to help them.
You deserve this, you've earned this, and you should be so very proud.
Since launching in 2008, nearly 25,000 students from low-income backgrounds have benefited from College Spring's program. They're helping fight hunger and prevent food waste at the same time. Food Forward is a nonprofit dedicated to providing healthy options to underserved communities. Rasha Goel has more.
So why do we see so many happy faces while picking out their greens? It's because they're at a free farmers market where they can take home their veggies at no cost. All thanks to Food Forward, a nonprofit organization that gathers food and distributes it to more than 200 charitable groups across a 5-county region.
Food Forward rescues produce that would otherwise go to waste. We collect from backyards, farms, public spaces, farmers markets, and wholesale locations and donate to local hunger relief agencies.
This free farmers market was held in conjunction with See Me at the Garden in Simi Valley, where over 175 people walk through on a given day. This particular farmers market is held on the last Tuesday of every month, and it's just one of the many groups that Food Forward works with.
So in October of 2017, we did our first free farmers market in partnership with Food Forward, and there was such a demand in the community. One of the reasons is because there's no qualification. So if a family's short on food for the month and they come down, they get their food. If they don't need it the following month, then we don't see them.
This year marks 10 years for Food Forward, who has recovered and donated over 70 million pounds of produce. At 78 years old, individuals like Bernarda McCarroll, who have been volunteering for the past year and a half, say it brings them so much joy.
I give people food that they need, and also it's gratifying to me because I'm doing service for somebody else that I enjoy.
Over 10,000 community members participate at over 190 produce recovery events every month.
It's a win-win-win-win-win for everyone. There's volunteers that get to come out and get some exercise and feel good about themselves. People are receiving produce, food is not going to waste, and really our harvesting food, fighting hunger, and building community message shines through these community partnerships.
Would you like some asparagus?
Of course! I wasn't about to leave without my favorite asparagus.
Los Angeles Trade Technical College has gone green. New solar panels and electric car charging stations will not only benefit the environment, but they will also offer living labs to students who are training in solar or transportation careers.
This newest solar installation represents the future of jobs, a vision for Los Angeles that's truly sustainable, and a city that's powered by Angelenos. We're striving for 100% renewable energy in the future, mainly from energies that are coming from solar, power, and hydro.
Today we recognize and applaud the wonderful energy savings achieved through construction of this 285 kilowatt solar system at the Trade Tech parking structure. Your achievement will help LADWP efforts to reduce electrical demand and lower the strain on the grid, greatly contributing to the future sustainability of our city. This is the first one that I felt really embodies what we're trying to do in the city of Los Angeles, where we're really helping each other make a better city.
They redefined pop music as we know it, creating a dedicated fan phenomenon that still exists almost 30 years later. And now fans of the Backstreet Boys can get up close and personal with a one-of-a-kind ultimate fan experience. Rasha Goel takes us to the Grammy Museum's latest exhibit.
Music lover or not, this is one exhibit you won't want to miss. The Backstreet Boys experience at the LA Live Grammy Museum takes you through their journey on and off stage along with some key memorabilia.
It's basically all things Backstreet Boys. There are original objects provided by the group, and then there's a ton of really cool interactive components here that it makes for a great fan experience.
What's unique about this exhibition is the interactive experience.
All right, Backstreet Boys fans, this is your chance to send them your personal message. This right here is the confession booth. You can record your message here, which will then be sent to them. And hey, if you're in the mood for taking some pictures and maybe grabbing that selfie, well, guess what? Hop on right over here.
We have this really cool hologram, and what this hologram is, it allows guests to actually either take a selfie with the Backstreet Boys, or they can sing with the Backstreet Boys, and then that sort of video is it's captured and then sent back to the guests, so then you can post it on social media, share it with your friends and family, just let people know you got to hang out with the Backstreet Boys.
And talk about commitment to fans. The boys were fully involved and hands-on when it came to this exhibit. They contributed some very personal items, things that you can only get a glimpse of here.
What we wanted to do is create an environment, an immersive environment to give back to the fans, and this was something, that was a message that they wanted to hit on just right out the gate. They really wanted to put a personal spin on this. So there's one section in this exhibition that features wedding albums and baptism photos. I mean, we have AJ's onesie from that he wore when he came back from the hospital the day he was born. So really cool stuff here. There's a lot to see. There's a lot of stuff here for everyone.
And some fun facts about the Backstreet Boys. They are the best-selling boy band with 130 million records worldwide. Their 2019 album DNA debuted at #1 more than 2 decades after the band was formed. And the album's lead single, Don't Go Breaking My Heart, was nominated for Pop Duo and Group Performance at this year's Grammy Awards. From clothing and costuming to this wall of pictures with actual fans and moments from across the world, there is plenty to enjoy.
Whether you're a Backstreet Boys fan or a music and baseball fan, that's great, but then there's also an educational component too. So there's this really cool sort of dynamic that we've created here where it's educational but entertaining at the same time.
So come on down and check out the Backstreet Boys experience. It's your chance to sing or send a message to them while experiencing this boy band phenomenon.
The exhibit runs until September 2nd. More info at GrammyMuseum.org. Well, from pop to hip-hop, Another photo exhibit highlights the musical artists and the photographers who not only helped shape hip-hop culture as we know it today, but also impacted politics, culture, and social movements around the world.
It's hard to believe, but hip-hop is now 40 years old. It's actually middle-aged, but it is still as vibrant as ever, and this exhibit captures that. For example, Salt and Peppa when they first started out, or how about Tupac or Snoop Dogg before they became legendary mega artists.
I refer to this as like the Mona Lisa of hip-hop. The photographer talks about how he wanted to portray Biggie as a king.
Notorious B.I.G., Cardi B, the one and only Beyonce, and Jay-Z. The exhibit, Contact High, A Visual History of Hip-Hop, takes us down memory lane in the vast and varied history of hip-hop, but it also includes its newest and greatest current artists.
You have like Kanye's first photo shoot, Wu-Tang's first cover shoot.
But Vicky Toback, curator of the exhibit Contact High and author of a book by the same name, makes it clear that this visual show is as much about the photographers who captured hip-hop history as it is about the artists who created its music.
A lot of times, the photographers weren't professionally trained per se, but they were part of the culture. And so when hip hop started, in the Bronx in the 70s, they were right there. Hip hop wasn't on the radio yet. You had to go to parks, roller rinks, local DJ spaces to even hear it. And it was just this, music of everyday people.
LA, by the way, has its own historic corner in the exhibit.
You can see in the photos this moment, right, where LA kind of comes into its own. It looked different. It had like the white tees, the Dickies, the car culture, the tattoo culture, the lowrider culture. Like that was very much an LA signature. Rest in peace, Nipsey.
Pictures like that of the late Nipsey Hussle capture that LA moment, and there are so many LA moments.
I love when you can see the neighborhoods and really the places that made LA hip-hop.
Altogether, more than 100 historic photos capturing iconic hip-hop artists. Not bad for a musical tradition few thought would last. But last it has, influencing many other types of music.
Hip-hop always just portrayed itself as being raw and real and speaking truth to power. People connect to that. Fast forward now to it being a dominant, global phenomenon.
The exhibit at the Annenberg Space for Photography stays open until August 18th of this year, and it's free. The South LA community got together to rededicate a beloved neighborhood park. From carnival games, dunk tank, face painting, and lucha libre wrestlers. It was fun for the entire family.
Let's give a big round of applause for South Park 2.0. Amen.
Today, we're unveiling a new and improved South Park.
I don't know if everybody realizes, but this year is 120 years this park has been in existence. That is a long time. This is one of the first parks in the city of Los Angeles.
The LA Times call it the Monte Carlo of Los Angeles, minus the wicked jingle of the coin.
I live right here in the neighborhood, so I've been aware of this park since the late 50s.
Our parents used to bring us here when we were kids. I haven't seen it look this good in years.
Our generation isn't the generation that just holds things together. We're the generation that are going to create. We're going to rehabilitate. This will be one of the examples of what can happen when a community comes together with a vision.
My message to the community is these weren't dollars that Kern Price or Eric Garcetti had. These are your tax dollars. And because we're spending your tax dollars in your community, now it's your responsibility. Keep it clean, keep it safe, and use it. A park loves to be loved.
Investment is not just in the grounds and in the grass and in the trees. It's an investment in the people who live in this community.
Put your best foot forward. Every individual, put your best foot forward.
I'm just praying and hoping that the upkeep stay up and that we all come together as one to do whatever we need to do to benefit the neighborhood.
We must really love one another. We must love our communities and do everything we can to keep it safe and clean.
There was even more family fun at the city's Earth Day celebration as folks learned about conservation and even brought home some trees.
I think in our home, for example, the importance of recycling, the importance of making sure we can conserve water to make sure that our planet could survive for generations to come.
Recycling the most basic of things, papers, cans, at home, that's something that everyone can do. Ensuring that nothing gets thrown on the street that will contaminate not just our water, but it'll blight our public spaces. We all want things to look clean and beautiful.
I conserve water and I reuse and recycle items. And to help the earth, I conserve water and take short showers.
I recycle whenever I can, conserve water.
Earth Day should actually be every day.
Councilmember Paul Koretz gets a special honor. A new Green Deal is announced by the mayor, and the city's first two-way bike lanes are coming to downtown LA. All this in City Beat. As Earth Day celebrations and education continue in Los Angeles, Councilmember Paul Koretz was honored for his 30-plus years of forward-thinking environmental policy and action. His contributions are almost too many to list, as Councilmember Mike Bonnet pointed out at a recent surprise ceremony in City Council.
Mr. Koretz, would you please come up and join us?
I really appreciate this. I don't know what to say. This means a lot to me. It's something I care so much about. Save our planet and save our species, save our wildlife, and keep LA and the rest of the world as it should be. So thank you so much.
Congratulations.
And along those lines, Mayor Eric Garcetti unveiled LA's Green New Deal, a plan designed to greatly expand Los Angeles' strong commitment to renewable energy, resulting in a cleaner, safer Los Angeles for decades to come. As use of bicycle transportation continues to grow, Councilmember Jose Huizar unveiled the city's first two-way bike lane in downtown LA. The improvement is designed in part to allow residents easier access to downtown's historic core. Los Feliz celebrates a brand new playground thanks to the Department of Rec and Parks and Councilmember David Rue.
All right, we're going to get started because I honestly do not want to take these 3-year-olds on. 3, 2, 1,
I really want to thank everyone for joining us today for the opening of this very new playground. This is what a park is supposed to be. An open space for all, and of course, especially for our young children. What do you think?
There was a call from the community in Los Fales. They needed a playground, and this is like the newest and greatest addition to Griffith Park.
We're so happy to be celebrating this amazing event, this incredible playground, and we definitely look forward to welcoming more spaces like this in the Los Feliz community.
Playgrounds are the very first introduction of our kids to the parks. Our goal is when we get the kids coming into the park through the playground, then we're able to introduce them to the other really magical pieces of the park system. I always like the saying that we need more green time and less screen time.
This means so much to me because when I was growing up as a child, we lived in a 2-bedroom, 700 square foot apartment, and we had no front yard or backyard, and it was parks. It was public parks, in particular Griffith Park, where I came to play.
Get on the Do Good bus and do some good. A citywide open firehouse celebration kicks off, and get ready to move to the beat as Summer of Salsa returns. All this and things to do. If you've been wanting to get involved in your community but haven't been sure where to start, then just hop on the Do Good bus. You'll meet like-minded folks for a day of games, fun, and a volunteer opportunity at a mystery location. Try out the Do Good bus on Saturday, May 11th from 8:15 a.m. The latest pack of do-gooders board the bus at Echo Park Lake on 751 Echo Park Avenue. For more details, check out their listing on Eventbrite.com. You're invited to bring the entire family for the LAFD Fire Service Day 2019. A citywide open firehouse celebration. Get to know your local fire crews in this 2019 LAFD Fire Service Day, happening Saturday, May 11th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. To locate your nearest fire station, visit lafd.org/station/station-results. La Plaza de Cultura y Artes invites you to Summer of Salsa, a free concert series held at this historic open-air venue. Gracing the stage on May 10th will be Ricardo Lembo and Maquina Loca. Summer of Salsa featuring Ricardo Lembo and Maquina Loca takes place Friday, May 10th, beginning at 6 p.m. For more info, visit lapca.org. And that's a look at some things to do. That's it for this edition. I'm Yana Kay. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more of LA This Week.
Today, I would like to talk to you about different ways that the City of Los Angeles is working with our entrepreneur community and with the community from our Department on Disability. So the City of Los Angeles is really committed to all of you, to helping you lift up your businesses.
Sorry about the technology. We don't have captions for this, but we will have it available through the WOVA app, and we'll be sending that out to you all later so that you can see the captions from there. We'll have live on the phone, so on the app. Sorry about that. We just wanted to make that quick announcement for people who are wondering about captions.
So thank you. So in the city of Los Angeles, we try to co-create a city together with all of the residents, the businesses, and the visitors of our city. So does anybody know where this is from? It's from a game. I think did I see the sign for SimCity over there? So it's from SimCity. Have you ever played SimCity? SimCity is a game that lets you create a city from your imagination. The thing I love about this is it lets me take a roller coaster to my office instead of having to drive on the trafficked freeways of Los Angeles. So SimCity is one way that we can start to think without boundaries of the city we would like to have in the future. Does anybody know where this is from? Blade Runner, right, Blade Runner. So this is from the movie Blade Runner. That is another look at the future of Los Angeles. If you've seen this movie, it's not a particularly happy view of Los Angeles. But having Hollywood here in the city allows us another way of imagining what the future of our city can be. And I think part of the reason I really want to start with these ideas of stories around the city is because we're really about exploring the possibilities of how things can be different, how things can be more inclusive, and how we can help all Angelenos get access to the information that they need to thrive and to lift up all entrepreneurs. So part of what we're doing in Los Angeles is we want to be a smart city. All cities are working on smart city initiatives because nobody wants to be a dumb city, of course. But in this case, a smart city is for us one that is equitable, so that everybody has equal access to opportunities. We're also a city that is efficient and effective, and a city that's safe for everybody. So in trying to put all those things together, my job at the City of Los Angeles is to think about how technology can help us in different ways to make that happen. So when we think normally about smart cities and technologies, it's really amazing the changes that have been happening lately. So smart cities are cities that are connected, that connect people with the information that they need, cities that are connected, Internet of Things, things that all talk to each other. So as we start to have more and more autonomous vehicles and different things in our city, we want to make sure that we have the information that they need to be able to operate easily. So right now, if you go outside and you look up, you'll see a lot of different sensors already in the city and here on the campus at CSUN. So you'll see cameras like you normally do outside of businesses for security reasons. You'll see sensors on top of streetlights. Some of those sensors are to detect when it gets dark, so the streetlight knows to come on. But some of those sensors are for air quality, for example. There's other sensors that actually detect gunshots, so they're detecting sound, and they triangulate on that sound so that we can send a police officer out to where a gunshot might have happened. So all of these different kinds of sensors are happening in the environment, and we want to be able to make the city more connected while still protecting the privacy of our businesses and our citizens. So it's a subtle balance and a dance that we have to do. And there's a lot of technologies, and some of you might have startups involved in some of these technologies. I saw a lot of hands go up earlier for fashion. Who is working on a startup or involved in technology? A few? Great, great. Can we ask what kind of technology she's using?
Sorry, I misspoke. I wasn't sure that you wanted me to. NCAD?
Oh, great, NCAD, yeah. So you're using different kinds of vision? Like CAD vision? What other kinds of technologies?
Disability, sciences.
Great, great. And I expect that some of you in fashion are also using technologies. Some of the technologies that we're using are the ones here. Machine learning that helps us to be able to essentially automate regular processes and learn faster. Things like intelligent agents, which are helping a lot of our seniors and elderly to stay in their homes longer. So personal agents are things like Amazon Echo and others where people can speak to them or otherwise queue up the machines to help remind them when they need to take their medication or turn off the oven or make sure that they get out to an appointment. All of these kinds of technologies are ones which help people create more independence and help to start to automate manual processes. One of the other things we're doing is, as a personal agent, is a chat bot. So on more and more of our city websites, we're putting chat bots. So people can use chat directly to interact with all of our websites and to get information back. And then we also have chat in our 311 call center. So you can go to the city's 311 service, which I oversee. That lets you do like non-emergency questions or issues, or you found a pothole or there's graffiti that you want removed. And you can use chat directly with the agents to be able to get help. So all of the things that we're doing as the city really connect together with our businesses, our community, our universities, our citizens, and all of our visitors and tourists as well. So we have a strong partnership here with CSUN, the host organization here today, and with a lot of the students and professors here. And it's together that we all work to make the city a better place. So some of the new services that we've been deploying here that help include things like 5G. So 5G is the 5th generation of internet. This is giving us much, much faster access to data and information. And what's really interesting about the deployment of 5G is that it allows us to reach communities we haven't reached before. So Los Angeles was the first 5G city on the planet, yay, last fall. And part of that is really looking at how we can use this new capability that's coming from telecommunication companies, deploying 10,000 new devices throughout the city up on streetlights that are going to bring faster internet across the city. And we're doing this in a way that reaches our underserved communities first. So those communities, like in South LA and Watts, are often our poorer communities as well. And these are places where people either can't afford to get online or simply don't have access. So we do a variety of programs to help give them devices and solutions and support. But 5G is one of the newest technologies we've been deploying with our companies to be able to make this happen. How many people have experienced an earthquake? Okay, for those who haven't, I hope you don't experience one today. But if you do, many people in this room have downloaded our newest app called Shake Alert LA. Shake Alert LA, I spent 6 months of last year helping to develop this app. And what Shake Alert does is it gives you notice that an earthquake is coming before you feel shaking. So it detects the shaking, the ground shaking out wherever the earthquake starts and sends an electronic signal to you as a user of the app. So you have up to a minute's warning before you feel shaking. Now that doesn't seem like a lot, but it actually is. It lets us quickly
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2019-2020. We are ready to begin the afternoon session, and I'd like to invite up Emergency Management, please, to begin our afternoon session. Mr. Sahakian, welcome. Thank you for providing the budget letter that you provided. Thank you for your flexibility in allowing us to go a little bit out of order this morning. We appreciate it.
Can we distribute this to them, please? Can we distribute this to them? Chairperson Krikorian, I appreciate you took the pressure off me because I was standing between you and lunch.
No, it's well, we wanted you to be fully nourished when you came here, fully prepared, because a resilient city depends on you, and we want to make sure you're up for the task in the afternoon. So, and we know you are.
That.
So welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank you for the time. I also want to thank Deputy Mayor Jeff Garrell and his team of the Mayor's Office of Public Safety, the CAO himself, CAO's office, and your staff. We worked hard to get where we are right now, to this point. And finally, my staff, who worked on the budget process very hard. So with that, I'm going to be brief and to the point. I'm here to ask you, to ask for your support on two budget items. Totaling $162,498. The first item is a combined budget ask with the Mayor's Office of Resiliency, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, and the Information Technology Agency. That budget ask, it's a $400,000 ask. EMD's portion is $40,000, so it's 10% of that budget ask. And what it does, as you are aware, in the last 2 years, our focus has been community preparedness and business preparedness. We have created the Ryland tool, the Radio LA Neighborhood tool, and it has taken off like there's no end to it. As a matter of fact, our backlog is growing as we speak. So this $40,000 budget ask is to create that force multiplier by training liaisons within the 99 neighborhood councils. So the idea is to train the trainer, get 5 liaisons in each council, neighborhood council, and hopefully, if each neighborhood council gives us 10 community plans, total will amount to 10,000 households annually. The way Ryland works is, we go to your constituency, we get 10 to 15 households together, we sit down with them at the table. Within 2 months to 3 months, they have a community plan, and this is not an individual family plan. It's 10 to 15 households together, identifying vulnerable population, making sure they have a communications plan, making sure that they know where the elderly are in the community. They're truly prepared. So we want to take this to the next level. We have a population of 4 million. The department alone will take a long time to be able to train even 50-60% of our constituency. So the formula of approaching our neighborhood councils to train them, to help us in the process, to go after NGOs to help us, the Red Cross, is the right formula. So this $40,000 will go a long way. Honestly, I don't even know what kind of ratio I would put to the cost to benefit ratio on this one. So this is the first item. The second item is an assistant general manager position. And if you can please refer to the org chart that I passed out. And by the way, you also have our strategic plan hot off the press, and you're the first to receive it. And attached to that, there was an org chart. This org chart that you're looking at is showing you the proposed breakdown of our department. So at this time, we have 5 operating divisions. All 5 of them are under one assistant general manager. We're taking additional directives, additional projects as we speak. Ryland alone itself, it has created a whole new department within our department, and the workload of that, it has grown exponentially. And as you know, in the last 2 years, the frequency and severity of emergencies has gone up the roof. The biggest 17 fires out of 24 in California history were in the last 2 years. Plus, we have the climate change issues. We have sea level rise. We have sustainability. We have supply chain studies. And by the way, we're leading supply chain studies in the nation. We picked out six sectors: pharmaceutical, transportation, grocery, fuel, and FEMA's looking at us now. We're the model. So the second assistant general manager position is needed. It's required as an executive oversight position for all this additional work that we've taken on. So if you look at this org chart, the proposal is to take operational readiness planning and training and exercises and put them under one assistant general manager with 19 functions. Those functions are on the left-hand side. And then the second assistant general manager position, highlighted in yellow, will have the 19 functions that are to the right of that. It's the right column to the table, and you see all those functions. Next year, our target is to do 160 communities, to increase it from 80. Honestly, I would like to do 200 communities. And we haven't even scratched the surface when it comes to business preparedness. There will be no recovery if our business district, business sector is not prepared. So we keep taking on more functions, we keep innovating, and this additional position will help us, will help this executive oversight basically head this division in the right direction. I'm done with my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. We'll start with Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. That was crisp. I think your asks are, if anything, too modest. So I'll ask for a report back on the two things you've requested. It's really scary that 38 projects like this, and some of them are easier than others, being the liaison to the controller's office probably doesn't take up a ton of time, but the community preparedness and engagement, that could be one person by herself or himself. So I certainly support that and ask for report backs on both of those. You talked about a couple areas in which the department was sort of a national model and a leader. What are areas that other cities are a national model in or a leader? Because that tells me we probably need to resource you better or help you grow in that direction.
Absolutely. Mass notification stands out right off the bat. New York City, they have the personnel resources. And if you look at their communication strategy with our constituency, last year they sent over 10,000 tweets and 10,000 messages through Nextdoor type of venues and WIA and the emergency alert system. Well, we don't have even one person that does that. It's a second function to our operations division. So, and it's huge. And if you see what's been happening recently in mass notifications and lack of notifications, people died because of it. So the controller's office identified this as well, and we're working together to take it to the next level. That alone, it's a full-time job, if you ask me.
In case of an emergency, how do we notify people?
Well, there's two ways to do it right now. We have the Federal Wireless Emergency Alert System, right, which is basically, we can take a map, we can draw a perimeter and identify a specific area and send the signal to that area, and every single cell phone will receive that signal. Even if they have not subscribed to the system, they will get that. But it's limited to 90 characters, and we cannot send imaging. We're trying to change that by working with Congress. The other means is through Everbridge is Notify LA. So you subscribe to Notify right. LA, you text, and if you're subscribed, we can send you messaging via where you live based on your zip code. That's number two. What we're working on with LAPD and LA Fire, based on lessons learned from up north, is that cell communication is not always available, especially when the towers have burned. So we're trying to brainstorm and see if we need to install announcement systems on our helicopters that would become effective. The reverse 911 system is something that we also have in our quiver. Those are landlines that we can call back, but a lot of people don't monitor their landlines. So it's going to be a combination of things we use to notify.
And what is the function that you were talking about with the social media? That's
the social media function is Twitter, Facebook, and a couple of other applications that other cities are using because our population follows social media. So that's where they go before they even turn on the news to get the latest and greatest. And the last thing I want to touch on is that we are creating a broadcast center within the Emergency Operations Center. So we have the Salsa software, which is a software. It's a platform where all departments will upload their latest and greatest information. And this, just like during CNN polling and during elections, you see an operator in front of an interactive screen telling exactly people what to do, or that's the idea behind that. So it will be the media, it will be social media, it would be the mass notification systems.
So my entry question was, what are other cities doing better that we're not a leader in? And notification was the one you answered. Do you know what you would need in this year's budget to ramp that up? Or I'm going to ask for a report back. I'm curious if I'm asking for a budget impact report or a special study.
Absolutely. Well, social media experts, I'm going to say public relations expert, public outreach expert, that's one area where we lack the expertise to do this.
So let me ask for a budget impact report on that, but then let me ask for a special study report on the overall approach of getting us to have a world-class notification system. I've never lived in New York, so maybe I'm missing something, but I would suspect that we're at risk of far more natural disasters from a variety of environmental factors than they are, and it's an area where we should lead.
We are, Councilmember Bonan, and they have a staff of 200. We have a staff of 22 emergency management coordinators. There was recently a study that showed for a population of 80,000, you would need one emergency management coordinator. So for a population of 4 million, you're looking at approximately 50 coordinators. We're getting that with your support. You gave us 4 positions last year. But to do it, the numbers need to fall in place, and this AGM position is part of the equation.
Sure. So the other report back I was going to ask for, and you sort of led me to that a bit, is given what I wanted to get was a report, and it would be a special study, defining for us what the size of our emergency management operation should be to be on par with other major metropolitan centers. Now, I'd like us to be thoughtful about a couple things when we do that. One is, I imagine that there may be other cities that have functions under an emergency management department that we house under LAFD or DWP. So I want us to make sure we're accounting for everything we have and not just strictly within the department. And the other, when we compare with New York or San Francisco, is let's also be cognizant of the fact that we're comparing cities with city/counties.
Absolutely.
So that may make somewhat of a difference. But I'd like to get a good sense of, we know how we compare with that our police to resident ratio is much lower than New York or Chicago. I think we need to have a similar appreciation of how well we are staffed and prepared for emergency.
Excellent.
Of the various different types of emergencies we may face, and you named a number of them, and we're all at risk of earthquakes. My district in particular is at risk of both flooding and of wildfires. Which of those are we most and which of those are we least prepared for?
Well, we have a long way to go to prepare for earthquakes and for fires. And that's where Ryland is coming into the picture. As much as we're preparing our own departments, our first responder agencies, and we're coming to you, to your offices, to ensure that you have a continuity of operations plans. I'm going to be honest, it's been a little bit of a challenge, so we're going to reach out again to make sure that we're holding hands to do that. We need to be realistic about this. Our population is not where it's supposed to be. They need to be able to survive for a week or two after a major disaster, after the next big novelty, because we don't have enough responders to go around to respond to every community, every location. So we prepare our communities for all kinds of hazards. The Stafford Act has 16 of them, identified 16. Our hazard mitigation plan identified 21 of them, including a volcano, which we didn't know about. So that was a surprise to us. So our approach is we'll prepare you for the biggest disaster, and you'll be ready for everything else.
So, but our neighborhoods are not ready, and that's where, I presume that's where Ready Your LA Neighborhood comes in?
Yes.
Are there any neighborhoods that are ready?
Yeah, absolutely. We're making very good headway. Atwater Village, I can tell you that. They even had an exercise, a community exercise on a Sunday that we observed. This community of 300 to 400 came together. They set up their own command post in the field. I have pictures of it. Our jaw dropped. At 11 p.m. at night, this community was debriefing at 11 p.m. at night in someone's house around a pizza dinner, and it was an eye-opener.
So, and thank you for that, because we're doing an emergency evacuation drill for a fire in the Mandeville Canyon area in a week and a half, 2 weeks or so. It's the second one. We haven't done many evacuations in the city of Los Angeles as a whole. As you say, there's tons of neighborhoods to do it. I imagine that the resources for different neighborhoods are a little bit different, but I'd like to get a report back on what the resources have been for these drills and what would be needed to ramp them up. Some of us, particularly those of us who represent wildfire areas, may want to do more of these. I think it's really important for us to
absolutely
to engage and do this. Yeah. And then I had one more question that I am seeming to draw a blank on, so I'll pass it on, and we'll come back if I remember what it is.
And we're really looking forward to the Mandeville Canyon evacuation exercise. It would be the biggest that we've done in the whole city. So we will have a big presence there, and we'll be videotaping also to see to look at lessons learned.
Excellent. I'm hopeful that more people will participate this time than last time. I think we had a pretty robust participation last time, but I also had a sense that many people just did sort of the Carmageddon strategy and went out of town for the weekend and didn't avail themselves of it, but it's important.
You have a very active district, councilman, when it comes to preparedness.
Yes, this is true. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you very much. And you have a tough job. While the rest of us get to go to bed at night thinking of the Dodgers, you've got to be dreaming of earthquakes and volcanoes and horrible terrorist attacks. So I appreciate the hard work that you do and your team does, and it is, I'd say, one of the most, if not the most important thing that we need to do as a city is to get ourselves prepared. And as you know, and I take that very seriously and have a community action team and have been focused on preparedness for a long time. If you could tell me a little bit about, do you guys, your focus on not just the preparing for it, but the aftermath and recovery, what kind of measures are you taking in terms of that, or is that someone else's purview?
No, it's ours. It's ours. The Business Operations Center, our business district needs to be prepared as well. And that's why we're reaching out to the Chamber of Commerce, to the Tourism Bureau, and we're going in all directions to make sure that especially the small businesses, because it's a backbone. It's the backbone of our city. They need to be resilient, and they need to be able to bounce back immediately after a recovery. If we look at the Loma Prieta earthquake, and the reason they bounced back from that earthquake is because of the business sector. It wasn't government. They came out, obviously, with the help of us, set up disaster relief centers. Next thing you know, they're up and running from the parking lots before even they rebuilt their buildings. And that's what made it happen. So the business district, obviously, with the help of our communities, and that's where the Ryland program kicks in.
And the Ryland program, you were talking a bit about it in terms of how we got to that 40K number. It's just 160 divided by 40K? I mean, how did you build to that number, and is there more that's needed?
Yes, and this was a number that we worked out with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. So we will go out to train liaisons on weeknights and weekends because they are not available during the weekdays. Our first thing was, why don't we bring them to the Emergency Operations Center during the weekday, and we can do the job. Well, the response was, these are residents, they're not available. They have a job during the day, so you can do it at night and on weekends. So we agreed to that. So it takes approximately 8 hours, an 8-hour training session. So if we go to 99 neighborhood councils, in reality, it's even more than the $40,000 amount. But it was based on that, based on how many hours of training it will require to train this workforce.
Okay. Building on, you were talking about the social media aspect, which I think is really important, and it's one of the lessons learned from the Woolsey fire. And I'm part of the after-action team that's with the county that's looking at what happened after the Woolsey fire. And one of the things that came out of that was there was a lot of folks, and I sat through some hearings where from people from LA, but from all over the county, came in to talk about what happened afterwards. Most people ended up getting their information not from official sources, but from a guy named Thomas Gordon, who was the VC, checking out the Ventura County scanners, and he would report what he heard on the scanners. He was a hobbyist who did that, and that's where the majority of people were getting their information, which in some cases was great because people knew about evacuations early, but in some cases it was a problem because that information may be on the scanners, but it hadn't yet been made formal, and in some cases it wouldn't be that direction. So that's another reason why it's important that we actually, as a city, get ahead of that. We don't want, as what happened with the Woolsey, a 21-year-old kid who's a hobbyist basically providing all the information on his own and being reliant on that. We want to make sure that we're controlling the message in a positive way. Not that what he did was great in many respects, but it has downsides. If you could speak to that and how we're...
Absolutely, and this is one more reason why within the emergency operations right now, we have established an amateur radio operations center. So we have ham operations within the department because we need to count our volunteer workforce. No ifs and buts about it. And believe it or not, we do have these 17, 18-year-olds out there that are willing to come and help. They're experts, and we need to engage them ahead of time and not during an emergency. So we're trying to create those relationships with our constituency, with the experts, with the volunteers, to be able to do exactly what you just said. If you look at the Woolsey fire, in the wee hours, 4 a.m. in the morning, the community rallied on social media to put resources together to evacuate about 150 horses. I was at Hanson Dam. They're the ones that, right off the get-go, started the evacuation process until we got there. Sometimes they're quicker than us. Let's be realistic about it. So it's extremely important, and through your offices, and thank you for your support. And when it comes to community preparedness, you have spearheaded the effort. We want to engage through your office, through your deputies, the expertise of our constituency, the trained constituency, CERT trainees, CPR trainees, to be able to augment our workforce when it comes to emergency response and recovery.
Are there any other lessons learned that might apply here from the Woolsey fire that we should be thinking about in terms of our budget?
Well, a big challenge, council member, is donation management. It's a huge challenge that we don't have the expertise. We're trying to learn as much as we can, but going around and looking at lessons learned, Houston, Dallas, mega shelters, we need to do a better job working with private partners and NGOs on the private sector to assist us in that endeavor. What we've been doing is asking people, do not donate goods, donate money, because it's easier to manage. But often, for example, during the last fires, there was a request that came to us. We needed masks for our homeless population, smoke mask, because of the smoke, and we have a homeless population around these fires. And who came through? Nathan Wolstein came through. Right off the bat, he brought 5,000 masks within, I would say, 4 or 5 hours we had him. I can't pull that off.
So for everyone else to know what that means, that he's the head of my community action team, and we have a warehouse where we store all sorts of goods, and we were able to provide them right as soon as the fire hit. But that's all done independently. We want to make sure that that stuff is better coordinated with EMD. But that's a volunteer group that started in the office that basically has grown to do that kind of work.
And we're in the process of signing an MOU with them because I want them part of our business operations team.
Other issues I wanted to just touch on. What are the fail-safes for the Notify LA and all the digital communications? Because that was another issue that we've seen happen. How do we keep fail-safes in that system?
Again, this is the mass notification system. I don't want to say it is in its infancy. It's being developed as we speak. The reason for that is it's lessons learned. We failed on many occasions. Thank God, on knock on wood, it wasn't us, but we observed and we learned from our lessons. What happened up north basically took us to the next level, where we became extremely vocal. The emergency community at the last Big City Emergency Management meeting, for one day, this is all we discussed, and how important it is, because lives are lost because of it. So again, we need to expand our quiver. We can't rely only on one or two communications means. We need the social media and everything else that we can. And there are other technologies, including apps, that will give us situational awareness that we're looking at as we speak right now to, again, give it to our population, just like the Shake Alert app that we have right now.
Right, which is a great app. I've got a motion that's working its way through the process about better preparing our senior citizens, but is there anything that EMD is doing or needs funding to do that would help better prepare our vulnerable citizens in the case of the next fire or disaster? Because that's one of the things certainly that we observed in the recent fires was that the vulnerable population is often the last one to get the word, and unless there's an effort to assist them, they're the ones who end up not evacuating.
Absolutely, and if you look at the Ryland program, and there's a quad pamphlet in the strategic plan, you can take a look at it. One of the items is to identify the vulnerable population. That includes the elderly. Now, what we're trying to do, working with the County of Los Angeles, and it's been a challenge, but I think we're headed in the right direction. We want to map out our elderly and vulnerable population on a GIS system. In other words, when a fire engine or a police officer is running to an area because there's an evacuation order, before even they get to that community, I would like them to have a map in hand that tells them in the following apartment on the following floor you have this person who's 80 years old and he's on an oxygen tank or he's on a dialysis machine. We need to be prepared for that, to be able to evacuate them. Also, again, the community is their first responder. When there's an emergency, the first person who's going to come to your help is a family member or your neighbor or a community member. So the number one thing that we tell our community is how many elderly in your community, where do they live, what kind of help do they need. So there's a huge effort on that, and the mapping, GIS mapping, we're working on right now.
That would certainly be great to do. The training that we do, how much does it cost us, does training cost us, say for the LA Marathon or some of the other exercises? Is that a big portion of our budget?
When you say training, you mean our activations?
Or activate, like for the LA Marathon.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. We work hand in hand with LAPD, and based on the intelligence that they give us, if there's a threat, it's a different level of activation. This past marathon, it was a level 3 activation. It was an 8-hour shift. It was approximately $9,000 to $10,000. That's how much we spent. But if LAPD comes back to us and tells us we need to see more than what you did, then that changes the equation. At level 3, we're looking at $10,000 an hour probably. So, but so far, and you've seen more activations recently. The reason is I'd like to exercise during these activations. We activated for the May Day also. Last year we had several other activations for the Obama event, naming the street. We had our duty team ready just in case we had an incident.
Great. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mr. Sahakian, like everybody else here, we've been, I just want to say on my own behalf and on behalf of Mr. Kretz, who wanted me to note this too, although he can't be here, how impressed we've all been by your leadership of this department under difficult circumstances, under clearly underfunded circumstances. You've been a can-do leader, and you've worked closely with every one of our offices, and sometimes in the most dire of circumstances. There's never been a time when you've said no, I think, to any of us, and can't express in strong enough terms how much we appreciate that kind of leadership. So, and it was the same at DOT, and now we have come to expect it here as well. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to try and go a little bit rapid fire through this. First, a couple of things that Mr. Kretz asked me to cover, which I think have already been covered, but just to make sure that we get this focus in the reports back that we've already requested. Mr. Kretz wanted to ask whether the overtime funding would be enough to cover what it needs to be throughout the region in communicating with the 99 neighborhood councils. He also wanted to make sure that we had in our reports back what the impacts would be if the AGM position were not funded, what the impacts would be with regard to community outreach efforts and the department's ability to provide services to residents and neighborhoods. He also asked for a report back. I think this would be a special study report back about, unless you can answer it now, whether the department has a chief sustainability officer who's been designated, and if so, what portion of that person's time is spent on sustainability issues.
Absolutely. And I start with the first question as far as the overtime. This 40,000 additional overtime budget we're asking for, it's in addition to the 60,000 that the mayor's budget team has approved for emergencies. So this is specifically to train our neighborhood councils to take the Ryland program to the constituency.
And I know we're already going to get a budget impact report back on that. I think his point was, is it enough? So that can be encompassed within the report back.
I believe would be enough. Carol Parks, who heads our community preparedness division, we sat down and we did the math, and we don't want to ask for more than what we need. We want to be fiscally responsible.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Now, as far as the assistant general manager position, and if we don't get the position.
Again, we've already asked for that report back. If you could just include in the report back the service impacts if it were not funded.
We will do that, sir.
Great. And on the sustainability officer question?
We have a sustainability officer, but very little of his time is spent on sustainability because of the workload. In the resiliency LA plan, we have 17 tasks. The emergency management department has been tasked with 17 items that we need to take care of, in addition to the 99 neighborhood council emergency plans, which are different than the constituents plans. It's like you said, Chairperson Krikorian, we're short-staffed. We don't have the personnel resources to do exactly what we want to do, but yet we're leading the nation when it comes to emergency preparedness. Everybody's looking at us and at our model. And at the last meeting, they asked us straight out, how do you do it? How do you do it with this resources you have? Well, we have a dedicated staff.
So I'm going to ask for a budget impact report back that encompasses some of Mr. Kretz's question, some of mine. Sure. So that'll be from both of us. He asked, what additional items are you missing that you don't have to bring you up to where you need to be? And I'll put that into a broader context for the same report. If you could indicate how your workload has changed since the pre-recessionary time and what resources you would need to bring yourself to an adequate level since those recessionary era cuts and restrictions. And I'm going to ask something a little bit more specific than that in the context of the same report, and that is about your physical plant. So the neighborhood council budget advocates raised the issue, and we've discussed this issue in the past about the department's building needs, because if there's any building that needs to be able to survive, it's yours. And so if you could discuss the building's electrical needs, security needs, your needs for servers and personal computers, laptops, and so on, and your fail-safe communications systems. I understand right now you're kind of relying on ham radios for that. So what would you need to bring that up to current standards in all of those areas? And vehicles as well, if there's a need for vehicles. And I think that covers it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The comparison with New York is brought up often. I'm guessing that New York gets a proportionately larger amount of Homeland Security funding than Los Angeles does. Is that true?
Absolutely true. Urban area security grants, they control it. We don't control it here. And several other cities, including Colorado, San Jose, their emergency management departments, they have the upper hand. We get the crumbs.
So your budget is less than 10% from UASI grants.
It's, yes.
Yeah, and over, I think, 90% plus from the general fund.
Absolutely.
So is there something that we can do to increase our receipt of, maybe it's not possible in this administration, but in a general sense, is there something that we should be doing that we're not to increase our receipt of federal and other kinds of grant funding?
And we are doing it as we speak right now. For example, we lobbied Congress for specific grants to emergency management. In other words, nobody else can touch it but the emergency management departments. And one of them is the local hazard mitigation grant, which will be released in a couple of weeks. It's $10 million, and we're looking at getting approximately $750,000. In addition to that, beginning 2020, the UASI grants, the outlook is better when it comes to my department, because so far we have been funding LA RICS, which is the interoperable communication system, and that took the bulk of the money. But that project is being completed as we speak, so we should be getting additional funding. And we're aggressively going after private funding. Our foundation, the Los Angeles Emergency Management Nonprofit Foundation, also will be putting together a new board that can raise more private money for our programs.
Terrific. Lastly, just kind of want to get your candid comments, because almost a decade ago, when I first took office and had to deal with the rains and earth movement and mudslides and everything else after the station fire, there was essentially zero coordination between the city and the county in responding to those, at least at the political level. I'm sure at the staff level it was much better. At the political level, it was horrid. And so I'd just like to get your comments about how things stand now with your ability to coordinate your efforts and find efficiencies, find areas where there are efficiencies of scale and maybe overlapping responsibilities that could be eliminated between the city's EMD, the county, also LAUSD, and MTA.
And I believe there's a reason Mayor Eric Garcetti picked me for the position, and that was the strong point, the networking and the relationships that I had cultivated for the last 15, 20 years, going back actually to the ANC 2000, where I was able to show to police and fire for DOT to be part of the unified command, because each department brings something to the table. So let the experts do their job. So it's 180 degrees opposite of what it was 10 years ago. Do we have more work to do? Absolutely, we have more work to do. But we're doing it as we speak. My travels to the other state, to abroad, and other big city emergency management departments and the county is all networking and creating that relationship.
Great. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Mr. Price?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just say thank you to the Department of Emergency Management, that you all are really the first responders in so many ways. You're the first responders, so we just appreciate your service and your commitment to making sure that we all can stay safe and sane. Question about the Ryland program.
Yes.
It certainly sounds exciting. How long has it been in place? Are there other communities that do something similar, or is ours unique? And what will the additional $40,000 do with the $160 to make the program better? What's going to happen different?
Absolutely, and Council Member, please allow me to have Carol speak on this point because it's her passion. And if I speak about it, she's going to give me a hard time later on. So please, Carol.
Good afternoon, Carol Parks from the Emergency Management Department. The Community Preparedness and Engagement Division has embarked upon an opportunity to get our communities more prepared at the neighborhood level. I've been with the city now for over 20 years, and we had an approach where we developed individuals and families, but that really wasn't as effective as our general manager has given us the challenge of preparing our neighborhoods. So for about 2 years now, we've integrated this program where we go into homes and places of worship or community centers, and we bring neighbors together. And here in Los Angeles, the culture of preparedness is very different, and a lot of people aren't prepared as a neighborhood. So we're working to change that and to get neighbors to actually come out and meet each other and talk to each other and to find out who may have a disability or who may need some additional help following an event that could impact the entire neighborhood. So neighbors are very excited. They're working together. Currently, we've worked with over 100 neighborhoods across the city. In all areas of the city, we have new neighborhoods who have taken the Ryland program, and they're really working together. I have 4 staff that are currently out in the communities just about every weekend now doing a workshop. So the neighbors get to actually sit down, talk about how they will help each other following a major event. So this $40,000 will allow us to prepare more neighborhoods. We have 4 million people, and it's going to take a long time. If all of us were to try to go out and prepare one neighborhood, it would take years and years. So as working with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, it will give us force multipliers to go out and help prepare more neighborhoods. The demand is great. We have people calling literally just about every day for a workshop, and we're simply not able to meet the demand. So we would appreciate reconsideration against funding so that we can have others help implement this very important program.
No, well, it certainly is an important program, and I appreciate the proactiveness of going out into the community. I think it does make a difference. I think you mentioned, too, your contact with the business community, small business community, and I just want to kind of double back around and say how important I think that is. And again, it's another opportunity to connect with small businesses through our business source centers and through ethnic chambers, small chambers of commerce that can possibly be another entree. And so we look forward to supporting that, and just keep up the good work. You know, the youth are important, kids are important. In my district, about a third of the population is under 18, for example. So I'm curious, how are you working with LAUSD to provide emergency preparedness information materials to our kids?
The Los Angeles Unified School District, they have their own emergency management coordinator, which is part of our youth preparedness team. So we work hand in hand with them through the emergency management committee. She's on several of our committees to ensure that we are supplying them what she needs so she can take it to the school district itself. They have their own mass notification system that we're working on right now to try to see if we can integrate both of them together. And we go to a lot of events that they call us to go and showcase Ryland and preparedness.
Well, again, keep up the good work. I certainly support the request for budget impact memos that were made by the chair, and look forward to supporting you as you move forward.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Anything else, members? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Saka, and to you and your team. Thank you for keeping us safe. and for your good work and leadership of this department. Okay, I'd like to invite up next the city clerk. And members, time check. Right now we're about 40 minutes behind schedule, and this department typically, historically, has taken about 20 minutes. I don't know if we're going to be on pace for that or not.
I think we could do it much quicker.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, council members.
Thank you for the letter that the clerk submitted. Feel free to go ahead and open up, introduce the team, and we'll go right into it.
Sure. My name is Shannon Hoppus. I'm the executive officer for the Office of the City Clerk, and I will be representing the city clerk today as she is unfortunately out today due to some scheduled surgery, but will be back with us within the next couple of days. I will continue with introductions. On the end, I have Ginny Pack, Chief of our Elections Division, Patrice Lattimore, who oversees Council and Public Services, as well as our Business Improvement Districts, Richard Trong, overseeing our systems, and Ruben Viramontes, who oversees our financial services. On behalf of our department, I'd like to thank the mayor, your committee, and the CAO, as well as the respective teams for putting together a very thoughtful budget package that will allow our department to continue to streamline our services, allowing greater access to City Hall. Our response to the budget letter, budget recommendations is very brief. Regarding the March 2020 elections, I just want to call to your attention the $9.8 million in funds set aside in the UB to reimburse the county to conduct the March 2020 elections. It may be significantly low, though we did speak with the county this morning, and they plan to have better estimates for us as late as June, end of June, beginning of July. So we will report back on that as soon as we have that information. We did request a public information director and believe this position is critical to be able to strategically and effectively engage the public and our stakeholders. The position would oversee voter outreach and education. They would assist us in putting forth the new council file management system that we hope will be completed in the next year, as well as our new business improvement district portal that we hope to be public facing by the end of this calendar year. They'll assist us with helping NCs with policy guidelines and providing greater public access to all of the clerk resources, creating a link to City Hall. We have also requested a programmer analyst too. Over the past 2 years, we've had new services added to our department. For instance, we received the Neighborhood Council Funding Program, and that has a portal that facilitates 1,100 board members, as well as faces the general public. We also have a business improvement district portal that will also be public facing. 16 new employees were added between Office of Public Accountability and NC funding, and our system staff provide daily desktop and software support, regular equipment upgrades, and ongoing security protection. Today, we are at staffing level about 10. In 2008, we had 15 that staffed this division. Finally, regarding the $280,000 one-time budget reduction that has been requested, we are going to work to absorb it in salary savings. However, we would request that the entire amount come from salaries general, just that this will simply make for easier accounting on our end. And with that, we're prepared to answer any questions that you would have, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thanks very much. Mr. Blumenfield, like to start us off?
Sure. Thank you very much. And I certainly want to thank you for filling in today, but for the great work that you do and the work of the department. You guys support council offices and the administrative work of the council, its committees, HR, personnel functions of our offices, and it's greatly appreciated, and you do a great job with it. In addition to the clerk's office and council file management, making these documents available to the public has been getting better every year, and I wanted to commend you on that. Now, the transfer of the Neighborhood Council funding management to the clerk's office, that was an experiment, and it's been a big success as far as I can see. And I want to make sure that we continue that success, so I want to formally make a budget impact report regarding the Programmer Analyst 2 position. With regard to the Neighborhood Council, I did want to get a report back on metrics for the Neighborhood Council election cycle. Dunn and the city clerk spend a lot of money putting these elections together, and we've got a lot of different goals in terms of that. And sometimes we're seeing great success and more people and all the rest, and sometimes, frankly, we're not, no fault of yours. But I'm going to request a special study from the clerk and Dunn at the end of the election cycle regarding various metrics, including increasing the number of candidates and increasing the percentage of seats that are actually competed for, increasing the number of voters, how we're measuring up on that, and increasing the diversity of neighborhood council boards to more closely reflect the diversity of the city. And these can be measurements of age, race, income, gender, but also more difficult to look at things like political affiliation, whether people support or oppose housing issues. We want to make sure that our neighborhood council that is getting a good diversity of viewpoints, as well as just a diversity of people all who share a similar viewpoint, and it happens at various neighborhood councils in different ways. So, with that, there are no specific questions, but to get a report back on those items would be great, and just a grateful note on that. And I think did I include the one-time budget reduction? I wanted to ask about that as well, to get a budget impact on the reduction that you guys have had to see if that's necessary. Great.
Okay. And just to add on, both to see that it's necessary and also if it is, because you've indicated you can absorb it, to have it spread across the budget rather than being targeted in the way that it is. So in the way that will best facilitate your budget. And so thank you for that excellent request for a report back about increasing participation. And I would ask that include Dunn, obviously, as well, in coming back with the clerk with recommendations and best practices that will help to increase participation. It seems sometimes the communities in most need of more participation are the ones that are least served in that respect. And so I think that's very important for us to get that back. Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Okay. You mentioned the potential shortfall with regard to what the county estimates the election costs will be. Can you quantify that at all at this point, or is it something that we're just going to have to try to deal with in an FSR?
It is something we're going to have to deal with. We have no idea, since everything is new at this point.
Brand new model being on the even-numbered years. Okay. All right. I have nothing else. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I want to thank the city clerk and team for all the work you all do in keeping us on track. I was interested, I know your office supports business improvement districts, something that's very, very important as we talk about economic development, economic revitalization. Could you give us a little information about the new portal? Did I hear you say there's going to be a new bid portal?
Yes, it's very much.
And whether or not we have a backlog now of bid applications, or what's the current status?
No, there isn't a backlog of applications. We, I believe, have 6 renewals this year, and really addressing the bid portal is just in line with the innovation we typically do across our operations, and it's time to focus on this and make it similar to what we did with the Neighborhood Council Funding Portal, making it accessible anytime, anywhere, so the bids are up to date on the information they may be missing that may affect their payments, the amount that they can request of the city, how much money is left over. Really just giving that transparency
How
to
is
the
that
bid.
information currently provided?
I'm sorry?
How is that information currently provided?
There's a lot of back and forth emails. So they'll call, we inform them that money has been received, and then we tell them to invoice us for it, and then we send them the money, whereas we want this to just be more accessible to them and easier to access.
Okay. Do we provide matching dollars to help with the establishment of bids?
No, we provide an initial amount when they are first forming, and then they budget for their renewals thereafter.
What's the initial amount?
Is it 30,000, Patrice? I believe it's 30,000 that we give them initially to start.
Okay. And it's been at that level for the past several years, or?
I believe so. I believe since the inception of it about 20 years ago.
Okay. The council utilizes translation services through your department. I've had a few hearings where we requested large numbers of devices and the equipment either wasn't available or was broken, which meant several dozen people who showed up weren't able to participate. Does the department need additional resources to ensure that these equipment breakdowns don't occur in the future?
Well, we do work closely with Council Audio, who I believe does supply the translation, but we did just go out to RFP for a new translation company or some vendors to respond. I believe in that. Did we include that? We did. And we did ask them to include translation this time around. We haven't typically, though, and they haven't been responsible for doing that. So we are asking them to respond to see what their capabilities or abilities are around translation, because we know it has been an issue. But I think that's just a matter of resources around translation in general.
Okay, we'll just keep us informed in general so that we can be of greater assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
I'm good, thank you.
I wanted to ask one other question about the election funding, which I had neglected to. The amount that's currently assumed as costs for 2020 and the runoff for CD12, is there any assumption within the budget to provide funding for potential costs of ballot measures that may be placed on the ballot by the city for March of 2020?
Jenny, we did include that. Yes, we do you know what the number was specifically?
It's all, sorry. Jenny Pack, Office of the City Clerk. I think we allocated about almost $2 million for the voter information pamphlet. So each municipal election cycle, we budget for up to about 5-6 measures.
$2 million would fund 5 measures by the city?
That's just, so we're handling, now that the county is conducting our election, we continue to provide candidate filing and the voter information guide. So the county would be putting together the sample ballot. So if there are additional measures, that cost would increase for the county. But on our end, for the voter information guide, we've already budgeted up to about 5-6 measures for that pamphlet.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that will bring up next the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. Ms. Liu, welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you for your letter, which we have. If you'd like to go ahead and introduce your team and make introductory statement, we'll get right into it.
Sure. Good afternoon, council members. Gracie Liu, General Manager for the Department of Neighbor Empowerment. I am joined here today with my staffers, Armando Ruiz, who helped us put together the budget, and also my Director of Outreach and Communications, Thomas Soon. We want to just thank again the mayor's team and also the CAO's budget teams for the budgets that they've allocated to us for next fiscal year. We also want to thank our neighborhood councils for all the amazing work that they always do for us, and a city clerk, our partnerships with them, the city attorney, and we also want to thank our community-based organizations that helped us put together the foundation of the Office of Civic Engagement, which would be the Advancement Project, Community Coalition, Inner City Struggles, LA Can, and Pacoima Beautiful. I know that you're limited on time today, so I just wanted to make a very quick change in the budget letter, and then I'll be happy to take questions.
Okay.
In our budget letter, there is number 2, the funding for Neighborhood Council Translation and Interpretation Services. We've worked out with the Office of City Clerk that they will be taking on this program, so we don't need that number 2 transfer. Also related to that are the positions, which would be in 3F and 3D, although with the management assistant, I will say that we would request that position authority if we are expected to help put together a program to screen the neighborhood councils to be a part of the translation interpretation. The other item is 3E for the Innovation and Performance Commission, the approved $50,000 that we received from the Innovation and Performance Commission for this position. It will be handled with CAO when they do the final approval from City Council. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Price, would you like to start us off?
I understand that the translation services now are going to be handled through the city clerk's office. Is that correct?
Yes.
It appears that you had some funding left over from last year for this purpose. What do you plan on doing with it now?
Which, from last fiscal year?
Weren't there some translation, some funds for translation services carried over that you did not use?
No, I don't believe that we had anything from last fiscal year. We did get some funds for this current fiscal year, which we are using for translation, particularly in the languages of Spanish, Korean, and Chinese.
Okay. When is the online voting pilot going to start?
Well, that's a good question. I know that it didn't get put into this current cycle of elections because of the timing issue. So the next possible time that it could occur would be in 2021, when the next neighborhood council elections are coming up.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for encouraging citizen involvement and engagement. This is an exciting experiment that I think LA has been a real pioneer in, so thank you for your efforts.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Bonnet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did we ask, has anybody asked yet for a report back on all of the requests? I know you had a change in the translation one, but if we haven't asked for report backs on the requests, I will do so.
Thank you. As amended.
Thank you. And question, right now you've got a marketing and advertising campaign going for the neighborhood councils because of the elections. Is that going to be continuing after the elections as well?
Yes, that is our hope, and one of in the budget letter you'll see item number 1 about the $50,000.
Mm-hmm.
That is part of a $150,000 budget that we plan to have or hope to have for next fiscal year. We have some monies in the UB that we can use, so we only need $50,000 for this request, and we'll be using those funds to continue with our social media campaigns and also just our door-to-door campaigns. And actually, I can have Tom speak more on that.
Good afternoon.
I don't.
Good. Check. Is it on? Okay. Good afternoon, Councilman. This is not. Thank you so much, Councilman. Thompson, Director of Outreach and Communications, Neighbor and Empowerment. I'll just say, first I'll start off and just, for some of us, it's a little challenging, a little sad time knowing that, this might be your last With that being said, I wanted to just, along with Aaron Abendi and Anne-Marie Holman, I wanted to take you guys through, take the councilman through a little bit of what we've been doing this past year with elections. I know Councilman Bloomfield asked a question to the city clerk prior to us and asking, well, what are some of the metrics that we could kind of measure, and what are some of the things that we've done. So, in terms of what we've been kind of doing, and to use a pop culture kind of movie that's out there right now, is that one of the most popular movies out there we all know is Avengers Endgame, right? Yeah, you're nodding your head, okay. Right. And the reason I bring that up is that the reason why that Endgame is so successful and how this relates to neighborhood councils is that they broke up their marketing strategy into different phases. And Endgame is phase 3 of a whole long process from starting with, if you watch movies, Iron Man is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So that's how we kind of partnered and how we strategized our outreach process, starting from the last fiscal year, which is that we broke up into our outreach into 3 phases. First phase was awareness. We need to get people to know about neighborhood councils. Phase 2 is voter engagement. Phase 2 is candidate recruitment. Let's get them involved with neighborhood councils. And number 3, voter engagement. Let's get them to vote in neighborhood councils. We broke up into those phases, and among those phases, a couple of things that we did. Number 1, let's equip the neighborhood council leaders, let's equip the outreach chairs, let's equip the board members on how to do outreach. A couple of things that we did. First thing that we did was that back in last April, we brought together all the neighborhood council outreach chairs and kind of educated them on asset mapping.
I just want to interrupt you for 1 second, because if you could give Ms. Liu back her mic and pull your mic a little closer to your mouth.
Okay.
There we go. Now,
it's better?
So you can be heard on TV. Thank you.
Okay. So this is much better. So we educated them we educated the neighborhood councils on how to do asset mapping, how to do strength-based training, how to do social media. Believe it or not, there's some folks that don't know how to do social media, and Anne-Marie, our fantastic social medias, did some trainings on that as well. And then let me just take a step back. Before we did that, we also had to come up with a branding. One of the critiques that we got last time was, hey, Empower LA. Everybody knows about Empower LA, but no one knows about neighborhood councils. So what we did is that we came up, we did some research, we did some testing on, popularity, and, Aaron here created a great new logo for us, and we have a neighborhood council logo right there. Turn around.
Yeah,
okay. There you go. Yeah, so
it looks better that way than it did originally.
Right? Yeah. Okay. So this on all our materials, we have neighborhood council branding, and as you see here, we have T-shirts and swag that's out there as well. With all the neighborhood council branding, all our flyers, our posters, all have that. All have that branding. So
okay. Thank you. Thanks. I'll just ask for a couple of quick report backs on things. One, the budget advocates were requesting something I think is a great idea. I think we should do it for a lot of stuff, which is live streaming training sessions and then enhancing the website so that when people join neighborhood councils, there's an on-demand library of trainings. I think that would be a great idea. So I'd like a report back on how we could do that. And they also asked for the potential of civic engagement support staff to provide training on how to deal with neighborhood councils to other agencies in the city. So sanitation has a big project proposed in my district. I asked him to go out and talk to neighborhood councils, but it would be great, particularly if we had sort of an online on-demand library for city employees as well on how to engage with neighborhood councils, best practices, and just some of the fundamentals, because a lot of them, a project manager for a sewer project may not be as familiar with the neighborhood council system and how to interact with them. So we can get a report back on that as well.
Councilman, I was going to try to save you some report back.
Sure.
The neighbor councils are already on Cornerstone. We actually have started implementing them being on the Cornerstone program. They have on-demand trainings for ethics, funding, and code of conduct. And we'll add also the other classes that the city staff have access to. And then we also similarly, we will have a video on how to work with neighbor councils on Cornerstone as well for city staff.
Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I will conclude by saying I just got the news that you've accepted a position as AGM of Personnel. So congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Help them hire more faster.
That's
more
the goal.
faster. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, and congratulations on that. And
Thank you.
You know, you're leaving done, but this is probably one of the most difficult general manager positions to have. You know, maybe except for police chief in terms of dealing with the core constituencies, and you've been doing that very well for the last several years. So thank you for
Thank you
your
very much.
great service. A couple of questions. A lot of my questions have been asked, but the $300,000 for the civic engagement, that's close to 10% of the department's budget. Could you tell us a little bit about what that money would be used for, and if that's the right amount?
Sure. So $300,000 has been allocated for the build-out of the Office of Civic Engagement, which is a new program that would help city departments do better engagement with the public. So it's not only pulling together resources for city staffers, but it's also creating a portal where all opportunities for civic engagement could be put onto this portal for Angelinos to go on. So if they wanted to do anything from volunteer to to walk dogs on animal services, to go to a town hall on Vision Zero, all of that would be on this portal. But most importantly, the Office of Civic Engagement is to just create resources for the city staffers to learn how to be great public servants, give them the tools to do that. I know when we've come on board at the city, we're taught, sexual harassment and perhaps conflicts of interest, but we aren't necessarily taught like how do you deal with anger, with an outrage from public, how do you de-escalate conflict. These are some of the, I think, skills that a lot of public servants should have if they're working with the public. And so $300,000, a portion of that will go towards our continuing civic universities, where we're teaching the public how to become great advocates, and that's with our partnerships with Pat Brown Institute. And then the other portion will be to work on build out of this portal and build up of these educational opportunities for city staff.
Right. And I assume whenever I hear any department doing a portal or a website, my next follow-up question is, how is it connected with 311? And are you working with ITA to make sure that it becomes a seamless touch with the city?
Yes, that's very important to us as well. We don't want to have a lot of outside apps or anything like that. When putting this proposal together, we did work with ITA to look at how do we not only partner with My LA 311, but also the new residential portal that's coming out from ITA as well.
Great. The budget request, there's several funding authorities for additional positions, which is great. The Woolsey fire last year reinforced the need for connections with the neighborhood councils at the neighborhood level to be prepared for any emergency. We obviously talked about that with EMD a bit. Which of the positions that you have will be most directly involved in partnering with the EMD resiliency plans, and is there the funding in place for those positions? Because I think those are critical.
Right. So there's a chief MA request there that I think is very important to have. The management analyst and also the 3 project coordinators. This is to help execute that program with EMD about, and you heard from Aram about the violent programs, but also it's really to help us deputize, go out, educate, deputize 50 community members to help teach Rylan and to work in conjunction because with our staff and also EMD staff to make sure that we reach underrepresented communities and particularly monolingual communities. And I know that you also were concerned with aging communities as well. And this team would be helping to do that. And it's creating this pilot for the principals of the offices of engagement to make sure that we can reach underrepresented communities and have an equitable lens when we're offering these services. So once that is established, then we can actually go to any city department, work with any city department on any topic, and use the same principles to engage communities.
So the funding is there for that, for dealing with resilience.
The funding, the $300,000 funding is the contractuals. What is asked for in item number 3 of my letter are the staff and the funding for the staff.
Okay. I ask all public-facing departments a question about the census. I just think it has to be our focus the next couple of years because that is going to determine our funding levels on so many items. So what are Dunn's plans to assist in making sure we get a complete count in the 2020 census, especially with the hard-to-reach populations? What are your plans for making sure and impressing upon the 2,000 neighborhood council board members the importance of this so that it becomes part of their agenda, not just ancillary to it? And is that something talk about briefly now, but I'd like to get a special report back on that.
Will do. Just briefly, we've already worked with the mayor's census team to do outreach. So they've already presented at our Neighborhood Council 101s about the census, and we have integrated that into any NC 101s that we will be doing with the underrepresented communities and continue to do. So it is already part of our work plan to make sure that neighborhood councils understand the importance of this and that they pass that on to their community members as well.
Great. Regarding outreach, including the elections, while individual neighborhood councils post to Nextdoor and other platforms, I'm not aware that Dunn is doing any direct posting regarding elections, including recruitment of candidates. Is this something that you do directly? And if not, why not?
Sure. I will actually just turn this over to Anne-Marie Holman, who's our social media expert, who's done an amazing job of getting the word out.
Hi, Council Member. I'm Anne-Marie Holman. I do social media for the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. I also run our Nextdoor platform. I do that for the department. I also train the neighborhood council members on how to get started. I've gotten probably, I would say, maybe at least 25 more councils onto Nextdoor during the election season. A lot of them weren't actually using the platform at all. So I've gotten them on there, gotten them trained, gotten them posting. However, our own account citywide has about 480,000 followers. And by the end of the election season, I will have done 394 Nextdoor posts. Now, you're not seeing a lot of the posts yet because your region is just now coming up for election, but there have been 2 calls for candidates for each neighborhood council, one when the season opens and one when it's coming close to the end with enough time to still be able to file. There's also 2 posts about each election day as well. One comes about a week beforehand, one is right on the day where it says today's the day to go and vote. I've experimented with Nextdoor posts in the past, and it's a little bit different than a platform like Twitter where you can talk almost constantly. On Nextdoor, the life cycle of a post is different. It behaves a little bit more like an old-fashioned email list. And because of that, posts last longer, but people feel spammed if you post at the rate at which you would normally post to something like Facebook. So they have a longer shelf life, but you do fewer posts. So that seems to be optimum for maintaining awareness, answering questions, fielding people to sign up for workshops or to election event pages.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sure thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. In response to Mr. Bonin's question about the online training library, which the budget advocates had recommended, I thought that was a terrific idea as well. Did you say you were using Cornerstone? Did I catch that?
That's correct.
Okay. So does that encompass also Brown Act training
That's correct. So the ethics training that is available on Cornerstone for city staffers is the same one that the neighborhood councils will have the ability to take as well.
Great. So it includes CPRA as well, and our sexual harassment training as well.
Well, so the only mandated trainings currently for neighborhood councils are ethics, funding, and code of conduct. They will have access to the other ones. There's no mandate currently for them to take the other trainings.
Okay. Well, I'd like to ask for a special study report back then that reminds us of what training other city employees are obligated to take that neighborhood council board members are not, because that will be a good reminder to us all that we need to change that policy. Training, as you know, has been something that I've been working on since I was E&N chair, and that actually takes me by surprise. I thought we had already fixed that long ago, so something that needs to be fixed, clearly. Your department was decimated in the post-recession budget cuts, and the service impacts were very much felt by the neighborhood councils, which had felt that they had a lot more support before, but that your personnel numbers had dropped off so markedly that it was a real challenge for a lot of the neighborhood councils. And so I'd like to get a budget impact report back from you on how the workload has changed for Dunn since the pre-recessionary times, and what would be required to bring you back up to an appropriate level given your increased workload in terms of number of personnel and budget. And I'd like that to be a budget impact report, please. And then I'd also like to ask you for, I hate to do this, but I want to ask you for a special study report as well that I think kind of builds on some of the things that my colleagues have already mentioned. We're now 20 years into this since charter reform happened. And when I was E&N chair, I used to talk about the neighborhood council movement, and we used to talk about it as kind of an experiment, and it's way past that now. We're 20 years in, and we have 99 neighborhood councils now as of today?
Yes.
Okay. 99 neighborhood councils, 20 years into this neighborhood empowerment process, and we still are assuming as a metric in this budget 30,000 voters, right, in neighborhood council elections out of 4 million people and more stakeholders. We have 4 million population, but we have more than that in terms of stakeholders, and we have 30,000 people voting in elections over the course of 100 neighborhood councils, essentially. And I just cannot understand still why, after 20 years, we haven't gotten more participation in this process. And so you now have as much experience as anybody in the country on neighborhood empowerment and what the best practices should be and what's working, what's not. And I just found out, too, about your new position, for which I congratulate you, and I'm really looking forward to you being in that position because it's really critically important. But that being said, with the experience that you've had as GM and Dunn, I'd like your recommendations on what, realistically, your frank recommendations on what we need to do to get people to participate in this process. Because as absurd as it is that we have 10 or 12% participation in city council elections, 30,000 people out of 4 million is just, it's almost not even measurable on a scale. And if we're going to be serious about neighborhood empowerment does not just mean setting up neighborhood councils for people to participate in. It means that neighborhood councils have to be reflective of the people in our neighborhoods, to Mr. Blumenfield's point, and that's only going to happen if people actually show up and vote. So a little bit of a rant, sorry, but I would like to get that report back, because I think we clearly have work to do. we clearly have a lot of work to do. So, Mr.
Yeah,
Bonner, did you want to add on
I
to
had
that?
a couple more things. Sort of some of what you said and some of the previous dialogue triggered a few things for me. Getting the neighborhood councils to represent more people, to get more engaged, is a big challenge. We have a big challenge ourselves. 12%, I think, is actually not accurate. I think after we calculate in the vote by mail and stuff, I think at least on the west side we get up to over 30%. But election night, it always seems low. But we have a long way to go to engage people that we represent, to be representative of the city. The fact that there's only 2 out of 15 of us who are women indicates that pretty well. But for neighborhood councils, it's even more of a challenge. And it struck me as I was reading over the white paper from the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates today that the issues that were raised in that report did not overlap very much with the issues we've heard from various groups that came down here to testify, whether it was about the Justice Fund or social equity in cannabis. We had large numbers of people. And for the most part, I think that those voices, the people who fill these chambers periodically, whether it's for sidewalk vending, whether it is for social equity on cannabis, whether it's for the Justice Fund, are not as engaged in neighborhood councils generally. And we now have this system where we're electronically getting the info of everybody who fills out a public comment card, because it's all electronic now. Is there a way that anybody who comes here and touches the city once, can then be pinged repeatedly about getting involved in neighborhood councils, so that we're trying to broaden our reach to people who have expressed some interest in interacting with the city but may not be as aware of the whole system?
Well, I think that's something that we can follow up with ITA about. You would require them to, when they sign up for a speaker card, to provide contact information, and whether or not they'd be willing to do that is a whole other thing. But I just to let you know that in terms of this election cycle, the outreach that was done just in social media alone, we touched 1.3 million people in the city of Los Angeles with our postings, and as a result, we have, of the 1,800 or so board members who are candidates, 51% of them are completely new to the system, which I think is something that we want to keep seeing in terms of sustainability of the neighborhood council system. And so this ongoing outreach, this is why we're pushing it on off-election years, is one of the reasons we think it's so important to keep raising the awareness all year long, every year, as opposed to only election years.
And how much do we engage with community-based organizations to get them to spread the word about the neighborhood councils in their areas?
Yeah, so this year, thanks to Tom, we partnered with over 60 community-based organizations. We reached out to them, partnered with them to get the word out. This is the first time we were actively able to do that, and I think that type of collaboration needs to, again, continue throughout the year.
Yeah, well, I'd definitely like to get a report back on the with you and ITA on what could be done to harvest the information of people who contact the city testifying at a commission or committee or city council to be able to keep engaging them with neighborhood councils. A few years ago when we made the partnership with Nextdoor.com, I thought that was going to be a great thing. I have a lot of second thoughts about that. We seem very reliant with neighborhood councils in getting the neighborhood councils onto Nextdoor.com. In the city of Long Beach, I think they've decided they're not going to engage with Nextdoor.com because of some of the conduct on there. And I believe Mayor Garcia said, we ain't doing this. Nextdoor.com, each social media platform speaks to a different demographic, right? Nextdoor.com, my guess is that it's probably similar to the existing neighborhood council demographic. that it skews a little bit older and maybe more towards homeowners. What are we doing? And I'm not saying undo the nextdoor.com, but are we weighting nextdoor.com over other forms of social media? Are we equally encouraging neighborhood councils to have a Facebook presence, a Twitter presence, and particularly for younger people, an Instagram presence and a Snap presence? Because I'm too old for Snap. I can't figure it out. My kids' babysitters have tried to teach me. It's a lost cause. You probably take some comfort in knowing that I'm a Luddite in some areas.
It makes me feel so much better.
But those are platforms that speak to and are used by younger generations. So how much are we pushing the neighborhood councils to use those other platforms that speak to a different demographic and a different generation?
Well, I mean, as Emery pointed out, we're not necessarily just saying, oh, yeah, use Nextdoor. That's like your one-all, be-all. It's definitely not. We know with neighborhood councils, the social media tech part is just one thing. What has actually been most effective still are flyers and going door to door and talking with, your neighbors and business owners and community members. So it is just part of the spectrum of outreach techniques that we can use, and we teach the neighbor councils all of them. And then we provide them with a demographic breakdown of their entire population within their borders, not only of different languages that are being spoken, but people with disabilities, everyone in your neighborhood. Like, if you're not reaching out to all these people, then you're not doing your job as a neighbor council. And then we go back to, okay, well, we have to remember neighbor councils are independent, self-governing, and I can't force a neighborhood council to go and do outreach in those areas, which means that it falls on our department to go out into those regions and to try to engage those folks.
So if you could, to the extent that you have the info available, if you could do a report back indicating to me what the Dunn's reach is on the different forms of social media, and to the extent that you know which neighborhood councils are on which forms of social media.
Yes.
My suspicion is Instagram is probably considerably lower than Nextdoor or Facebook. But I'd be curious to know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I chime in on one item then? So I think I'll be really brief. I do want to mention though, and then a lot of the conversation here is about the social media, and that's definitely a mechanism that we want to use. And one thing that we understand is that throughout different parts of the city have different, shall we say, technological expertise. So we, in addition to doing the social media, we also do a lot of what's called the Neighborhood Council 101s, which our staff and our election assistants go and identify different organizations or groups. It could be something as coffees with the principals. It could be going to a block party. It could be going to tabling at the different farmers markets that's out there. So we do make an effort in addition just to social media. We are very sensitive and aware of certain communities have different, you have to use different outreach methodologies.
Well, that's why I asked about the community-based organizations. I mean, I'd like to see us engaging with, ACE or the LA Tenants Union or groups who come here a lot, but I don't see heard a lot in the NC process.
Yeah, and I'll end with this one thing that we've tried in different new innovative ways is that we did put together a forum on to engage more the immigrant community. We did a panel discussion with immigrant rights groups and also formerly incarcerated groups too, and bringing them into the fold and say that they have a voice in joining the neighborhood council. So
thank you.
It's out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Bonnet, I don't want to start a policy discussion about this until we get the report back, but I think those suggestions are good ones. I would just add the perspective, though, that community-based organizations and activist groups and the folks that come down here, often wearing matching T-shirts and showing matching signs, are the ones that are already organized. And the people that neighborhood councils are too often missing are the people who don't belong to organizations, who just want to improve things in their neighborhood, and they don't have the first idea how to contact City Hall or be engaged. And so while it's important to broaden the perspective, I think it's important to broaden the perspective of neighborhood councils in every respect, including capturing those people who feel that they have no voice now because they don't belong to those sorts of organizations. So that's just, I think that should be captured in this report that we're asking you for as well. And in terms of social media, I think you're right, Mr. Bonin, including something like Snap is essential, because nothing says neighborhood empowerment like a Bitmoji party or, you know, a person talking with a T-Rex head or something. I think that's very important to the future of our city. So thank you. Thank you for that.
If I knew how to do that, I'd be doing one of you right now.
So thank you for that. I guess the last thing I just wanted to say is to thank you, Gracie, because we've walked this path together for a lot of years, and we've done a lot to try to bring the neighborhood councils up to the position that they're at. And I really very much appreciate your service in this position, and I'm really gonna, as I mentioned before, really gonna appreciate your service in personnel, because it's mission critical for us as a city right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else, members? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. Thank you for all your service. And that will bring up next El Pueblo. And members, to my surprise, just looking at our historical record, we've averaged about 30 minutes for El Pueblo. And considering that it does not receive 1 penny from the general fund, that surprises me. And yet still, there we are. So let's go ahead and invite up Mr. Espinoza. And we have your letter. Thank you very much for submitting that in advance. Feel free to go ahead and open up and introduce the team.
Thank you. Chris Espinosa, General Manager, El Pueblo Historical Monument. We have about a $5.4 million revenue target this fiscal year.
There we go.
We have $5.4 million revenue target this fiscal year. Our budget is pretty status quo. We've been very conservative. We're very thankful to the mayor's office and the CAO to assist us with security costs. If you were to look at LAPD's budget, there's contractual security costs there and also LAPD assistance. We are getting $285,000 from the Arts and Cultural Facilities Funds. And another great item in our budget is in the capital improvement expenditure plan. There's $2 million for pre-development work to start making improvements to the Pico House, the beautiful Pico. We're doing very good. We had a great Cinco de Mayo with thousands of people having a great time watching great cultural programming. And so we're excited to be here today. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I think I just have one question. How are things going with filming at El Pueblo and using the area as a site for on-location production?
Yeah, this year we had a very excellent filming year. We should hit our revenue target of $340,000. We've been doing a ton of commercials, and what's great about it is that those are national commercials. So Lexus, Subaru, a lot of the major car manufacturers are doing filming at our site for commercial activity. So those get released during like the Super Bowl or during the NBA playoffs. So it's really good, high-profile advertising for the department. At the end of this year, we're looking at some really big film shoots. So we are just about to turn over some of the southern properties for Channel 35 construction. So we're trying to squeeze in some major filming just before that occurs so we could secure our budget for next fiscal year.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Which is a little bit.
Okay. Mr. Price, do you have anything for El Pueblo?
Good afternoon, folks.
Good afternoon.
Just a quick one. How many field trips come to El Pueblo annually, and do we have any programs to assist schools and who might not have a chance to get there get there?
Yeah, we estimate about 300,000 school children annually visiting El Pueblo. We have started a partnership with the Los Angeles County Department of Education or Office of Education. And so we're going to do a lot of advertising of our free museums and events. We also do during our traditional events, so like Las Posadas or the Dia de los Muertos, we work with the Olvera Street merchants to host art workshops. And those art workshops are held in the Avila Adobe and in the Pico House. And so we do meet up with a lot of schools. We also provide free tours. And so we work with a number of schools to bring them over for touring. As you know, all fourth graders need to learn about California history, and it's a great location to learn about early Los Angeles
These
history.
activities are during the week, on the weekends, or just depends, or when?
It's Tuesday through Saturday, 11 to 3 p.m.
Mm-hmm. Well, for many of our schools, transportation might be an issue. So I think it's important that you at least communicate with the council offices. We may be in a position to assist, especially with those schools that have special needs. And we want to make sure we have all of our kids getting the kind of exposure to some of these cultural activities that are just so close, but sometimes so far.
Yes, and being right across the street from Union Station is very helpful too. So we get a lot of children either coming from MetroLink or, the Gold Line, the Blue Line, coming into Union Station.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Before we go to Mr. Bonin, just one other thing that Mr. Price just reminded me. How has your relationship been with Metro and MetroLink, since Union Station is our most important transportation hub in Los Angeles? They have tremendous marketing opportunities that El Pueblo could take advantage of. Have you had that relationship with them to be able to utilize that?
Yeah, we're very close with Metro. Right now, we've jointly applied for a grant in which we're going to close down a portion of Los Angeles Street, and there will be the ability for visitors to leave out of Union Station and walk in this beautiful paseo right into the plaza. And that's all funded, the environmental's completed, and we're 30% design. We also work very closely with them on special events, and so we highlight theirs, they highlight ours, and sometimes we've collaborated on, say, Cinco de Mayo weekends. Also, we host them for community meetings. We highlight some of their events like Los Angeles River Outreach. So we host their events over at El Pueblo at our public facilities. So we are very close. I think we're going to do a senior citizens event in about a few weeks where they're going to be doing direct outreach in the plaza. So we keep a very tight relationship, especially with all this construction taking place right now.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you. Appreciate all the good work that you do. And being the first department to host a Bridge Home site at your area, I wanted to get a sense from you, have there been any concerns about the impacts of the Bridge Home on your operations? How have they been mitigated? What can we learn for the future other sites moving forward?
I think the great thing is that there's a city department right there, and we're really close by. So right off the bat, we wanted to establish a really good relationship with the nonprofit, and the nonprofit is excellent. It's the People Concern. So what we do is I have staff go over to the site and work with the therapists, and we do regular art workshops. We brought virtual reality with the National Park Service over. We've done resume building. We've invited members to join us in like our holiday tree lighting and do art workshops with the public. So there's been a lot of collaboration. I think the program has been doing very well for our area. We're a transient area because we're next to the jail, public transportation. So we do receive a lot of activity. But I think overall the program has been great. With LAPD presence, with additional security, it's been very positive. We also have a storage facility. It's 2 trailers, and they're managed by Chrysalis. One of those trailers fully used. The other one is probably about 75% to capacity. So we have been, just trying to work with the community around our area to take advantage of their storage facilities and get people off the streets.
Great, that's good to hear. Thank you. The other question I wanted to ask about the pre-development activities for Pico House. Seems like a lot for that. What is it for, and is there a timeline for completion? And is that about a normal scale of thing, pre-development versus the overall, as a percentage of the overall project?
Yeah, I mean, that project, I'd like to put it in the context of the Civic Center master planning. I mean, if you look at what's going on at Parker Center and New City facility, on our side, we're essentially an annex to the Civic Center. So we have Channel 35 coming to the Merced Theater and Masonic Hall, which is right behind the Pico. We had hoped to have office space in the upper 2 floors of the Pico House, and then the bottom floor still be used for public purposes, revenue, a public access site. Now the Pico House is a jewel, a very important building that's on the National Register of Historic Places. And so what this pre-development work will do is identify all the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, seismic, all the work that you need to do to bring it back to active use. So it lays down the ground plan, and then it tells you how much really you're going to be spending to get it there. And we've used this technique before with the Italian Hall, which got us to open the Italian American Museum of Los Angeles. And so with this size facility, it's very wise to plan it out in that way.
And the timeline for completion?
It will be done by next fiscal year.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Espinoza. Appreciate your time and consideration in submitting your letter to our budget committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support. Really appreciate it.
All right. That will bring up next convention and tourism. So I'd like to invite up Executive Director Don Liu and his team. Mr. Liu, welcome. Welcome. Thank you very much for submitting your letter. Feel free to go ahead and open up and
Thank you,
introduce your
Councilman.
team.
I'm joined here today by our Assistant General Manager, Tom Fields, Assistant General Manager, Deanna Mangiolu, who might look a little bit like the Mayor's Budget Director.
Just putting on her other hat.
Also joined by Tigran Avetzian, Donna Jean Irving, Kim Nakashima, and Chris Villarante. Sitting here in the front row. That's our entire department. You have all 8 of us here before you today. We are your smallest department, but we have a very important responsibility to drive economic development and job creation by promoting LA as a convention and tourist destination. We do this by managing 2 very important contracts that the city has, one with AEG to manage and operate the convention center, and another with LA Tourism and Convention Board to promote and market not only the convention center to meeting planners, but also the entire city to the entire world. CTD is very happy with the mayor's proposed budget, a total of $1.9 million, essentially the same as last year's budget. It pleases me to remind the committee that our department is not supported by general fund dollars, as our entire budget is primarily funded by the operating profits of the convention center, with a small piece coming from of support coming from the LA Convention and Tourism Board. We're also proud to remind the committee that in addition to being self-funded, We also play a primary role through our contract with LA Tourism in the creation of the transient occupancy tax collected by the city, this year estimated to be over $322 million in revenue. We are particularly happy about this year's budget. It allows, it gives us $250,000 to do the second phase of our tourism master plan, which we feel is a very important piece for the city in determining the supply side of our tourism business. And we're also pleased that we're going to get about a little over $4 million in MICLA funding for capital improvements that are needed to keep the convention center operating. No changes in personnel. We do have a couple of reclassifications. We had 2 building superintendents retire, and we're replacing them with a new project manager for the construction of the expansion and modernization of the convention center. Out of respect for your time, I'll end my comments at that point and be available for any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. You mentioned the tourism master plan. This is I guess the second budget year that we're funding that, right?
That's right. Last year we took $250,000 out of the money provided by LA Tourism, and used that to pay for the first phase of our tourism master plan, which will be completed June 30th. And then the next year's budget will provide funding for the second phase of the tourism master plan. We should have it completed by the end of the calendar year.
Terrific. That's what I needed to know. And just for context, can you kind of give some general comments about the state of tourism in Los Angeles and how we've done over the last 3 or 4 years, both in terms of tourism numbers and convention numbers?
Yes. So last year was the 7th consecutive year of increases in our tourism numbers. We hit the 50 million annual visitors goal, which the mayor set, and I think the target was 2020, so we accomplished our 50 million annual visitors 2 years early. We'll be before the full council Wednesday for National Tourism and Travel Week, and we'll be giving a presentation on the details of the 50 million that we hit 2 years early, and a little discussion about our future goals.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dom, thank you for your leadership and that of your team in managing an important resource, not just downtown, but citywide and in our region. Excited about the 3P partnership with AEG and prospects of expanding the convention center to 1 million square feet. That's pretty awesome. An 800-room hotel and a reimagined Gil Lindsay Plaza. And so congratulations again to the team on leadership.
Thank you for your leadership in that effort.
Well, it's been a combined effort, long time coming, but it's been a combination, and so I appreciate the partnership. How can we better improve and highlight cultural tourism in Los Angeles? This is something I bring up all the time in private meetings, public meetings with the convention board, other individuals. We always tout Hollywood, LA Live, the areas downtown. What about Leimert Park, East LA, the Valley, South LA? What are we doing to encourage greater cultural tourism, as we call it?
Well, that's actually something that we hope to get out of our tourism master plan. But even without that, we've been working very closely with LA Tourism and Convention Board and the Cultural Affairs Department to promote all of our cultural institutions. We have something like over 200 museums in the city of Los Angeles, and they are available on the discoverlosangeles.com webpage. But we've also done some other efforts. This year, for the very first time, LA Tourism released a African American arts and culture guide.
I saw that.
Very, very well received. We hope to do more and more of that in the future.
Good. Well, I think we need to do all we can to really encourage it. Now, what's the first phase of the tourism master plan? What's that going to involve, or what is it involving?
So it's already we did phase. Step one was stakeholder analysis. So we did over 200 meetings. Our consultant did over 200 meetings with various number of stakeholders. Phase two was what we called a destination analysis. That was just completed last week. And then they're currently undergoing a hospitality analysis. So really getting an assessment of our current state. That should be completed, like I said, by June 30th. And then phase two will be more of the what does the city need to do to build capacity, and what do we need to do to accept more visitors in the city.
Well, I hope you just remind the contractor he should keep his outreach as diverse as possible, and we want to be as inclusive in identifying resources and opportunities. And so
yeah, absolutely.
We look forward to that report coming back. Given the fact that we are planning extensive renovations at the convention center over the next year or so, next 2 years, how will your department be impacted? Do you need to have additional staff?
No, sir, we don't. We're very small but mighty, and not only do I have an AGM that knows every penny of the department, I have another AGM that knows every inch of the convention center. So along with the great partners that we have at AAG and the plenary group, and our city family partners in BOE, Building and Safety Planning, and the others, CLA, CAO, and city attorney, we have quite a bit of expertise, so we'll be more than capable to handle the expansion over the next couple of years.
Great. Well, we are excited about as I said, the collaboration with the city family, AEG, plenary, as a real 3P partnership, and look forward to working together to make this project happen.
We've appreciated working with you and your staff, and look forward to a successful completion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Bonin?
I'll pass. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Just one question. The budget for capital improvements is significantly lower this year than last year. What's the reason for that?
Well, luckily we're going to enter into a huge expansion and modernization project. So many of the deferred maintenance projects, if you will, are probably put on hold prudently so that we can incorporate them into the overall expansion project.
Great. Well, appreciate all the great work you do.
Thank you very much.
So one last question. Does the mayor's budget director concur in the statements of the executive director? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay, good.
We thought she did a really good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. That's the next department that I'd like to invite up is the Office of Public Accountability. And members, we're doing great. We're almost back on schedule.
Right. I'll put them in the front.
So, Dr. Pickle, welcome. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for the letter that you've submitted regarding your office's budget. Feel free to go ahead and make any introductory comments, and we'll jump right in.
Thank you. I'm Fred Pickle, Executive Director of the Office of Public Accountability, Ratepayer Advocate, and we are smaller than the last department. But we hope to fix that in this discussion. The Office of Public Accountability was created in 2011 when the electorate approved Charter Amendment I to provide for the public independent analysis of Department of Water and Power actions as they relate to electricity and water rates. Due to divergent opinions in the implementation process from both elected officials and staff on the scope, duties, responsibilities, and independence of the Office of Public Accountability, it was determined to initially create a small basic organization which could evolve in the future by ordinance, along with the hiring of an executive director to guide this development. consistent with the concepts contained in the charter. The OPA was originally housed in the CAO to receive administrative support and assistance, and we sure needed a lot. We did develop a small, highly experienced technical staff to address the intricacies of water and power utility industries and their costs of operations and complex rate structures. And the OPA has released numerous reports, reviews, and comments on water and electricity rate issues available on our website. On July 1/17, we did one major maturing step of becoming a separate city department, an action that was taken in the budget for 17-18. The proposed budget this year provides for a continuation of the current level of service, roughly the same level of service that has occurred in the last 3 budget years. We think it's necessary now for a modest increase in OPA's footprint to fulfill our charter mandated responsibilities, especially given a period with major policy initiatives and a comprehensive rate review in the near horizon. We requested partial funding in the proposed budget for 2 additional positions and additional contractual services funding. This was not included in the budget as proposed. The requested positions, one of which is at the senior level with the new pay grade designation, would provide additional capabilities to delve into technical issues, the applicability of regulatory and business requirements, and the impact of rate development on the customer. We also want to expand our ratepayer advocate services, monitor revenue adjustments, including decoupling for conservation and other pass-throughs, the mandated review or wrap up the mandated review of the 2016 rate ordinances, and support a comprehensive rate review that we anticipate could begin in 2020. Additional contractual services funds would support and monitor the 2016 rate ordinance, which is ongoing, reviews of renewable and local water proposals and related studies, the potential for the 2020-2021 comprehensive rate review, and follow-up efforts on benchmarking efforts that occurred in the last few years. Subsequent to our submission of the proposed budget, additional items have arisen that could impact the 1920 budget. These include a recent change in the city's plans for DWP scattergood and other coastal generation facilities, a recent change by the city in the plans for renewable energy resources, and a new proposal for increased local water to be processed via Hyperion. And last but not least, slow progress in addressing the complicated business and other issues related to DWP IT. We do not know the impact of these issues or yet appreciate the possible secondary consequences. Due to the magnitude of these issues, OPA input from OPA would be appropriate along with funding to support the reviews. We will advise the Mayor and City Council once additional information is available. As a reminder, all budgeted costs incurred by the OPA are reimbursed by the Department of Water and Power. Any unexpended budget funds remaining at the end of the year will revert to the reserve fund and are not subject to reimbursement. Hence, we have no net burden on the general fund. We urge favorable consideration of these items by your committee, and I'm readily available to you or your staff for any questions or assistance.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield, would you like to start this discussion?
Sure. And I'll start by asking for a budget impact report on the request that you made. I think it's really important. So if we could get a report back on that, including also the increased administrative workload from the additional funding for the city clerk that would go along with that. And it sounds like you're doing it, but as part of a special study to do exactly what you're saying, which is let us know what the impact of closing of the Scattergood Hayes Harbor will be on energy reliability and whether or not local jobs will be lost and how that will work. And it sounds like you've already taken that in as your mission. So,
well, the primary role for such studies is DWP, but we review DWP studies. We've just completed a review of the once through cooling draft study that we'd be happy to review for you, either in council or for members of your office.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Price?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pickerel, thank you again for your service, you and your entire team. Thanks much. The Office of Public Accountability was formed about 2 years before I took office, in 2013. When I took office, we were immediately inundated with calls with people desperately needing assistance with their LA DWP bill. I'm sure you recall that period of time. In 2012, you outlined a path to greater transparency. Do you think you've made any progress in that search?
There's been progress that's direct and, more importantly, indirect. We've published all our studies, including many difficult to discuss issues, on our website at opa.lacity.org. But in the process, because of our existence, DWP started providing more public information in a number of areas. I think the easiest example is the breadth and the public involvement processes in the DWP Power Integrated Resource Plan, which was on a here it is, you've got it basis in 2012 when I arrived, and now we're doing multiple public participation studies involving the potential for 100% renewables and the once-through cooling study. So there has been increased transparency at DWP, in part driven by the goals stated in the charter amendment.
So how will the expansion of staff and contractual funding help further your goals?
Yes, especially given the number of new issues that are on the table.
For example?
Changes to the existing major studies that are now underway on 100% renewables, because they now have to fold in some issues from the once-through cooling study effort. And also, we will need to do a comprehensive rate review in the next year or two, or at least begin the effort.
How long is that rate review going to take, you think? How long will the rate review take?
The one challenge, and part of the reason our budget is set up the way it is things at DWP do not always move at the speed one expects. So we have to fund and move ahead. We may not be able to spend that study money because activities by DWP may not move ahead at the pace everyone expects. So we have to be prepared to evaluate things, but we may have nothing to evaluate.
Until?
Sometime later.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Pickle. Thanks for your ongoing work. You've kind of outlined a little bit, and I think you've kind of, if anything, understated the challenge that your office has with the added burdens that we continue to place, that the city as a whole and the department and the council and the mayor place on your office. Not to put too fine a point on it, but your discussion of the move towards 100% renewables is a great example. This was a process that I initiated along with Councilmember Bonin to really get to the bottom of how do we get to 100% carbon-free power generation, because it's easy to say that. It's really, really hard to do that. And there's many different ways to approach getting to that objective. And each of them has different impacts on the environment, different impacts on our neighborhoods, different impacts on ratepayers. and hopefully by the end of this year, we'll be at a point where the modeling that's already being done by the National Renewable Energy Lab will have models before us so that this council can begin the difficult work of sort of choosing among the various paths that are before us. All of that is, to a large degree, going to be informed by the work that you have to do in commenting to us about what realistically expected ratepayer impacts may be. And in some respects, this move may be very good for ratepayers in the long term. In some respects, maybe not, depending on the choices we make. And so I just can't stress enough how important it is that you have the ability to make those assessments in a thorough and independent way, as we've come to expect from you.
Thank you. I believe the office proved its cost benefit for perhaps 20 years in the first year, and I think this has an important role in helping translate what can often be very technical studies to the public eyes and ears, and to the council members as they ask questions on these issues.
So the budget does include a little over $1 million to initiate and expand special study reviews. Can you talk briefly about what special studies were undertaken in the current fiscal year and what that funding will allow you to do in terms of workload in the next year?
There were the key special studies this past year was assistance from the Brattle Group of Cambridge, Mass. On the once-through cooling effort. The lead individual was embedded with the DWP consulting team starting last spring. The other major study was part of an ongoing study of benchmarking DWP's corporate costs against other utilities. And we expect that study that's gone on longer than we expected to come to closure and have results in the next 2 to 3 months. We have a formal draft that's being internally reviewed now.
Okay, and in terms of anticipated workload change that this funding will allow you to do in the coming year?
We are planning on extending the support by Brattle on the NREL effort and any changes in the once-through cooling study as that moves forward. And there may be follow-on opportunities for the core contractor we've used for benchmarking, or there may be it may be appropriate to reach out to other contractors as we move forward. Plus, there are plenty of other issues, including DWP IT questions that may warrant special studies.
Okay, but that $1.2 million that's included in the current budget, you feel will be adequate at least to do what you've described? With the additional amount we requested, because we're also expecting if there is to be a comprehensive rate review in either 2021 or 2022, the cost of service study work has to start by DWP by the end of this fiscal 1920 fiscal year. So we would want some consulting help to help support us on that. Okay. Okay. And so we are getting a report back that Mr. Blumenfield recommended on both of those items. So that covers that. Anything else, Mr. Price, members? All right. Dr. Pickle, thank you very much. Appreciate your work under difficult circumstances. Thank you for being here. Okay. Members, so we're, again, doing pretty well on time. We're only about 12 minutes behind schedule, which is great, especially because we now are going to have a change in our schedule, and we are, in fact, going to hear from some of our civilian labor partners. So I'd like to go ahead and ask them to come on up. next. And as they're working their way up, it has been the practice of this committee for this is the 8th budget in a row now, to invite our civilian labor unions to come into the budget process as full participants and to testify as we hear from our departments. And we're calling an audible a little bit here, but we have, because I was originally not planning to have them here today, but I'm glad they could join us and be able to offer some perspective from the viewpoint of the employees of this city. So welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and fellow council members on this committee. You know, you have a challenging job any day, but especially during this process, we all respect the job you're doing on this. Very important. You know, although I haven't been here at any of these hearings, I've been getting a pretty detailed report from my staff, and I know one of the subjects that's near and dear to all of us is restoration of services. But we have to keep in mind here that there are a couple of things that sometimes work against us here, especially in these times. One of them is, you know, the baby boom generation is retiring, and the attrition rate in the next 5 years is going to be probably much higher than normal. And the other thing we sometimes have issues with, and it's a challenge to us when we're in these situations, is that if we set a goal in a particular department of adding 100 people to the staff, and 40 people leave, we didn't add 100, we added 60, okay? And that does have a tendency to happen sometimes. And I want to say also, you know, it's a little bit out on the horizon, but it's here, and it's really important, especially since we're going to have a brain drain with city staff. A lot of very experienced people are going to be retiring, and it's important that we add both thoughtfully and effectively now. You know, the Olympics are coming up in 28. And not to date myself, but I was around in 84, okay? And there was an awful lot of work that city workers did. And I might say the staffing levels were a lot, not a little, a lot higher than they are now. And it was a lot of work, but the one thing to remember when we got done with those Olympics, you know, we were all very proud of the job we did, and I want us to be proud of the job we do leading up to this. And I know restoring service is important to all of you because you're the guys that get the calls, you know, about the potholes and everything else. And we've done a wonderful job on potholes, but we really got to start paving streets. And there's support services that go along with that. It isn't just about street services, but it's about the equipment. It's about the people that maintain them. There's a whole scenario there when you're building back up, which is what we're doing now.
Thank you very much. And for those watching at home, that was Bob Schoonover, the president of the Service Employees International Union. So thank you. Who would like to speak next?
I'm going to speak next. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Krikorian for allowing us to speak again. You started that pattern a few years ago, and I much appreciate it. I think it gives the labor force for the city an opportunity to express their views and ideas, that since we're partners in this together. But before I get through the items, I do want to thank council for, we had a long negotiation, but we had a successful outcome for both parties, and it took a lot of work, and I would like to make sure I thank everybody involved with that process. It was difficult, but we worked it out, and I appreciate your assistance on that matter. You've already received the document from us today. I believe it was handed out earlier, and so I'm not going to necessarily detail every item on that. I just wanted to review on a few things that are specific to my local and that's also the coalition. On the apprenticeship stuff, both building trades and operating engineers have entered into agreements with the city to establish for the first time apprenticeship programs, which is great. I think it's going to be a total win for everybody involved, and the city has embraced it well. But in order to accomplish that, in your budget process, we need to make sure that there are positions available for the departments. And there's two parts to this. One is having positions available, funded positions, so you can fill those. Start out apprentices, because these are typically 4 to 5 year programs. You start out with quite a discount on the wage and stuff, but over time, as the apprenticeship graduates through the system, they get the full journeyman status. So we want to make sure those opportunities to create those apprenticeship positions are there. And so that requires the departments to be a little forward thinking, both in the crafts from my local as well as for building trades. I think both of those need to be encouraged with the departments to put those in. Otherwise, we can have these great programs and no way to pay for it to have any bodies in the program, and kind of defeats the whole process. So I think that's crucial in your budget discussions. I urge that you make sure that the departments are following through on that. Since we do now have the language in both agreements, it's applicable this coming year. So especially in the new budget cycle, we want to make sure that's available. Because these are great programs. They're just great programs. And and the departments, we're targeting local hire, working with the target local hire. It's a perfect marriage to expand that program. So this is a win for everybody. On to staffing, you've heard Bob talk about that. I'm just going to redouble on that a little bit. Back in 2 years ago, we gave you a presentation on staffing at one of these budget hearings. And we gave the example from at Hyperion, for example, for the wastewater operators that I represent. And we're still 65% filled out of 100%. We have not expanded the hiring to the degree we need to. We're still experiencing the overtime stresses in that department there. I know there's been some form of managed hiring still going on. I wish you'd take a look at that and start, rather than just doing what I call a global red line with a pencil, take a look and see if there are specific needs that need to be addressed on the hiring, that you need to drill down a little bit and other than just a budgetary number, and say where is the real shortfall needs are, because there are certain departments. I'm not the only one. I know the Park and Rec has it, and Steve can address that, but there are specific areas that do need funding, and we need to pay attention to those specific classifications that need funding. So work needs to be done on that. And the last item I want to touch base on is the subcontracting. We had a lot of discussion because from a union perspective, you've got to appreciate we don't like subcontracting. I'll just be blunt. But we understand there are needs and times for subcontracting to happen. But the current subcontracting system of notice given to the unions is not functioning particularly well. Fortunately, the CAO in the last round of negotiations, we have a side letter to this effect, and we've agreed to sit down after negotiations and continue to refine and figure out where we can improve that system. So I hope we have your support, because one of the ways on controlling of many methods of controlling subcontracting is accountability. And if we have proper knowledge from a union perspective of the workers on the ground who are doing the work, where it's not appropriate being applied, we should be able to have an opportunity to bring that to everybody's attention. And that's not happening to the extent that it should. So that's one of the items that we really want to focus on and work on improving that communication line. Because, like I said earlier, there are times when on subcontracting we understand where there's a need for it, and you don't hear a lot of noise from us about it. But there are situations where it's not necessary because your current workforce is able to do the work, and it's typically more expensive to subcontract work. You've got prevailing wage. The contractor's not there for the benefit of the city. They're there to make a dollar. So we take that stuff very seriously, and it's our work being subcontracted out that we represent. So those are the common areas of that I wanted to stress today, and I appreciate you letting me give my thoughts on this today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Koffroth.
Thank you, council members. Steve Koffroth, I'm the field director with AFSCME, Council 36, and appreciate very much the partnership that we have generated. And as my colleagues have talked about, our primary focus and ask as you look at this year's budget is about staffing. A few years ago, we developed a Fix LA partnership and invited labor and the community to work together in order to provide more services to our community. And the great part about having that kind of relationship is that the community partners also look to us to help solve the problem of adding more services and getting the things that they need fixed in their communities done. And so in some respects, they hold our feet to the fire as well, and that's why we are here, not just looking at the interest of the workers we represent, but also the community in which we provide services and deal hand in hand with. There are a few things that we believe can be focused on. As Gavin spoke about, we believe that there is a great opportunity to look at what's happening with contracting out services. There are many services that can be provided better and more service-oriented by bringing it in-house. Whether the city is following its rules about notice or not, please look at those opportunities and make sure that we help restore the quality services that the community is looking for. In addition, there has been some improvement, but there still needs to be some attention in the civilian side of the police department. There's been increases in officers being put back on the streets, and we just want to make sure that the council understands that each of those officers need a certain level of support. So please make sure that we look at that aspect as well. As Gavin also noted, we have a great workforce who works part-time in the city. Many of those workers would like to work more hours, and we have expanded our opportunity within contract negotiations to look at those opportunities, and we ask that the council make sure to help focus the departments on how to maximize those. These are employees that already do good service for us. They want to work more. They just want to be able to provide better for themselves and for the community. And finally, I just wanted to touch a bit on the Targeted Local Hire program. Very proud to say that the city has been recognized nationally. That bodes well for the city as well as for labor. And there are avenues and departments which could certainly make broader use of those programs. It's a win-win. Not only does the city fill the positions that they need in an enhanced manner, but it also makes sure to bring in disadvantaged communities workforce to help build up where folks are looking for jobs in our disadvantaged communities. It's a very helpful program, benefits everyone, including the city. We thank you very much for your attention on that.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for coming down and participating. Thank you for the letter that you had submitted that we've all looked at and considered. And, you know, one of the things that I thought was very important that isn't often enough a part of this discussion that we have with labor was the first big picture point that you included in this, which is the economic impact of our public workforce. This is one of the largest, we are one of the largest workforces in Southern California, one of the largest employers, and essentially everyone who works for the city of Los Angeles lives and spends their money right here in the Los Angeles area. And so I think that's too often left out of the public dialogue out there, the actual economic job creating, revenue creating stimulus that's created by our public workforce. So thank you for laying that out so plainly. Thank you all for your great work on targeted local hire. I think this has been really, it started slow, and I, among others, expressed a lot of frustration in how long it took us to kind of get up to the point of launching. But it's going gangbusters now, and I think there's still plenty of room for growth with more position eligibility and so on. But it's a terrific pipeline into good middle-class career civil service positions in the city for some of the hardest to hire people in Los Angeles. And so your partnership there has been terrific. You all spoke about contracting, and the other part I think that we've discussed a lot in this committee is sometimes the quality of service that comes back from contracted services. And Mr. Blumenfield mentioned earlier when we were talking to street services about the quality of tree trimming. And I think Mr. Kretz we've all touched upon that. We've all experienced this. So there's a quality loss often, but there's also the hidden costs involved in contracting, because we still have to hire people to supervise and often to go and redo the work, or at least to get the contractors to redo the work. So that all figures into our cost as well, and it isn't often enough considered when you're comparing the cost of public employee doing the work and the cost of the contractor doing the work. And then with regard to civilian hiring and bringing part-timers to full-times, I think we've made great progress. We still have a long ways to go, particularly in the police department with civilian hiring, because this is a win-win for everyone. I think it's an improvement to public safety. It's an enhancement to the readiness of our police force. It's a force multiplier for sworn, and it's a cost savings at the same time. So in every respect, ramping up our hiring of civilians in the police department and throughout other departments as well, I think is a wise investment for us to make, and that's one of the reasons we've worked so hard in this committee to get there, and why we're going to continue in this budget year to do that as well. So thank you all for participating. I'm sure my colleagues will have questions. Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you very much. I certainly want to echo comments you made. I really appreciated receiving this report, appreciate having you guys as partners. I think the ideas that have come, not just this year, but in previous years that we've been able to build on, has been tremendous, and start by just a thank you. A question about the part-time, full-time, or solicit your idea, and I guess mostly this is Steve, in terms of I'm totally with you on how do we move folks to the full-time positions. One of the stumbling blocks sometimes is, like in parks, is that you have folks, community folks who are working at a rec and parks, who would want more hours, and we want to transition them to full-time, but the full-time position requires a college degree or something. So how do we, in furtherance of our collective goal, how do we get those folks as a city who may not have the degree or may not have the certificate to transition them to these full-time jobs? And do you see a pathway there where we could collaborate and make that happen?
Thank you very much, Councilmember, for asking that question. I think that there are already existing positions with people function currently, where they have the minimum requirements for those positions. What we have in some cases are artificial barriers to working them a greater number of hours. And in particular, some departments feel it's advantageous to save on the benefits because they are working a fewer number of hours. We don't think that that's an accurate way to really look at it when those people really know the community. They interact so closely with the community members that it only makes sense to help expand those number of hours, take away those artificial barriers in order to make sure that they can provide those services to a greater extent in those parks and communities that they serve.
Steve, I just want to add that also many of these workers have been doing this work for a long period of time. These are not necessarily somebody who just came in the door last week. Some of these workers have been doing this for quite a few years and have been frustrated with trying to promote up, as we call it.
And I completely agree, and it's we want to put ourselves as a model employer. We never want to be one of those employers that's taking people just to the hours that keep them below the benefit level. I mean, that's unconscionable. We want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to bring people into the fold, to give them jobs they'll be able to support their families. So I totally agree with that. I was just getting to that extra point of, yes, there are folks who are being artificially kept down by the part-time hours, and we need to fix that. And then there may also be other ways to get people who have these barriers that may be artificial or may or may not be movable, where we can help them get through those barriers too, to get them into the full-time job, I would think. And also I wanted to say I completely agree with you on the insourcing and the targeted local hire. We've talked about that, but I know you've heard me as Public Works Chair. One of the cornerstones of my agenda has been to revitalize urban forestry division, to hire tree surgeons, which we've been doing, but we need to keep going further, to get out of the business of contracting out, make those jobs targeted local hire. Animal Services is another department, does a great job with targeted local hire. We need to make sure we give them the resources to do that, and as you know, we can go further. And I think we all here on this this committee and this council are committed to going further. We just have to find the right way to get the city to move in that direction, because it's an important role that we're playing, and I appreciate you guys pointing it out.
Thank you. Mr. Price?
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here and with us. You referenced the brain drain, something we've been talking about past several years, and its potential impact on a number of departments over the next several years. In kind of prep for that, talk a bit about what you're doing from your perspective in terms of apprentices, in terms of internships that might coincide, for example, with our local hire programs or other entry-level opportunities to get folks in these jobs that are going to be leaving.
Well, Council Member, I think you've heard a little bit about the internship programs that we have. And I would say, you know, the real need here is we could have more of those programs in other job classifications that may well help. We've had them before, like we had, you know, apprenticeship program for mechanics at one time. We don't anymore. But I think the real message on a lot of these positions is we could actually hire people that are already experienced. And the unfortunate thing is we're just not doing it in a fast enough way. And what I'm really concerned about when I say the brain drain and everything else is if we stay down at this level where we are, it won't give us a chance to recover, and it won't give us a chance, you know, to promote somebody up into a supervisor position because we now have more employees, and they continue to promote up so that we don't just lose people, very experienced people, and then there's nobody to bring these other people up to speed. That's the real problem. There are many, many, many positions we could hire at. These programs are all great, but we don't necessarily need these programs to hire a lot of these people either. And the other benefit economically, as the chairman said, you know, most of these people that you would hire as equipment operators, mechanics, truck drivers, or whatever, they already have a job, and somebody else will be able to move into that job that maybe doesn't have a job. So it's a double win for us. We're adding to the economy in several ways, which deals with some of the larger problems you guys are all struggling with at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, all of you, for coming forward today and making the presentation. I know it's a busy time for you with the ratification vote coming up on the 9th, right? Or coming up very soon.
Yeah, it's coming up.
So I know it's been busy for you, and I appreciate your finding time to come in here for us. I agree with you know, pretty much everything that has been said. From the comments about the incredibly crappy job that outside contractors do when they trim our trees. Mr. Koretz and I have often noted that we could tell when it was a city employee trimming a tree and when it was an outside contractor trimming a tree. Because if it was a city employee trimming a tree, we would get a phone call from somebody happy. Mm-hmm. And if it were an outside contractor, lowest common denominator, trimming the trees, we would get angry phone calls because the quality of the work was that different. And I'm glad we've started moving away from that, and I wholly support the idea of bringing more people in-house. Also, you know, completely agree and want to thank the coalition for really pushing very hard on the initiative to civilianize again at LAPD. That has made a difference for you. It's made a difference for our budget. It's made a difference for our constituents because as a result, we have a lot more officers out patrolling our streets. And really, it was the coalition that really started that discussion and pushed on it. And the transition from part-time to full-time, vitally important. And I want to again acknowledge Salita Reynolds, because we have, I think, essentially completely moved from part-time traffic officers to full-time. And we were, when she started, in completely the opposite direction. And that wasn't good for the employees, and it wasn't good for the constituents, because the part-time officers could only write tickets. They weren't trained to actually direct traffic. So it was only the punitive face of city government and not the helpful one. So, in each of those examples, we see the benefit of our labor partners, and that when we do right by our labor partners, we do right by the people we represent. So I want to thank you for that. I also got to note, I try to spend a couple times every month out on the front lines with workers, whether it's a DOT crew putting in a crosswalk, or somebody at one of the libraries, or a street services crew. And I've noticed two things. One, in the past year, I've noticed more new employees. I've met more people that we've brought in from somewhere else, whether it's LA Rise or someone who worked for a different company who's now working for street services. And I always like to see that. I like to see that we're bringing up the next generation. The other thing is, I'm always impressed by how resilient and patient and ingenious our staff are. I've been out with crews with antiquated equipment. On Ms. Reynolds' first day, actually, I was out with a DOT crew, and the thermoplaster that puts the heated adhesive down that looks like paint, that is our crosswalks, had been broken for a very, very long time. And what the crew had done is, one of them brought in a blowtorch every day to heat it up so they could get their job done, because they were that determined to deliver for the people we represent. And we finally got new thermoplasters for them, but there's so much more of that we need to do. So I just want to thank you for your partnership and for your creativity and your goodwill. And Mr. Chairman, I want to just acknowledge you at the same time, because I've been attending budget hearings for more years than I care to remember.
More than any of us.
Well, not more than Bob, I don't think.
Well.
And I remember before you took over, where this was 60 seconds at that podium. And it was under your leadership that we started bringing our labor partners actually, literally, to the table for these types of conversations. And that's a damn good thing, and it's more than symbolic. It's tangible. So, thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bonin. And you will also remember the context of that and why it mattered. Mm-hmm. And I think it's worth noting. I appreciate your kind words, but it was really imperative, because at that time, in this horseshoe, our colleagues, some of them, were proposing laying off 6,000 people. Yep. 6,000 employed people were proposed to be laid off. And some of us were able to stop that from happening and stop that sort of extreme overreaction, I think, that would have been even more devastating to this city than the attrition cuts that we've experienced. So had it not been for the positive partnership and discussion and relationship that the council worked to have with our partners in labor, we would not have endured those times, I think, as successfully as we had. And we wouldn't have been able to be here now in a position where we're trying to figure out where best to do service restoration. And we wouldn't have the reserve fund that we have to be able to get through the next difficult time. And we just wouldn't be in the position that we are now to be able to really talk productively about investments in the future. And that could only have happened by working, side by side to get here. So thank you for your kind words, but thank you, all of you, for your leadership, and to the members that you represent as well for allowing us to get to the place that we're at.
Absolutely.
And your
thank you
continuing
for
service.
making time.
My pleasure.
Just for the record, I'd like to make sure the names are straight. This is Steve Koffroth from AFSCME, Bob Schooner from SIU, and myself, Gavin Kuhn from Operating Engineers 501. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right. That brings up Mr. Llewellyn. If you would join us, please, for the long list of areas of inquiry for the CAO. And members, just for reference, we're doing pretty well. We're 40 minutes behind schedule, including the testimony we just heard, which had been unanticipated. So I'd say we're in pretty good shape. Mr. Llewellyn, welcome.
Thank you, sir, but luckily we have experts here with your question.
Yes, and I'd like you to go ahead and set us up, if you would.
Sure. Zara Bukiran Garcia with the Office of the CAO. I'm here to cover the general city purposes budget.
Okay, and so shall we start with GCP?
The general city purposes budget includes appropriations for contracts and programs that are not assigned to a specific department or are shared across various departments. Many items are also included in GCP to highlight specific services such as meals for seniors or homeless services. The proposed GCP budget is a $182.3 million. This is a 2.6% reduction from the 2018-19 budget. The change is primarily due to the deletion of $20 million in one-time funding for the Crisis and Bridge Housing Fund. The proposed budget provides $10 million for additional homeless services in its place. The mayor's office has requested a technical correction to the Discovery Cube LA item. The proposed budget lists the item
Chair,
as...
can I interrupt for a second?
If I could just ask you to pause for one moment. Yes, Mr. Bloom.
If there's any discussion regarding Discovery Cube, I'd like to recuse myself. So if we could separate any discussion on that item. My wife was the former executive director. So before going any further on that issue, could we separate that out as a discussion item and I can recuse?
We absolutely can.
Item at the end. We'll do
Yeah,
that.
so
Thank you. So if you could just forego that discussion until we
course.
get to the end of GCP. Thank you.
With that, I'm available to answer any questions that
we
you
were at
may
the end
have,
of
as are many of the departments with funding in GCP.
Thank you. All right. Well, let's go ahead and start with questions. Why don't we...
Do you want to take that item first? I can recuse myself.
Okay, that might be the easiest way to go. Well, but wait, because I'm not sure that anybody is going to ask a question about that. So why don't we go ahead and just start with Mr. Bonnet?
Okay. I have no questions about the Discovery Cube, although there's a Wildcrats event coming up in a week that a certain 5-year-old is excited about. Don't have a ton of questions here. Just had a couple about the homeless expenditures. How are the expenditures here different from the ones that we've discussed previously for LASA? What is the homeless shelter money and homeless support going to be used for?
So all of LASA's funding is in the GCP budget.
Okay.
This is under the homeless shelter program, as well as Operation Healthy Streets and the homeless count.
So this is stuff we've already discussed when we talked to Peter?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, and there's the question of the Justice Fund, which I already asked for a report back on. Our COGS are all covered. That usually comes out of GCP, doesn't it?
I'm sorry, what was that?
COGS, the coalitions of government.
Oh, yes, that's correct. There's memberships, yes, are covered in GCP. That's right.
Okay, very good. And I just note that diversity recruitment has been zeroed out.
Which item is this? I'm sorry.
In my notes from my staff, it says recruitment diversity went from
that's right.
about $100,000 down to zero.
That was a one-time item funded in the 18-19 budget, so funding was not continued for that item.
And can you tell me a little bit more what that was for? I mean, I don't know that we've gotten significantly more diverse in the past year.
I believe the item was for outreach and recruitment for the police department.
All right, if I could just get a report back on whether or not that is somehow recaptured in the police department budget, because I anticipate, based on the question, certainly that I asked on behalf of Councilmember Rodriguez, that there's certainly a remaining concern about recruitment diversity. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bloomfield?
Great, thank you. Most of it's pretty straightforward on GCP, but GCP funds several very worthy youth employment and enrichment programs.
Right.
And nearly all of these programs have been affected by the increases in the minimum wage, which reduces their ability to provide a constant level of service. Some programs have received an increase to account for the minimum wage increase, but others have not. So I wanted to get a budget impact report regarding all items in the GCP and other programs that provide entry-level jobs, which would be most affected by the minimum wage increase, and the options for funding them to ensure a constant level of service, or at least to have our eyes wide open on whether or not we are in fact reducing service.
Thank you. And in addition to that, if I may, in addition to minimum wage increases, where applicable, where there's a prevailing wage impact, that should be included as well.
Great, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Price?
Thank you. First of all, congratulations on the recent ratings increasing our general obligation bonds. It shows that we're doing the right thing, so again, appreciate that. CIEP.
Well, we're not there yet. We're just doing GCP right now.
Oh. Okay, then I'll...
But you can bring up the ratings increase anytime.
Okay, well, let's go to GCP then. CD9 has received funding in GCP almost every year I've been here for cleaning streets, something greatly needed. As you know, the program supplements all of the work that sanitation does to clean the district by providing some funds to a nonprofit organizations, which hires local youth and trains them for work tasks. So I'd like to get a budget memo to add $350,000 for this program, back into the budget for this program.
Okay.
Also, we spoke earlier about funding field trips to places like El Pueblo. I'd like to get a budget memo on how we can add additional funding to the LADOT charter bus fund to help pay for trips for low-income youth and seniors to city facilities. And that concludes
I'm sorry, Councilmember Price. For the $350,000, was that for the Cleaning Green program?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
To supplement that program. And I'll hold off this next question until we get to CIEP.
Okay.
Okay.
So I have a few report requests on GCP. First of all, I'd like to request a report back from the CAO and from GRID on meeting our funding needs for programming at the Whitsett soccer fields. We have a special challenge at the Whitsett soccer fields because it's a gang-impacted park, and Summer Night Lights in its ordinary format doesn't currently work because there are no lights at that park. So I'd like to report back on how we can address the same needs that GRID has addressed in other parks, and how we can fund that. Mr. Kretz had a number of GCP requests, which I'd like to make sure are in the record. First of all, relating to the $20 million in the Crisis and Bridge Housing Fund, he requests a report back on how much of the $20 million is still left in the fund, and how the remaining funds are going to be allocated. And a report back on whether any of the remaining dollars in the fund can be rolled over. I'm sorry, so I guess that refers to the 2018-2019 budget. How much of that money can be rolled over and used for a right to counsel program, and how much of it has been used and whether there's any surplus in the fund. He also would like to request in the same line item was renamed Additional Homeless Services and funded at $10 million. I think that's also a reference to the Crisis and Bridge Housing Fund. As Mr. Kretz has stated throughout the budget hearings, the city's Right to Counsel program is in need of funding, and because that may be one way to help combat tenants from becoming homeless, he'd like a report back on whether $5 million of the $10 million can be allocated to the city's Right to Counsel program. On item 61 in the GCP budget, there's currently entitled Climate Emergency Community Council. Mr. Kretz indicates that this is the line item that the mayor designated for the Climate Emergency Commission, and he'd like the adopted budget line item to reflect that. He'd like to get a clarification as to how the commission will be situated within the city governmental structure. And then with regard to budget item 45 in GCP entitled Green Workforce Sustainability Plan, Mr. Kretz would like a report back explaining that, because it seems to dovetail nicely with the Office of the Climate Emergency Mobilization. So he wants to know what those funds are designated for, and what the plans for those funds are. And then another request is relating to the Los Angeles Teen Court, which we heard some of the public comment about earlier. And Mr. Kretz would like to request a report back on providing $250,000 in funding for the Superior Court's Teen Court program. And I think that's it. Yes. Anything else, members, on GCP before we move on?
Just a clarification. I was asking about the diversity training for the police department. You can eliminate that request for report back, because I understand there's money plus in the UB on that. I also would like to ask that another note about the homelessness money. We can duke this out later, I guess, but I support the right to counsel. I really, really vigorously oppose taking it out of homelessness money. I have a huge distaste for pitting the almost homeless against the currently homeless, as that funding does. I'd like to see a report back on potentially funding the right to counsel from the $5 million in police for homeless initiatives, or the $6.4 million in Clean Streets LA Hope expansion.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if you would take this item where we discuss everything and leave the one item for discussion after Mr. Bloomfield leaves. If you're finished, Mr. Bloomfield.
Sure, we're finished.
Okay. Mr. Bloomfield, you want to step out? And
you know what? Or we could just move on.
Okay.
Or we could just move on. I don't think it's necessary to have any further report back about.
No,
you need to make an.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right, Mr. Bloom. For the record, Mr. Blumenfield has left the building. Well, the room anyway.
Very quickly, the request is to change the item. It's listed currently as administered by the Bureau of Sanitation. It should be changed to the Board of Public Works, as administered by the Board of Public Works.
Okay. Very good. So I don't think we need a report back, I think, unless there's objection. Can we just go ahead and move forward with that administrative change? Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. If there's no objection, it will be so.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Llewellyn, what shall we take up next? CIEP?
Or the reserve fund you want to do
Reserve
next?
fund is fine, too.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Lopez with the Office of the CAO. We're happy to report that the July 1, 2019 Reserve Fund available balance after technical corrections and adjustments is projected at $399 million, and that represents 6.11% of the general fund budget of approximately $6.5 billion. When adding the BSF of about 111 million and the UB reserve of 20 million, total reserves in the proposed budget reflect 530 million, or 8.12% of the proposed budget. We do want to raise a potential issue with the reserve fund. As you recall, with the LAFD hearing, they proposed that there's a potential revenue increase for SB 523 on ground emergency medical transport. There is a potential that they may need up to $7 million in reserve fund loan. And by doing that, since that was discovered after the proposed budget was released, it will impact the July 1 balance if the council does approve a reserve fund loan, $7 million. If anything changes, doesn't stay the same with the reserve fund, that will bring us down to 6% of the proposed budget. So just to let you all know about that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members, anything on the reserve?
Just a quick question. In dollar terms, how much room is there in the fund before we get below our policy?
Oh, that's...
What's that?
We're still well above, sir. It would take us only down to 6% if we had to loan the money to fire. Our policy is still 5%, but I appreciate Mr. Koretz saying he wanted to go to 100% today. I wish he was here.
In fairness, Mr. Kretz said no such thing. And neither has anyone else in the history of the city of Los Angeles, Mr. Llewellyn. Let's just be really clear on that. He did describe some historical experience that he had in a much smaller city, but that had nothing to do with the city of Los Angeles at all.
Thank you for that clarification, sir.
They had a city manager, too.
And in fact, just as long as we're talking about it. So the city has had a financial policy of maintaining a 5% reserve for how long?
Since 2001, right? At least since, I believe, the most recent set were established in 2001. But we have recommended before and are recommending, as you know, we're redoing our financial policies. And we may be recommending that you actually seek a higher value.
So after that policy was adopted in 2001, when did the city first ever actually comply with that financial policy? Uh, 2012-13. So throughout the rosiest revenue times in the history of the city in the late 2000s, never met that financial policy. Obviously, through the Great Recession, never met that policy. And since 2013, 2014, how many years has the city met that policy expectation?
Every year, sir.
Every single year. I'll be darned. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. Members, anything else?
Is it called leading the witness?
I think coincidentally, that's exactly when Mr. Price and I started, and all three of us started on the council.
There you go. Cause and effect. Cause and effect, clearly established. Okay. What would you like to take up next, Mr.
How about the unappropriated balance, sir?
How about that?
Jennifer Lopez again, in the Office of the CAO. The proposed budget for the UB unappropriated balance is $89.3 million to cover contingencies and other requirements during the fiscal year. This may include startup funding for projects or programs that are not fully developed at the time the budget was proposed. Use of the funding does require approval by the mayor and council before they're transferred, and it is zero-based, so therefore the UB is zeroed out every year and restored with new items every year after that. The biggest change since the adopted budget was taking out the street damage restoration fee contingency money. That's actually funded directly in the fund now for concrete streets, street reconstruction, since the fees were adopted by council this fiscal year. So that's now outside of the UB now. We're welcome. We also would request that as part of the proposed budget, the mayor did intend to reappropriate the climate change item in the UB. However, it was left out of the budgetary footnotes, so we would respectfully request to add that instruction to the non-department footnotes to reappropriate that money, $500,000 for next year. And I'm here to answer any questions.
That'll be the action. Okay. Very good. Questions, members, on the UB? Mr. Bonnet.
Thanks. One, on behalf of Mr. Weezar and I believe Mr. Koretz, they'd like me to ask the CLA for a report back on additional funds that might be available or that could be tapped into for climate emergency projects that might be determined by the new position or by the community assemblies. Then I just wanted to ask about, my understanding is there's an item in here that was previously funded last year, not funded this year, for public bathroom access of 2.1 million. What was that?
That is correct. It is actually funded through HEAP next year.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Members, anything else on UB? Good. All right. Thank you very much.
Capital Financer.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Augusto Gutierrez with the CAO's office. The proposed budget for the Capital Finance Administration Fund is for $255.2 million, which is about a $3 million increase from the previous fiscal year. One of the main additions to this budget is $11 million for the MICLA 2019A and 2019B bonds. These bonds will be issued to refinance MICLA commercial paper notes into long-term bonds to allow for new projects to be financed. They're also being issued to refund the MICLA 2009D bonds, which is expected to result in $2.4 million in net present value savings to the city. Also included in the budget is a $1 million increase from $9 million to $10 million to support the MICLA commercial paper program. And this is a result of the execution of new letters of credit to support the MICLA commercial paper program, which includes a $30 million increase to the program from $395 million to $425 million. A final addition to this budget is $2.3 million for the MICLA 2019 street lighting private placement, which is being issued to finance the final phase of the conversion of high voltage streetlights. And the debt service associated with this private placement will be repaid by the Street Lighting Maintenance and Assessment Fund. Moving on to the MICLA budget, the total proposed authorization for MICLA projects is $138 million, which is about a $65 million decrease from the previous fiscal year. The total amount for the acquisition of capital equipment is $69.3 million, and the total for the construction and improvements to several city facilities is $68.8 million. Lastly, the non-voter approved debt for 2019-20 is 3.94, while the limit is 6%. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Members? Questions on MICLA?
Yeah.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Just whenever we're talking about this kind of financing, I always go back to my song that we need to also figure out a policy eventually to do finance our digital infrastructure, which doesn't always work for MICLA programs because of the nature of it, but different than desktops and hardware that is a one-time thing to look at our digital infrastructure over time. But I'll just sing that song every time, and I know that we're working on that. Specific question regarding item 42, the 6th Street Viaduct. I want to know what the total budget for the 6th Street Viaduct project is at this point, including the ancillary improvements such as the 6th Street Park, Arts, River, and connectivity improvements. And the reason I ask, it's a great project and I'm happy about it, but we were told that we could afford this amazing project because the federal government would bear most of the costs. And it seems to be changing a bit. So I wanted to know how much is the city actually funding as compared to the original estimates, both in absolute terms and as a percentage of the project. And that can come back as a report back.
Oh, okay.
Unless you comment on it now, but either way.
Report back, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Were we going to hear back from that, or you just want that as a report?
I offered. I didn't know if they had the answers now, or I'm happy to have a report back, the budget report back.
You're going to give a report back on that. Okay, great. That will be helpful. I was going to ask the same thing, so count me in too. Anything else on MICLA, members? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. That'll take us then to CIEP.
Councilmember, do you want to start with municipal facilities or fiscal plant?
Your preference.
Fiscal plant.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Estes with the Office of the CAO. I'm joined by Selena Kuhn and David Hirano on the physical plant side, as well as Bernice Hollins, Lisa Smith, and Daisy Bonilla for the municipal facility side. Before you is a proposed budget for the 2019-20 Capital Improvement Expenditure Program, or CIEP. The proposed budget totals $452.4 million. This represents an increase of $51.1 million, or 12.7% from 18-19. The total budget of $452.2 million is comprised of 5.6% general fund and 94.4% special fund. The CIEP is divided into three parts, which is clean water, municipal facilities, and physical plant. The clean water program totals $371.1 million, which is an increase of 12.1% from 18-19. Municipal facilities totals $23.6 million, which is a decrease of 3.5%. And physical plant totals $57.7 million, which is an increase of 23.1%. The city's financial policies recommend programming 1% of general fund revenue to fund capital or infrastructure improvements. For 2019-20, general fund revenues are projected at $6.53 billion, resulting in a 1% target of $65.3 million. The proposed CIEP budget includes a total of $25.3 million in general fund. In addition, the proposed budget provides funding from the general fund for the following: $15.4 million for sidewalk repairs as part of the sidewalk repair program, $31.6 million for the pavement preservation program, and $1 million in the GCP for capital improvements. In total, the proposed budget provides $73.3 million, or 1.12% in general fund for capital infrastructure improvements, which exceeds the 1% goal. With that, we are available for any questions you might have.
Okay, Mr. Price.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions here. How do you address emergency maintenance and repairs of municipal facilities? Is there an account in this budget for that purpose?
Good afternoon, Bernice Hollins, CAO. Thank you, Council Member, for raising this issue. We actually have concerns going into next year in the same area. If I could just provide a brief general background, we currently have 25 established annual capital repair and infrastructure programs for municipal facilities. Most of those programs are oversubscribed and have backlog ranging from 5 to 10 years. We are very appreciative that the mayor's proposed budget has restored funding lost in prior years to many of these programs. However, going into next year, we do not have any funding currently in the budget for the maintenance and improvement program, which is currently funded at $1 million. And this is the program that is specifically set aside funding to address emergency needs. We are very concerned of the potential impact that this will have, since we know that with the number of municipal facilities that we have, and for a city of this size, that we're definitely going to have emergency needs that we're going to need to address at some point during the year.
And so what are the potential consequences for not having this fund available?
Well, let me address that question with using a specific example from this year. We utilized the maintenance and improvement program to address emergency repairs at one of our yards and shops facilities. A street sweeper had damaged one of the supporting columns for a 2-story parking structure, and we used the second floor to park heavy-duty vehicles. So there was a critical need to make sure that that need was addressed. Otherwise, there would have been impacts on potential service interruption and potential spillover impacts to the surrounding community. So to answer your question, the impact of not funding this program could lead very significantly restrict a department's ability to provide services in an effective and efficient manner, and it could also lead to service interruptions. We are very conservative in how we utilize this program. We are very aggressive in pursuing special fund cost recovery, and while we are cognizant of all the competing needs for funding in the next year, we're hopeful that this $1 million can be restored so that we can have the necessary resources to address emergency needs as they arise in the upcoming year.
Well, I agree. I think that you need to have the resources to address these emergency needs. And I'd like to request a budget memo on restoring this fund and identification of where the money can come from to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Members? Mr. Bonin?
I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Bloomfield?
Just building on the previous discussion about the 6th Street Viaduct, is the $3.85 million, is this in addition to the $11 million in MICLA, or is it contained in it?
Lisa Johnson-Smith, City Administrative Office. The $3.85 million is in addition, but it's general fund, and that would be set aside for staff costs and consultant costs for the project for the year.
Okay. Another issue regarding the zoo.
Sorry, Mr. Bloomfield.
Yeah.
Given your previous report, can we have a report back on that as well, please? On that impact as well, and tie that into the previous report back?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Regarding the zoo and the LADWP Solar Resiliency Partnership, just to make sure, the north parking lot where the zoo master plan calls for a new parking structure, that's not the same area where this project is it?
Daisy Bonnie, Office of the CAO. The north lot is where the buses, the school buses and the tour buses tend to park. It's already a flat lot and it's separate from the parking structure. They're just repaving the road, the parking. So once they put the solar structures over the parking, that will all be done in one construction.
I was just making sure the two projects don't have any negative interactions where we...
No, they're separate, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a few requests from non-committee members for some reports back, which I'd like to ask on their behalf. On behalf of CD4, I'd like to ask for a report back on funding to fill the Hollywood, New Hampshire pedestrian tunnel that was partially funded in the current fiscal year's budget. On behalf of CD14, I'd like to ask for a budget impact report to identify $125,000 for citywide nuisance abatement at a city-owned property in CD14 in the Kipling Triangle area. And on behalf of CD7, I'm especially pleased to be able to ask for a report back from the CAO regarding the funding shortfall at the Verdugo Hills Pool and Bathhouse project to identify available funding sources to complete that project. That's been a project that has been pending since I represented the area, which was like a decade ago, so almost. So it would be great if we can get this done for the people of that area. Members, anything else? All right. Thank you very much. So that brings us to the Tran. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hato from the CAO office. This fund is established to pay for the debt service on the notes issued to fund both the Liaisons and fire and police pension contributions and for cash management purposes, since the first half of the year the city doesn't receive all its revenues. The Tran remains an advantageous financing tool to finance the cash flow management needs and the pension contribution, as I mentioned. If the city prepays its required pension contributions in July, like it's done for the last many years, the city will receive about $42 million in a discount savings. And after factoring all the borrowing costs, you have a net savings of about $20 million for fiscal year 1920.
$20 million in real current year dollar savings.
Correct.
And in addition to that, we make a better impression on the credit market as well, which regularly notes the fact that we have this practice, unlike most cities, right? So that has been a factor in our improved credit rating as well.
That is correct, that we make our contribution payment in full every year in July.
So Exhibit H requests authority to issue up to $1.7 billion in trans, but the proposed budget indicates only about 1.3 billion is needed for the pension contributions and controller cash flow needs.
That is correct.
What's the $400 million difference?
The $400 to $450 million difference is the amount that controller expects they need for cash flow management purposes. That is not put in the budget because it's more of a temporal borrowing than an expenditure. The pension contribution amounts are included here because it reflects as an appropriation to make that payment as well as the interest.
Okay. All right. Members, anything on the tram?
Nothing.
All right. Thank you very much. That leaves us with Exhibit H, and that's it? Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Maria Gutierrez with the CAO's office. 1920 Exhibit H for the proposed budget outlines the actions necessary to be taken by the mayor and council to effectuate the proposed budget. This includes ordinance changes and other actions. Exhibit H includes 24 items, of which 5 are requests for ordinances and 19 involve instructions for various city departments. Many of these Exhibit H items have already been discussed as part of the departmental budget hearings. There are some changes that we are proposing, and some of these are just clarifications. For example, item 7, the letter H was inadvertently left out. We'd like to amend this item to reference that this instruction is related to Measure H. It's my understanding also that there is item number 4 relative to the street damage restoration fee. There were discussions that took place during prior budget hearing discussions. We would recommend deleting this Exhibit H instruction as it is no longer necessary. Instead, we would recommend changing the name of Cool Pavement in the Street Damage Restoration Fund schedule under the Special Purpose Fund appropriations to Cool Slurry.
Okay, if there's no objection to making those changes, that will be so. Anything else on Exhibit H? All right. Well, I'd like to instruct the CLA, or I'd like to propose that we instruct the CLA to review all of the instructions in Exhibit H, reconcile those instructions with any actions currently pending before the council, and provide recommendations for matters that require further refinement in one or more council policy committees. If there's no objection, that will be the action of the committee. Any questions, members, on Exhibit H? Mr. Blumenfield? Anything
that's all right.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Is that it, Mr. Llewellyn?
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, just Mr. Llewellyn, further to the discussion about city managers, though, you are able to kick ass, are you not? I just want to make sure.
Sir, I defer to my counsel, Mr. Price.
Thank you. So, okay. All right. Okay. So that, if there's nothing else then for the CAO members, that will bring up Lacers next. Oh, Ms. So, did you want to? Okay.
Okay.
Jack Humphrey. There's lots of love for parents.
Mr. Guglielmo, welcome. I still can't get used to you in this role, but it's good to have you back here. We have your letter. Thank you for that, and thank you for the sort of overview that the letter provides. It's very helpful, and I'd like to invite you to make any introductory comments you'd like to make or presentations, and then we'll move right into it.
Sure. Thank you very much, Councilman Krikorian, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to come in and essentially update you in terms of the success that Lacers has had and where we're going as we look to our future. I'd like to introduce really quickly my executive team. With me is my executive officer, Lita Payne, and then Todd Bowie, assistant general manager, and then our chief investment officer, Rajan. In the interest of being brief, I'm just going to thank also my Board of Commissioners for their leadership and, of course, the Great Lakes staff for all their work and dedication. We did submit a presentation. I think I'm going to skip through a number of slides in the interest of brevity. So I'm going to focus really on the more critical numbers. What is important to note as we go through these slides, again, a lot of accomplishments, a lot of great work that the Lacers team has done over the past year in terms of management and performance. Our new strategic plan as well. We've updated and refreshed our goals. And a big initiative for us is improving, again, the member experience. That's all of our active and retired members, or all of our members, how they interact with us to make sure that the process is as smooth as possible, as hassle-free as possible. A lot of initiatives in terms of our performance-based budgeting, a lot of great work the staff is doing there, focusing on things such as cybersecurity, improving our website, increasing member access to our services, and then, of course, on the AHR side, how do we recruit and retain an effective workforce at Lacers? Our budget receipts. So before you can see our pie chart that breaks down our sources of funding in terms of the member contributions, representing roughly 20% or so of the total receipts, the investment earnings, about a third, and then the city's contributions make up roughly 48% of that total amount of just about $1.3 billion in receipts. Our proposed benefits budgets, that's both the health and retirement benefits, totals just $1.126 billion, and that's broken down into health benefits, 148, and retirement benefits of roughly $978 million. Turning to our departmental budget, you'll see a slight increase as we look toward the new fiscal year. That is entirely driven by the obligatory salary changes. With our discretionary changes, we actually have a reduction of roughly $786,000, but with the obligatory changes, it's a total increase of just under 3%. In terms of plan funding, I just want to spend a moment on this slide. Our unfunded actuarial liability is $6.6 billion. So that's combined total the unfunded liability for both the health benefit side as well as the pension side of the house. Our funded status is 71.6%. When you compare that to our peers, we are right at the median. The median is roughly 71.9%, and we're at 71.6%, so just there at the median. But as we compare ourselves to our sister plans, LA Fire and Police Pensions is at just about 87%, and Water and Power is at 91%. So that's going to be a focus for us, looking at opportunities to strengthen the funded status of the plan in working with your offices, with the Mayor's office, and the CAO. In terms of how we look at the plan under the recommended actions by the GFOA, the city makes its full annual required contribution. And so let me just say that again. Compared to other cities, states, and counties across the country, the City of Los Angeles always makes its full required contribution. And
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Say that again for Mr. Krikorian.
The city always makes its full annual required contribution to the pensions plan.
But wait, doesn't every city do that?
Unfortunately, no. Across the country, there are many that do not.
Okay.
And also, I want to recognize the city for pre-funding its retiree health care obligations. That is something that is almost unique to the city, going back roughly 30 years. And because of that, our actual combined funded ratio of roughly 72% actually puts us ahead of the majority of our peer cities, counties, and states. So again, that recognition for the partnership we've had, the strong support from the city, I think is very important. Also, we conduct our our actual valuation, which is done annually. We have experience studies. The recommendation is 5 years. We do ours every 3 years, or possibly even 2 years coming up. And I think in terms of the CAFR, we issue a CAFR now annually, and we're looking to hopefully freshen that up a little bit as we look towards the new fiscal year with more customer-friendly information as opposed to just a lot of numbers. If I turn to the next slide, this contribution rate reductions. So as we're talking about how do we strengthen the plan, there's a number of different options available to the city as the plan sponsor that can be considered. We could accelerate contribution payments to buying down the unfunded liability. We could look at funding policy opportunities. And the important point I think I'd like to make is just that to the extent we can make some of those necessary investments, the city actually realizes a savings. It's kind of like if you pay me now or you can pay me more later. And so to the extent there's opportunities to try and advance some of that funding for that, an example we have here is roughly $10 million of additional contributions over 5 years would save the city $37 million in interest. So something to consider and think about. We'll be sharing that information with the CLA, the CAO, the mayor's office, and your offices as well as we look to the future to see what opportunities there might be to do that. And just to note, the state of California, the governor has done that. He's accelerated payments to both CalSTRS and CalPERS, the state's largest two plans. And the city of Santa Monica recently also announced they would be accelerating their buy down of their unfunded liability. So again, we're seeing some traction on that from other cities, and at the state level, we hope to see more of that amongst our peers, and we look forward to working with you on that opportunity. Turning towards city contributions, this is the historical contribution rate going back to 2009. The reason why there is a break at 2 lines is because you have the Tier 1 contribution rate, which is near the top, and then you have the Tier 2, and then replaced by Tier 3 contribution rate, which is slightly lower. If you look to 2020, that Tier 1 contribution rate's roughly just under 30%, and the Tier 2, 3, now Tier 3 contribution rate is 27.7%. And again, if we look at the funded ratio, going back to 2008, we were at 84% funded on the retirement side. And if you look now to 2018, we are 70% funded on the retirement side. Our blended healthcare and retirement funded ratio is 72%. It's remained relatively constant over the last 3 years, but we would love to see opportunities to try and move that to a higher funded level.
And how does that compare to peers across the country?
Correct. So it compares very well in that we are right at the median. The median is right where we're at, about 72% funded ratio is what you'd come to expect. It does break down slightly differently when you look at, say, some of the largest cities in the country, some of the largest cities in the state of California. You look at funded ratios and assumed rates of return, it's interesting to see where some of the states are going. And the trend seems to be reductions. So 7.25 now, but many of the plans, 80 to 90% of the plans that have been surveyed have indicated they would be reducing their assumed rate returns in upcoming experience studies. So we think the trend is probably going to reduce to about 7, but that'll happen over a period of time.
I mean, in terms of the funded ratio.
So in terms of the funded ratio, we are right there in line with our peers. Say New York. City of New York is 71.4% funded. San Diego, 71% funded. If you look at some of the other cities, though, Chicago is under 30% funded for their municipal employees. Houston, another large city, 56% funded. Phoenix, 58% funded. Going back to California, San Jose, 54%, San Francisco, 89%, Fresno, 113%. We'd love to be funded like Fresno is right now. But again,
after emerging from their bankruptcy and all the other things that they went through a few years ago.
Correct. So they're in a good place now, it looks like. But again, when you look at our larger peers, we're kind of right in line with them in terms of the funded ratio.
How about CalPERS and CalSTRS?
So CalPERS and CalSTRS, I didn't bring their funded ratios with me, but we can report back to you on that if you'd like. So just turning past the funded ratio, we always like to talk about investment performance. I think Rod and his team have done a terrific job in that area. We've done a lot of work in terms of looking at active versus passive investments. We revamped our portfolio structure with a new asset allocation just last year. We've done a lot of education for our board on ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance. And more recently, the board has approved becoming a signatory for the UN Principles for Responsible Investing. So I think a lot of good has come up there. And we're in the process of doing benchmarking against our peers on the investment side as well as administration as well. So we'll be looking forward to having those results later in the summer. Again, just some more investment activities. We have our asset allocation on the next slide, just breaks down the new asset allocation that was adopted last April. In terms of investment portfolio assets and expenditures, I'd like to draw your attention to fiscal year 19 estimated. When you look at the estimated amount, roughly 16.6 billion. So this was looked at a specific point in time. The quarter ending December 30th was a fairly painful quarter for most retirement plans, and results were not very good. I will say, though, the first quarter of 2019 has been very, very good, and we've really regained a lot of the lost ground from that last quarter. So now we are roughly 17.4 billion dollars in terms of our assets. So we've seen a lot of growth in the past quarter as you compare. So this number here was at a point in time, and basically we're looking at better numbers that we're seeing as of the quarter ending March of 2019.
So for the fiscal year of 2018-2019, what do you expect your actual returns to have been?
So I love it to exceed 7.25%. We don't know what's going to happen. The market keeps changing. We look at the market every day. Our investments are done based on a more longer-term strategy. And that is done for a lot of very thoughtful reasons, because we can't game the system, we can't game the market.
No, totally understood. I'm asking that specifically because of some budget assumptions that were made about the year. So,
correct.
Do you, if you know offhand where it is now, ballpark it for the end of the fiscal year? I mean, are you near 7? Is it 12? Is it 0?
So as of, I think, the close of Friday, we were at, I'm going to turn to Rod. He may have the more precise numbers. Do you have Friday's numbers, Rod?
Yeah. I don't have last Friday's, but as of March 31st, 2019, we were at 2.55 for the fiscal year to date. So we've had some gains since then. I don't have the specific numbers, but we've had increases in the market since that time.
Okay, thank you.
And hopefully we'll continue to see improvement in the markets so we can meet or exceed that target by the time we get to June 30th.
And I guess just before we move off the topic, the reason I asked that question is on page 10 of the supplemental information, Lacers indicated a 0% assumption for this current fiscal year. And so clearly we're going to exceed 0.
Yes.
So what impact does that have on the longer term outlook?
So again, we do have a 7-year smoothing. To the extent we were to meet or exceed, let's say, or even underperform against the target, that will be smoothed over 7 years. So you don't see the impact right away, just a portion of that impact. But again, to the extent that we meet or exceed, that's going to be a beneficial impact to spread. So we're looking towards that end of the year numbers. If the market continues to move at the pace it has been, we could hit that target. I think we may fall somewhat short, a little bit short of it, but we're not at 0.
Great.
So,
thank you.
This is just a comparison in terms of investment expenses, and really the story there is that we compare favorably to our peers. When you look at the benchmarking that's done, we consistently come under our peers in terms of our investment costs. So it's something that we very actively look at and work closely with, and our board is very diligent looking at that too. Looking at the rate of return, I know we've had questions in the past. So within the main deck here is a 15-year. This is net of fees. But within the appendix, we have a 30-year look at the rate of return, although that is gross of fees, given the reporting that was done previously. So some important things to note there. The 10-year, 6.71%. The 15-year, 7.91%. If you look at within the most recent 5 years, we have exceeded the target in each of those years, cumulative. If you look at the 20-year gross, we're at 6.96%, and our 30-year gross is 8.95%. So again, we look at this over the long period of time, and we tend to see some fairly good numbers. We'd like to see stronger numbers. I will say the market the last 10 years, though, has been very good to us. Member benefits, the service retirement, the annual average is $52,000. Disability retirement, $21,000. Survivorships of $27,000. Just some of the factoids we have: active members, just over 26,000 active members. Pensioners and beneficiaries, 19,379. So just some updates in terms of our facts and figures. I will say that in terms of members retiring, we are seeing a large number of members retire. We retired just under 1,000 members last year, and I think we'll probably get very close to that number again this year. So lots of retirements. Folks enjoying their Lacers benefits, hopefully. Looking at the, again, there's more detail on page 23. But let's focus on the next slide, slide 24. So health plan benefits and costs. This is an area that I think is consistently great news for Lacers. We have great staff work in the health area, and we have some very good consultants that assist us as well. And what you see here, the gray shading as compared to the, the gold shaded. The gray shade is the medical premium trend rate, the actuarial medical trend rate. But the gold is what we realize here in Lacers. The point of that is that we consistently come in substantially below about half of what the medical trend rate is. That helps to keep the cost to either plan sponsor down in terms of our health plan costs. So again, I think that is great news. You can see the national trend, our trend. There's some subsidy figures here as well that get updated annually as well. You'll see the 10-year average is that for the max medical subsidy per month is $1,481, and the average medical subsidy per month is that $609 of that 10-year average. So again, great news. There's lots more information in the deck that we didn't go through. But frankly, I'd like to turn it over back to you to see if you have any questions. And again, great information, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity to come and present to you today.
Thank you. What do you attribute that positive news with regard to Lacers medical trends compared to the national medical trends? What's
I'm going to turn it over to Lita.
Hi. Primarily, it's the relationship we have with our health insurance carriers, and we actively negotiate rates and benefits with them annually and work with them throughout the year to observe utilization trends within our membership so that we can try to head off any cost spikes that we might be seeing. Recently, we initiated our 115 Trust, and the plan sponsor will greatly benefit from that, as we can use some of our surplus savings there to smooth out future years where there might be a spike driven by high claims cost or one of those other factors. I think also we have a really great membership, and they are engaged in their health care, and that helps as well.
And wellness, too. We have a very active wellness program, which I think really does help.
And that's an investment that we've made progressively over the last few years to try to encourage that. And it seems to be paying long-term dividends, so that's good news. Mr. Bloomfield?
Sure. Healthy California living, that's the reason, right? The funded ratios, wanted to get back to that. If you could tell us a little bit about the benefits of having a higher funded ratio, and then how we quantify some of the savings that might come with buying down some of those, some of that. But first, let us appreciate what it would mean if we got that number higher.
Absolutely. So I'm going to turn it over to Todd for some of the details, but just to first mention, in terms of the funded ratio, again, we are right in line with our peers, which is, I think, good to note. But as you strengthen the funded ratio, what that means is that your unfunded amount is decreasing. That unfunded amount, if you don't address it, can build over time. And the interest associated with that unfunded amount can be quite large. So to the extent that you can accelerate payments towards buying down the unfunded liability, increasing your funded ratio, what that does is it frees up monies in the future that the city can deploy elsewhere. The example we gave of that $10 million of additional contribution each year over 5 years, so that's $50 million of investment over a 5-year period. At the end of that period of time that we're looking at the actuarial analysis, the savings is $37 million in interest. Because again, our assumed rate of return is at 7.25%. So when you give that money to Lacers and we can invest it, it's like having money going into your bank account right now versus paying down your credit card. What's the interest rate on a credit card now? Is it 13%, 14% or higher? And how much are we making in terms of interest in our savings accounts? It's very, very small. Now the city savings account, very good, 2%, let's say. 7.25% though is our assumed rate of return. So how we can deploy those monies means that you're going to be saving on interest as you look forward. But Todd, you want to?
And is there a sort of refinance opportunity here? I mean, or borrowing at a lower rate than our rate of return. There's some legal questions there potentially, but if we can get $37 million, if we can borrow 50 and at an interest rate less than 37, then it's a win.
Right, and I think that was a good explanation that our general manager gave. But to your question, I'd note that a couple of years ago, the state did do something similar to that, where they actually, in fact, borrowed money essentially from their pool and put that towards the retirement systems and are effectively paying back their pool with the savings that are generated by the money that they advance to the retirement systems. And so the benefit of that is, of course, as you noted, that they're realizing the greater rate of return and also reducing their liability and also reducing their costs over the long term.
In terms of actual borrowing, though, there are pension obligation bonds that are issued by various jurisdictions. I don't think it's a recommended practice. When you look at GFWA, for example, they recommend against doing pension obligation bonds. It has worked in certain circumstances. In other circumstances, it has not benefited the plan sponsor. So I don't think we would recommend that. We would simply be looking at if the city has additional monies available and you have many worthwhile interest to put those money towards the reserve fund, increasing the reserve fund, for example, or putting more money towards capital investment, that consider putting additional funds when they're available towards buying on or accelerating paying the unfunded liability. As part of your annual required contribution, you're already buying down that over a period of time. It just happens to be a 30-year period. So to the extent you accelerate it, you get interest savings on that. And so I think that's really the opportunity, is to strengthen the funding of the plan is excellent. It's a great consequence, but there's real savings to the city by advancing those monies sooner, because you're going to save that interest down the road. Again, it's making a financial commitment now to realize savings later, but it is an important thing to consider when you look at how you deploy available funds. And again, it's something we're happy to discuss further with the CAO's office, your offices, the CLA.
I'd certainly I'd like to get a report back on that in terms of the opportunities for doing that. I hear what you're saying, that it's often not recommended, and I imagine that has to do more with the spread between the interest rate and the borrowing rate, and the risk that's involved if that should flip on you.
Correct.
So whether or not we do it depends on how big that spread is. And I imagine now borrowing rates are still pretty low, that if there ever is a time, it would have been 3 years ago, or at least now, if we think the rates are going to go up in the future.
Councilman, I'd recommend that as a special study, not a budget impact.
Yes, yeah, no, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, anything else for Lacers? Mr. Price.
Thank you, Lacers team, first of all, for making sure that the men and women who worked hard have a decent retirement in their golden years. So thank you. When they hope to be amongst that number.
Our pleasure.
In your communication to this committee, though, you requested authority to conduct interviews and offer jobs on college campuses for entry-level positions. Are you currently working with our local community colleges, such as Trade Tech here in the ninth, to create a path to city service for local students?
We would love to do that. We have reached out to the personnel department, and I know that they're going to be very responsive to us in looking at this. Having worked for the Bureau of Sanitation a number of years ago, we use this quite effectively for the engineering associate classes to be able to recruit some of the best and brightest right out of college, frankly. And again, at Water and Power, we do that for the utility accountants. Again, can get the best and brightest right out of college. We have sometimes a complex, complicated, and lengthy process in the city to bring people on board. And we oftentimes lose out to other employers, especially in a strong job market. So we're happy to work with Trade Tech. I know folks there. We've reached out to Cal State Los Angeles, for example, CSUN. So yeah, we'll be working with local colleges and universities through the city's personnel department. On
well, let's keep trying. And I think it's a unique opportunity to working with community colleges. You know, and maybe someone will be in the four-year college by the time you get to them, given the length of our process. But I think it's important. Also, in your letter, you asked the city to consider an approach that the state is currently experimenting with. This would leave the city contributing more than the required funds to Lacers, potentially leading to future savings, and with those savings, funds gaining interest. How would these funds fare if we have another financial crisis like the one we had in 2008 that saw the markets lose almost 30% of their value?
So, you know, that is an important question. Obviously, we can't forecast what will happen with the market when the next downturn correction might be, or the severity of said correction, or the length of the period of time. What's important is the city has been a very supportive plan sponsor in always making its required contribution. As you look at a long-term financial plan, the benefit of putting more money to buy down that unfunded liability and the savings you will achieve will happen over a period of time. It's something that you could consider as part of a financial policy. It could be done as kind of a one-off where on a case-by-case, year-by-year basis, you could consider putting additional monies or not, depending upon the city's financial condition. So there's different ways of approaching it. We just think it's an important discussion to have because we see it as a way to strengthen the plan and make sure that plan is going to be there long into the future to meet the retirement needs of all of our members now and in the future. And also as a way to save the city money, too, over the long run. Just those interest savings alone, when you recapture those, bring a lot of value back to the city. And so we think it's an important discussion, but again, we do not know what will happen with the markets. And so it's just something to keep in mind when you're looking at that.
Well, I think it is an important discussion, and let's certainly keep us posted on the that movement as you think it through further and have further input. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, you know, it's as important to me how much we invest. It's as important who's doing the investing. And so I think it's important that we have a diverse bench of investment professionals upon whom we rely for financial services and financial advice. And I'd like to get a report back on the diversity of firms led by people of color or women, and what can be done to increase their participation in helping us manage our investment portfolio.
We'd be happy to do that.
If you have a comment on that, if you'd like to make a comment now.
So I would love to. Lacers has had a policy and long-standing practice of supporting emerging managers. And oftentimes these are women-owned businesses or minority-owned businesses on the investment space. And so that is something we continue to do now as we look to integration of the environmental, social, and governance principles into how we do our investments. That's another important matter too. Our board recently adopted some additional investment changes to our investment policy regarding sexual harassment, diversity on boards, for example. So how we work with and support emerging managers and looking for that increased diversity. Frankly, even on our own team, we're always looking to get the best and brightest and have diversity that reflects the members we serve every day. And so that's very, very important to us. So we appreciate that. We're happy to report.
Well, that report back could include who you have on staff, how that looks on staff, and then how you are recruiting, retaining, and identifying professionals to provide
Absolutely.
assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of more clarifications. I asked most of my questions as you were presenting, and thank you for that. Just so the context of this discussion is clear to those who may be watching. What role does the City Council or the Mayor play in setting assumed rates of return for lacers?
No direct role. The assumed rate of return is a process that pension plans go through, an experience study. They look at their assumptions. That's assumptions regarding mortality and economic assumptions. Our Board of Commissioners then takes all the information and the recommendations from staff, excuse me, and our actuary, and makes a determination in terms of do we increase, do we reduce, do we maintain the assumed rate of return that we have. Over the last decade or so, the city's assumed rate of return for lacers, I should say the lacers assumed rate of return, has decreased. We were at roughly 8% before, and we're at 7.25% now. So we've seen this continuous reduction in the assumed rate of return. And many of our peer plans seem to have followed. Some are a little bit ahead of us, and some are behind us. And so it is governed by our Board of Commissioners, definitely with a lot of input and analysis by staff and by our actuary. And a very important distinction, though.
So that decision is made at the end of the day by the Board of Commissioners, who owe a fiduciary duty to whom?
To the members in the plan. Okay. That is under state law.
Do they owe any fiduciary duty to the City Council of Los Angeles or the mayor?
The responsibility to the plan sponsor is much less. What's defined under law is the responsibility, the fiduciary responsibility to the plan and to the members. But of course, I think it's not without saying that it's important for the board and the staff of Lacers to interact with our plan sponsor. The plan sponsor determines the benefits that we administer, whether it's the retirement benefits or the health plan benefits. And so that is a very important relationship to maintain, and which I think we do. But again, the assumed rate of return is definitely set by the board with a lot of input that comes from staff and from our actuary.
And that's based on their actuarial projections, nationwide database of information regarding likely investment returns, market projections, the mortality rates as you described. These are all data points that are considered that are factual in nature.
Mm-hmm. That is absolutely correct. They are all data points, again, and they're looked at on a very consistent basis. Every 2 to 3 years, we're looked at within Lacers. And while we do look at our peers and national statistics, a lot of what's being done, especially on the mortality side, is informed by our specific members themselves, our experience with our members, which I'm pleased to say they're living longer. And it means the financial obligation is a little bit greater, but it's great news that our members are living longer.
So given all that, well, I guess I would ask the next question then. Only about, I think, 15% of funds around the country have assumed rates of return of below 7%. Is that roughly consistent with your understanding as well?
I have to go back and look at the studies. There's 2 national studies that we looked at recently, just this year in 2019. We can go back and look at the data points to see which ones were below 7. Again, it's going to be across the board. You'll see some still at 8. You'll see some that are in the mid sixes within California, 6.5%, 6.75%. But the median is that 7.25% right now, with the trend seeming to be that it'll be reducing over a period of time.
Okay. And then I just want to go back for a moment to your funded ratio slide. Mm-hmm. And I guess I don't really have a question. I just want us to note this. If you could go back to that slide, the chart that shows funded ratio. So what this shows is that there was a pretty dramatic drop in the funded ratio between 2008, when the entire world's economy was riding at its crest, mm-hmm. and 2010-11, when the worst tidal wave of the impacts of the global recession hit.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? So that slide coincides with that economic condition. But I just, want to note, for those who think that, the sky has been falling, since 2011 until now, the funded contribution rate is exactly the same, the funded ratio, rather. Since 2012, 2013, it's actually gone up. So the funded ratio, it continues to be a concern that we all have, and it should be. Should be a concern of yours, should be a concern of ours, because these are real dollars at the end of the day that have to be paid in benefits. But for, excuse me, at least for the last 8 years, that ratio has been essentially flat.
Correct.
Right?
It's had some variability to it, but yeah, largely it's right around the low 70s.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else, members? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us. Thanks for all these great charts and the great presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next, that brings up fire and police pensions.
Always a pleasure.
Mr. Serrana, welcome, and likewise, it just seems like old times having you back here. So,
yes, it does.
Welcome back.
I miss it.
Yeah, I believe that.
It was good you said it. And
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for the letter that you've submitted. And do you have a presentation as well?
yes, we do. Actually, we have hard copies.
Okay, terrific.
That are being passed around so you could follow a bit easier. So I'll give a moment for Mr. Raggio and Joe Salazar. I'm a bit lonely up here. Well, thank you very much. First off, I just want to start off. I do want to thank Lacers and Neo and his team for the collaboration over the past year. It's been good to sit down and discuss issues as they come up and arise, and trade notes and so forth, so I appreciate that. But I will also point out one of the highlights of our evaluation. Our unfunded liabilities are about half of theirs at only 3.25. And we're 92% funded, so that's I think we stand in pretty good shape. Just real quickly, because I know I'm sort of between you and dinner, at the end of the day.
There's miles to go before we sleep. Don't worry.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's right. You'll be up at all hours going through the letters and so forth. Our presentation is just kind of broken down in two sort of main sections. I just wanted to give you a few highlights from the evaluation from last year. And on the first slide, just giving you a sense of where we ended up as far as our assets under management, $22.3 billion. Our funded ratio on the pension side is 92.9%, although our health is only 51%. So we are quite a bit different, almost opposite Lacers, where they are much better well-funded on health side, whereas we are not. We currently serve over 26,000 members with just under 1,200 or 12,900 retirees and well over 13,000 members. Flipping over to our average pension payments and our monthly health subsidy, I know Neil had a slide. If you look at our average non-Medicare subsidy, we're about $1,200, quite a bit more than what Lacers pays, and our maximum as of last year was a $1,627. Our average monthly pension payments are $6,500 on service pensions. Disability pensions are a little over $5,000 per month, and our survivors are $4,500. The next couple slides just give you a little bit of a snapshot in history of our funding status over time. Likewise, we provide a 10-year slide on membership. I think one of the notes as far as the membership, if you look at our active members, we had highs in 2008, 2009, and those, obviously with the Great Recession, those numbers came down. But those active numbers are starting to creep back up at 1342.
By the way, I'm not sure, we have the hard copy in front of us, but is the presentation...
No, I'm sorry.
Going up? Oh, it's not. Okay, so this is not available to those who are watching.
Yeah, we'll submit it to the clerk and
thank you.
Provide it, yeah. All right, very good. So some of our initiatives that we've been tackling this year, I think our biggest one is we actually went live with our new pension administration system in January, and that was a milestone for us. We now have flipped a switch to the new system, and we've been doing our pension roll ever since. We are still continuing to make some tweaks and looking at some further enhancement to the system, but that's been a major achievement for us. Basically, we've been working on that project for a good 3.5 years of implementation, plus a year of study before that. So we're excited about that. We have our next phase that should be rolling out at the end of this month. This is our member self-service portal, and so we'll have the majority of our pieces for our new system put together. We also launched a new website. We're happy that went live earlier this year. Likewise, we are completing our CEM benchmarking on the admin side. This is the first time we've completed that benchmarking study in quite a while, if ever, so that we're looking forward to those results. And likewise, we've been focusing a lot on our workforce succession planning, likewise with other departments across the city. If we move to slide 6, page 6, just gives you a snapshot of our proposed budget. We have received 3 major pots of money. This is the city or the employee contributions, member contributions, and investment earnings. These are creeping up. The contributions are $714 million, with the majority coming from the city, $5 billion and $1.7 from the airport, respectively. And then we have given you a little bit of chart, 5-year history on the breakdown in receipts. If you look at that 5-year history, as you notice, one of the ways that what we need to make money is, while we assume we have investment earnings, these are basic dividends, interest payments, payments that we get on our real estate assets, but we really need the capital appreciation of our portfolio, and we need that revenue that's generated when we capitalize those assets. On slide 7, you've seen this chart before. It's a simple chart, but it just gives you sort of the 35-year history of budget payroll and the employer contributions along with member contributions. It's a fairly simple formula. Our city contribution is based on a percent of pay for all of our tiers other than Tier 1, which is a fixed dollar amount. So as payroll goes up, then likewise the city's contribution will go up as well. In turning to the subsequent slide, here again we provide another 35-year history on the cities. This is the general fund contribution. We show dollar amounts and percentages. The contribution rates for next year for the city will be ticking up slightly by about 52 basis points to 47.3%. The Harbor Department, they're going to get see a slight decrease of 54 basis points, and LAWA will see an increase of 4 basis points. Our contribution rates have been fairly steady over the last couple of years. I don't see any change other than an issue that I'll touch upon a little bit later in the presentation. But the rates did tick up quite substantially since the dot-com bust back in the early 2000s. So let's look at our budget expenditures. Our expenditures are going to be slightly over $1.4 billion. The majority of that is in our pension benefits at $1.125 million. That we also have $148 million in health expenses, along with $107 million in estimated expenses for our investment fees and $22.7 million for our admin budget. As you look at the longer history, their 10-year history on slide 10, this being the bulk of our expenditures makes up roughly about 90% of our overall expenditures. And as you can see, the pension benefits themselves have been growing over the years. We're looking at a year-over-year increase of 5.6%. That's roughly $59.6 million. It's primarily driven by service pensions and our drop payouts that we expect to pay out next year. One note, side note, I did want to talk about drop a little bit. With the change in the drop eligibility requirements earlier this year, we witnessed a very good spike in the last, I want to say from October to January, we had just under 400 members enroll in drop. Everyone was trying to get in before the new eligibility requirements kicked in. And we actually have over 1,700 members, active members enrolled in drop. It's the last couple of months have been the highest number of members on record that have been enrolled in drop. Looking at our health related expenditures, those are increasing 4.9% from the prior year for a total of the 148.5. Last week, the board did approve a 5.5% increase in the non-Medicare subsidy, so our subsidy will be going up from $17.25 to $18.20 beginning July 1st. Over that 10-year time frame, our pension costs grew a little over 4%, 4.1% over the 10 years, and our health care costs grew about approximately 5.8% over that 10-year history. Flipping over, I know a question came up or a comment came up with the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates, so I want to include this slide. This gives you a 10-year history on the cost of living adjustments. Many folks may not know our cost of living adjustments are dictated by the charter. We are mandated to use the Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim Consumer Price Index as published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And we're to use a 12-month period from March 1st to February 28th. So as you look at sort of the history, all of these years have been under 3% until recently. If you look at the blue bar, which is Tier 1 and Tier 2, Tier 1 and Tier 2 has an uncapped cost of living increase, whereas Tiers 3 and 4 are capped at 3%. Tiers 5 and 6 are capped on an annual basis at 3%, but yet if we have a COLA that's over 3%, then that amount will go into a bank. So for our members that are in Tier 5 and Tier 6, beginning July 1st, even though the COLA was only 2.5, because there was a bank, those Tier 5 members will get a full 3%. All right. Looking at our assets and our investment and admin expenses on slide 12. Internally, we talked about this slide because it can be a little bit misleading. I want to point out, make sure it's very clear, on the left-hand side of the scale, it is in billions, whereas on the right-hand side, there are in millions. So while our investment expenditures will be slightly over $100 million at 107 this year, You can see more or less that our increase in investment fees mirrors our growth in assets. Yes, there's when we hit the Great Recession, yes, it did not quite follow the trend line in the growth. Those were due really to because of our private equity assets. Once we get locked into a particular fund or a series of funds, we do have those management fees that need to be paid out. But more or less, our investment fees run in tandem with our growth in assets. So. And our increase primarily for the coming year is private equity. As we've been increasing our allocation to the funds, then we are paying more, expect to pay more out for those different GP and funds. If you look at our admin budget is actually decreasing about 4.4% to $22.7 million. This decrease is primarily due because we went live with our pension administration system, so now we're going to see some reduced contractual services cost. So we're looking forward to that decrease. Turning to slide 13, I have provided this before. You saw a similar chart from Liaisons. This shows our 20-year history and rate of returns. We did very well last year. We hit 9.91% this year. Come June 30th of 2018. So far through the end of April, we're about 4.42%. The market's been moving, gyrating quite a bit. It started off down this morning, but I think it turned back up. It's very difficult to project where we'll end up this year, but I would say somewhere between our 4% and our bogey at 7.25%. But what I do want to highlight here, if you look at our 20-year and 10-year returns, our 20-year returns, that rolling average has dropped under 7%. It is now 6.92%, while our 10-year return is 7.06%. Turning to slide 14, I just give you a little snapshot of our asset allocation and some of our returns. As I mentioned earlier, where we are through today at 4.2%. If you look at sort of our market value in these major asset classes and our target allocations, it gives you sort of the snapshot of where we are. But I wanted to draw your attention to the bottom part of that slide at the banner. Each year as we go through our target allocation, we look at sort of our allocation and the amounts in each of these asset classes. But we asked our general investment consultant to give us some, basically their best projection of where the market is going. And so they provide us with capital assumptions. If you take those capital assumptions that they've provided and you fold in our asset allocation, if you look at our risk is 13.3%, which is a little bit on the high side, but our expected arithmetic return is only 6.8% right now. And if you compound that, then we're down to 6%. And the sobering numbers. Unfortunately, if you talk to consultants across the country, most of them don't have a wildly optimistic market view of things. And at some point, while the growth of the market keeps continuing, everyone does talk about a slowdown at some point in the future. We don't know when it will happen, but it is inevitable. So lastly, I just want to touch on some of our initiatives going forward for next year. I talked about going live with our pension administration system, but we're not done. We have a number of improvements that we want to sort of move and enhance our system. We want to make sure we're taking full advantage of that system, so we're going to be looking at workflow, processing, and looking at our internal options to see where we can find efficiencies. We are completing our benchmarking on the admin side this year, and next year we're going to be looking at benchmarking our admin fees as well. We're looking at some of our communications, replacing our plan accounting software, researching and looking at an emerging manager program. But we're also going to be looking at new actuarial assumptions and standards. We will be due for an experience study next May and June. And I know a lot of folks have been focusing on the assumed rate of return and whether perhaps that would be reduced. My actually greatest concern right now is the Society of Actuaries have issued new mortality tables for public safety members. And lo and behold, that public safety members are actually living longer than originally assumed. And I've asked our actuaries, Segal Consulting, to run me some numbers. I'd say if the board was to adopt those new mortality tables, it's probably going to cost about 3% of pay. It's going to be a rather large hit given the increased lifespan of public safety members. So I'll just stop right there, and I know you have some questions, and I'll be happy to run through those, answer any questions you may have. And I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members? Mr. Price?
Sobering.
Well, thank you again. We really appreciate the role.
Sobering news.
Role the first responders play, and certainly you can take some credit of that as well, making sure that all officers and firefighters are taken care of after devoting significant time in their lives to the city of LA. So we just appreciate that. Given that there have been officers who've been found guilty of criminal wrongdoing, sometimes abusing their power and trust that we place on them, I'd like to know if these individuals are still eligible for their full pension under the current program.
Yes, they are. A few years ago, there was a motion that was introduced that actually would look at that issue and perhaps limit those pensions for public safety folks that may have been convicted of a crime, but I don't believe that motion went anywhere.
Okay. After the amendments to the DROP program earlier this year, have you seen a change in the amount of officers and firefighters enrolling in the program? I think your response was that we're at an all-time high or something like that.
That is correct. We saw before basically those new DROP eligibility, people were signing up. They were knocking on the door quite a bit. Yeah.
Okay. So it's still a beneficial program, and I think it's still a program we want to take a closer look at. And then finally, in your on page 15 of your initiatives, the last one you identified was research and pursue improvements in the emerging manager program. What kind of improvements are you hoping to make in that program?
So we've actually had emerging manager program for a number of years. It actually goes back to the late 90s. And we actually have several $100 million that we've allocated to emerging managers. This is the gamut. And that's in the public space, but we also have what I would call specialized managers for our private equity program as well. We've had mixed results in the public space, and so the board actually went through a review of those managers last summer. We're looking to perhaps sort of take another review and make sure we are attracting the best talent that's out there on the public space. But then also in the private equity space, we actually have two managers that are helping us. These are two consultants that are helping us identify these small and emerging funds. In fact, we actually allocated $150 million earlier this year for that program, to continue that program to attract.
Is that equal to the amount you had last year, or is this a new amount?
This is actually new amounts.
How much did you have last year?
We actually had $150 million before, yeah.
Okay. All right, good. Well, again, as I said previously, I think that the emerging manager program is important. It's significant, and we want to make sure that we have a diverse bench providing advice and services. And so, again, I'd like to get a report back on the efforts that the fund has made in identifying diverse professionals, providing services and providing advice, and to see how we could increase that amount.
Absolutely. We have, I'm happy to report, on the private equity program has been very successful, and it mirrors the success of our regular private equity program.
Well, if you break down the private with the public.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Price. And just to follow up on your first question, I'd like to ask for a special study report back, both from fire and police pensions and Lacers maybe working together on this, regarding the degree of latitude that the city has in determining whether a retired employee may be denied pension benefits for having violated the law. Because it's always been my understanding that that issue is dictated by state and perhaps federal pension laws under ERISA or otherwise, I don't know. But as I'm sitting here, I don't think we have the latitude to do that, even in the case of egregious wrongdoing on the part of a former employee. So, but I would like to have a report back on what the law is on that, so that we can make a determination of whether there is latitude that the council may have in making that determination. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. Some sobering words that you gave us here. The 3%, help me understand, how much does that mean in terms of dollars to impact to the city, in terms of what we would be every year having to pay in additional money?
So if I assume your payroll is 1.5 billion, you would take that times it by the 3%, and you're looking at $45 million or less.
So, and when does that mortality rate, that study come out?
That study has come out, but our actuary will bring it up when we have our experience study next May or June, and the impact for the city will hit 2021, 22.
So it's a done deal. It's just we're going to get hit in 2021, 22 with a $45 million annual increase in what we have to pay. Is that summarize it?
I would say it would be very hard to argue against adopting those public safety.
Yeah, I'm not arguing against it. I'm just trying to have eyes wide open and think about if there's ways that we can prepare for that.
Mm-hmm. And if I may, that's just a very roundabout number. I've asked for more specifics on that, but.
And I was also concerned. You were attributing the spike to the drop program, and in the pension cost. Help me understand that too, because folks are going to retire either way, right? So whether you're on the drop program or you're not, that retirement cost should be included in that figure. So why is it increasing it?
That's correct.
And what is the real? How much of that cost is really coming from drop?
Well, the way I want to make sure I'm clear, drop. Yes, we pay out when people leave after the end of their time. It'll go up and down depending on the numbers of folks that actually walk out the door. Yes, it's really a pension benefit they've earned. It's just a matter of when they get that amount. It just happens next year we're estimating that we'll have larger drop payouts, and so that's an increase in our expense. But overall, if you look at drop and those payouts, they tend to smooth over time depending on the numbers that actually walk out the door.
So it's not that our overall liability has gone up, it's just that because there was an inducement to get into it, that more people retired or went into the drop program? Is that what you're saying, or are you saying that it's a built-in additional cost?
We set aside money for drop, so when they walk out the door, then they get that payout. Once they get that payout, like I said, it depends on the numbers that actually leave drop. It's all a pension benefit, and so it's just a matter of when it gets paid and what sort of pocket of money it comes out of.
Okay, I think I understand it. And then the other question on the health benefits. It's a smaller portion here, but why is it that Good California Living isn't having the same impact with you as it did with Lacers?
So we have a different program than Lacers. Lacers manages their health program. They work. They administer their own plans. They work with Anthem. They work with United Healthcare, Kaiser. We actually work through the the two unions, PPL and UFLAC, and police relief and fire relief. So we don't directly manage the plans. And it's been set up that way since the benefit was provided back in the 70s. Now the board is looking at our health program right now, and we've been working with the CAO a little bit. Rich is having fun with some of the challenges that are going on, perhaps, but we are looking at that because we've never have managed those costs. We basically have always just written a check to the two associations, both LAF for fire relief and police relief. They have 97 to 98% of our members. So we're trying to start ask these questions now. So how are you managing your health plans? I mean, how are you coming up with benefit levels? How do you come up with co-pays? These are some, I'd say, some difficult questions because they've never been asked before, and folks have never been required to really respond on that a little bit. If you look at our subsidy level, I mentioned our average subsidy is about $1,200. Lacers, most of the people enroll in a single-party plan, in a single-party HMO plan, where our members are in two-party PPO plans. So it's a little bit different setup / mindset.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you want to add to it, Rich, or not?
I was just going to say, sir, that for some of our sworn and more like DWP up the hill, much of the healthcare planning is through their member associations, as opposed to our civilians, where we actually run the healthcare plan as partners with our labor unions. They are actually sort of union kind of sponsored, union controlled plans. And they certainly would argue that they have done well financially for their members in the city. But that is sort of a long conversation about how we kind of distribute healthcare. There are large groups that are out in the marketplace themselves as a group, as opposed to us doing it.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Bonnet?
No, I had a question, and Mr. Blumenfield asked it, and I'm probably a little less certain about the answer than he is, but it's probably as good as I'm going to get today.
You know, I just wanted to follow up with one of the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates made a number of recommendations, most of which I think you've addressed. But one was that the pension funds, Lacers, Fire and Police, DWP, meet and discuss best practices and find where there may be, I would add to their recommendation, find where there may be efficiencies of scale or efficiencies in reduction of expenses. Are there opportunities that you have found to do that, or is that your current practice?
It's actually kind of our current practice. Actually, Neil and I usually get together at least once per month, sit down and grab some coffee and go through some of the issues that we're both facing. We'll bounce ideas off each other, things of that sort. I think to take this a step further would be to invite Linda Lee with the DWP retirement plan.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Looks like that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Serrano. I appreciate your insights.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure.
All right. Members, I'm pleased to let you know that concludes our review of departments. But I do also have to say that we're not ready to leave just yet, because we need to get a final version of the memo list back, because we need to approve that so that the staff can have that to go on. So we're going to be in recess for 15 minutes? 15 minutes? 15 to 20 minutes, maybe, so that we can get that list back and then approve it, and we'll be off to the races. So sorry, but if you can just cool your jets for another 15 or 20 minutes, we'll be back to approve the list. So until then, We are in brief recess. All right. Good evening, everyone, and we're back now in session. And members, you have before you the Budget and Finance Committee questions list for today's requests. Are there any changes, additions, modifications that you'd like to note before we approve it? Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay, a couple of things. On Animal Services, item number 711, to add, delete period and add the words, and possibly of cost recovery from the ACE fund. So to report on the funding for one additional administrative clerk from the code compliance and the possibility of recovering costs from the ACE fund.
Okay.
And then moving on cultural affairs, items 682 and 683, it reads report on the cost to open. If you could just add cost to renovate and open to both of those. And then minor point. And then last one on public accountability, number 775. It says report on the impact that closing scattergood will have on energy reliability. It should be all three. So report on the impact that closing scattergood, Harbor, and Haynes will have on the energy reliability, et cetera.
Okay. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under Neighborhood Empowerment, Special Study 760, I just want to change the phrasing a little bit. Right now it says to report on opportunities to track those who participate in City Council public comment. I just want to change the phrasing to something a little less Orwellian. Change it to report on opportunities to encourage those who participate in City Council public comment to engage with neighborhood councils. Same thing, just sounds less
Excellent,
scary.
excellent recommendation. Anything else?
That'd be it.
Okay. Mr. Price?
I'm good.
All right. I have no changes, so if there's no objection or further discussion about approving the list as amended, I see no objection, so that will be the action of the committee. So we now have a finalized list of report back requests. And for all of those departments who are listening, we know that this is a bit of an onerous task. There's a lot of reports this year, more than we've had in prior years. But we want to take these reports seriously. We want to give them the consideration that they're due, so we need to get them in. The reports need to get finished, need to get completed ASAP, so that we will be ready for consideration of them beginning on Wednesday at 1 o'clock. So members, Wednesday at 1 o'clock, we'll be reconvening in order to start consideration of all of the budget memos. It's going to be a long afternoon.
Just budget impact reports.
Just the budget impact reports, right. All the special studies will be held, but still, there's plenty of budget impact reports. So
what time do we start?
We will start on Wednesday at 1 o'clock. So until then, if there's nothing else, this committee will be in recess until Wednesday at 1 o'clock.